From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning, wherever you may be across this great land of ours. From the Tahitian and Hawaiian Islands in the west, nestled in the warm trade winds of the Pacific, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, with their own soft winds, south into South America, north all the way to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. And by the way, hello to my friends down at the Antarctic, at McMurdo. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell, and it's great to be here tonight. We are going to talk tonight about one of my favorite topics in the world, maybe my favorite, actually, time travel. In the first hour, I'm going to talk to time travelers. You. Those of you out there who claim to be time travelers. Now, in the second hour, we're going to have actually a very serious guest on time travel. David Anderson, Dr. David Anderson, PhD, is a former United States Air Force officer, flight test engineer, and scientist who developed a passion for space-time study while conducting research at the prestigious Air Force Flight Test Center. Now, listen to this. For the last 20 years, he has been formulating and developing his breakthrough concepts in space-time physics and the study of time. His work led to the development of what today is called the time-warped field theory. His research holds the first promise for the development and application of practical time control technology. In 1995, Dr. Anderson founded the Time Travel Research Center, today the world's most advanced research laboratory dedicated exclusively to the study and development of time control technology and its application. His company also sponsors an organization called the Time Travel Research Association, which networks time travel information and interests from more than 80 countries around the world. Now, as you know, many of our nation's top theoretical physicists insist that with a proper amount of energy, time travel is definitely going to be possible. Therefore, if time travel is going to be possible, if that is an accurate scenario, then one might reasonably ask, well, then where are the time travelers? They ought to be here, right? They ought to be here. And I suspect they are here. Now, I'm not saying that when I begin picking up lines here in a few minutes, requesting to talk to any of you who claim to be time travelers, I'm not saying that these people are real, and I'm not saying they're not. That's for you to judge. All I'm saying is that it is reasonable to assume that if time travel will eventually be a reality, then there should be time travelers here now. There really should. So that's what lies ahead. Let's see what's in the news. Elian's father in the morning will come to the U.S. and will hope to take his son away. And you know what? I have no comments on this whole thing. It's going to be big in the news and probably real trouble for Miami. I hope they are braced for it, and I'm sure they are. Otherwise, I see nothing in the news that even merits particular comment from me. A partial birth abortion ban news. Let's see, GOP courting Hispanics with a new ad. Jewish settlers occupy Hilltop, West Bank. Microsoft going through its agony. Biotech food safety urged. North Carolina school ends same-sex class, really? Guess they thought that wasn't for 8th graders. So they're going to let them get back together again with the girls. Because there was this big thing going around saying that American education discriminated against girls in the classroom. That the teachers somehow regarded them as less important than the guys. So that's basically what the news is, not much. But time travel, that's different. Now, I do have to tell you what I do have. I have an awful lot of environmental news that's scary as hell. A global warming sea change, you know about that? The sea change temperature. A gigantic hole opening up in the ozone layer over the Arctic, which scientists believe will severely damage the natural shield protecting the northern hemisphere. That, guess what? That's us. From cancer-causing sunlight. So down in Australia, you know, the children are required to wear headgear to school, and soon that may be the reality here, too. In Cairo, French archaeologists have discovered the remains of a 4,000-year-old Queen's Pyramid south of Cairo, complete with texts of special prayers previously found only with kings. And here's an article on Church Urged to Recognize Reality of Hell. It's a really interesting article, too. But this hour, what I want to do is talk to people, you out there, who claim to be travelers in time. Believe me, it's interesting. Strange, but interesting. So if you're a time traveler, call me. That's all we're going to take calls from this hour. People who claim to have arrived here, be here now, through time, through whatever method. Coming right up. All right, we are accepting calls this hour from time travelers only. If you have traveled in time, or you are presently a traveler to this time, then we want to hear from you. Otherwise, the phone lines are closed, but for that group, they are certainly open. With that in mind, top of the morning to you on the wild card line. You are on the air. Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Hello?
Yes. We're here.
Yes, my name is Robert, and I am not quite a time traveler. I'm from a little bit different dimension than yours.
Well, that's... Okay. Listen, I think that may be virtually the same thing. You claim to be from another dimension.
Yes, Senator.
I'm not a senator.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
A little slip there. You haven't testified in front of a group lately, have you?
No, not at all.
I don't know. There's no other way somebody would say yes, Senator.
Well, actually, my original dimension I'm from, you are a senator of Arizona.
Well, I'll be damned. Of Arizona?
Yes, basically...
Senator Art Bell. Arizona Senator Art Bell. Boy, that has a ring to it.
Yes, it does. Definitely does. Basically, what happened in my dimension, the South won the Civil War.
The South won the Civil War?
Yes, at the First Battle of Bull Run, basically that's where the Civil War ended. And I am from, in an awful dimension, the Confederate States of America.
Wow! Now, if the South won the Civil War, all states would be Confederate, wouldn't they?
Well, no, actually, the original Mason-Dixon line holds. There is the United States of America, which runs
at the Pennsylvania-Maryland border, roughly?
That's
where it is
Pennsylvania-Maryland border, and also up into Canada. In the Confederate States.
Really?
Yes. Shortly after that, basically, Lincoln resigned. I loved watching your Civil War. A couple of years ago, you had the PBS special, and it was a big hit in our dimension because it was something that, we never thought that had been possible. But,
so that special appeared in your dimension as well?
Well, it didn't appear in my dimension. We just basically brought it back. We've been able to...
What about history between the ending of the Civil War, which you say was different, and now? Yes. It must be indeed in your dimension entirely different.
It's entirely different. Basically what happened is the United States went ahead and invaded Canada. The Confederate States of America have basically went all the way to your Panama, which is basically Mexico all the way to Central America, are just Confederate states to us. They're just another flag on our stars and bars.
So really, in that dimension, we physically possess How much of Canada?
It's all of Canada.
All right. I've really wanted Canada for a long time, and so.
Marty, if you ever come over, if I ever meet you, I'll have to take you to where I live. And
can you do that? Is that possible?
Yes, that is possible. Basically,
what about this terrible conundrum of not being able to meet yourself, though? I mean, what if I came with you and met Senator Bell? Wouldn't I possibly blink out?
No. You're just a different person from him. You're not sort of difficult to explain. I don't know. My job basically is pretty much to go out. I'm retired.
I can hear the Southern accent in you, no question about it.
Yes, but no, I'm basically retired. My job was to go out to different dimensions and sort of scout them out and see basically how they different.
You sound a little young to be retired. Of course, who am I to talk?
I've had rejuvenation. So
rejuvenation.
Yes.
Another advantage in. By the way, how should we consider this dimension as? Is there a way to phrase where you say you are from? Is it a fourth dimension, a fifth dimension?
Basically, we've explored right now about 50 different offshoots of the planet Earth.
Holy smokes! You mean different dimensional renderings
different
of Earth?
Basically, from our dimension, how time is split differently. There's a lot of of course, there's a couple of splits where the United States lost the Cold War. We, of course, there's several where we lost the Civil War. There's one where basically Nazi Germany won.
Nazi Germany won?
World War II.
World War II. Boy, what a hellish place that must be.
Yes, it is. It's extremely bad. We basically, well, I've talked to some of the people, they popped in and they saw SWAT stickers in Richmond and they left. Didn't want them. That's about all we know.
Holy moly. Now, our theoretical physicists are presently in this dimension beginning to realize there are other dimensions. Some of our best are saying that, but they're speculating 10, some more, and you're saying as many as 50.
50 that we've explored. There are a lot more. We didn't find, basically, we found part of this technology in Europa, which has an intelligent race. I don't know if it has it here. We haven't really got to the point where we could explore.
We're very curious about Europa in this dimension, thinking it might have some form of life, but probably fairly primitive.
Well, this is, I don't know quite how to explain it. This dimension's probably, it's fairly dangerous to go to.
The one we're in, you're talking about
yes.
the one?
Yes, the one that we're in currently, Senator, yes.
Stop with the senator stuff already.
Okay, all right.
I'm not a senator in this dimension.
Okay.
And I don't much have respect for a lot of them either.
Okay, well, then I apologize.
So, in fact, it worries me to even think that I might be one in another.
Okay.
But Arizona would be a good state.
It's a very nice state.
Anyway, this is no kidding on this dangerous dimension stuff. I mean, I'm reading this environmental news, and the ozone layer is getting gigantic to the point where they say it's going to be affecting us up north here the way Australia is affected. The ocean is warming. The storms are getting worse. Things are going to hell in a handbasket, really.
Well, we're concerned about that, and we're also concerned about, I guess, how conspiratorial the United States government is.
Oh, we are so conspiratorial.
It is.
Even my listeners, believe me, my listeners are so conspiratorial. Yes. I am too. I am too. Now that I think about it, but why are you here?
Basically, like I said, I'm here to basically to scout out different areas to determine whether or not to actually present ourselves to governments. That's one of the things I do.
Do you think that's a good idea, or do you think that's a danger? No, not such a good idea.
It's a very dangerous idea. Here, we've to basically say that I'm from the Confederate States of America.
That's going to get you in trouble right away.
It's going to get me in trouble. We did settle the slavery issue when Robert E. Lee was president.
So you're saying then that the Confederate States did not maintain slavery?
No,
perhaps a longer period of time, but not.
It basically it went away. He had what was called a Lafourche Plan, which slaves were able to buy their freedom, and they had a choice of going back to Liberia or staying here. And if they stayed here, they had to basically move out of the state that they were originally enslaved in. And at that time, we were basically annexing Mexico, and there was a lot of land down there.
So boy, in your dimension, we have a lot more land. I mean, we swallowed Canada in one quick bite, and then a lot of Mexico as well, huh?
Well, the Confederate States took Mexico. We took Mexico, and then what you call the United States took Canada. Yes, sir.
So you all were rebels with a real cause.
Yes, we were. I guess now
You're a bunch of land grabbers is what you are.
Well, that was quite a while ago. So.
I know. That's what they say here too. So, what is the future for this dimension? Is it a rosy one or?
I don't know.
Kind of a poopy one.
I guess the thing that we're most surprised about, since we went to a lot of dimensions with this level of technology, is the lack of space travel that you have done. I've seen other, I've seen other areas with the same tech level or the same technology that you have, and they have already have a colony on the moon. They've already landed people at Mars. They're towing asteroids.
Listen here, I'm pressed by the clock. I've got to take a break. Do you want to hold on? You're really an interesting person.
Yes, I can hold on for just a little bit longer.
Just a little longer?
Probably maybe 10 more minutes. I really don't. It's conspiratorial. I really don't like to.
All right. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be happy with that. All right. Stand by. In this dimension. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Don't touch that dial. You know, at the top of the hour, we have a PhD type professor coming on to talk about time travel, real time travel. It's such a romantic notion for me. How about you? Can you imagine another time? Maybe another dimension, another world, another way things worked out in time. Really, really interesting stuff. Anyway, we're going to get back to our dimensional traveler in a moment. All right, I'm only accepting calls from time or dimensional travelers, and I'm not sure there is a really big difference. And by the way, thank you for waiting, caller. Is there a big isn't dimensional travel a type of time travel?
Not really. As far as our scientists can tell, no, not really. What happens is, I guess time is same. When I go back to my dimension, it's the same time as it is here.
So time is linear in each
yes.
different dimension.
Yes, as far as we know. I guess one thing.
So that means Art Bell, the talk show host, and Art Bell, the senator, do they live to be different ages?
Yes. Yes, they can. I mean, I know of you, at least in one other dimension, where you host you're not going to believe this, you host a talk show on the moon. You are basically broadcast from the moon.
From the moon.
Basically,
I would entertain that option if it were given to me. Listen, there's somebody who would like to ask you a quick question. On my international line, where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Larry. I'm calling from Sudbury, Ontario, 300 miles north of Toronto. Mm-hmm.
Actually, territory that isn't even actually Canada.
That's right.
To my present.
There is an Ontario. It's just another flag in the United States.
All right. It's Robert, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I have a question.
Sure.
What are the cars like there? Are there Chevys, Fords? Do they drive differently? Same kind of transmissions? Some of the names of the cars?
Really good questions, yeah.
Basically, we have what's called in Atlanta, which is our equivalent of Detroit, is what's called Trafalgar Iron Works, and they have a variety of different models and makes.
So, in other words, that is your Detroit.
Yeah, Atlanta is basically our Detroit. Basically, I guess what would be called a lot of. I'm going to be polite here. I guess a lot of y'all prefer to call Negroes blacks, right? I want to make sure that I don't offend anybody, but blacks
in
moved into
this dimension would be proper.
Okay, would be blacks.
Yes.
Okay, blacks moved up into, I guess, the Iowa area, and there's a town, very large town there called New Jerusalem, which is the
New Jerusalem in Iowa,
the United States.
Now he asked about cars. Can you describe any automobiles?
Pretty much they would be the same. Ours mostly run on electric. We don't have a lot of diesel.
Figures.
We in the South prefer a big muscle car.
How can you have a muscle electric car? Well, I guess you could if you had enough electricity.
Do you have gasoline at all?
Yeah. Do you? What?
Hello?
We lost him. We lost him. He's gone. He's gone. We lost him.
He's out of gas.
He said out of gas. He said he only had 10 minutes, and I guess
that's true.
His 10 minutes are up.
But I love questions like that, Art.
Well, so Detroit is virtually in Atlanta, huh?
Yeah, interesting. I also wanted to ask him about trains and aircraft.
How would you guys feel being consolidated as U.S., never having been...
Well, if it was the natural evolution of history, I mean, it would be fine. You know what I mean? As long as you don't force the issue. I mean, if that's the way it had happened, well, that's the way it had happened.
That's right.
We're at the same time, Canada and the United States are both very different.
So you wouldn't have that medical
very
system.
much the same.
You wouldn't have that medical system up there. You wouldn't have, but you would have.
Well, that medical system is on shaky legs right now. There's a lot of controversy.
Actually, I've heard that. Yeah. All right. Well, listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And, you take care. Caller from Canada. Well, in this dimension. First time caller line. You are on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Art, how are you?
I'm quite well. How about yourself?
Well, I'm doing quite well, thank you. Listen, it's been a long time. I've been listening to you for years.
For years now, huh?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Are you a time traveler?
Well, yeah, something happened to me because of your show.
What?
Well, first of all, it goes back to 1995. I'm located up here on the Russian River in Santa Rosa on KSRO country, and we were flooded. Our house was basically cut in half. I was forced then to work many days in a row. I'm a truck driver. I've listened to you for years, over the night, like you have mentioned.
Yes. The time travel part.
Well, the time travel part goes like this. I was working so many days that I caught one of your shows, and I listened to Malachi Martin.
Yes.
And he told me or to most of your audience, how to pray, how to accept acceptance. And something happened, man.
What?
I'm tired. I've gone I'm running illegal. I'm going 23, 24 days in a row.
I hear a lot of truckers do that.
Yeah, but,
And so you had an epiphany on the road somewhere.
No, man.
No?
Something happened, and suddenly I got touched. I felt like I got hit by a little golden wand or whatever that hit me on the top of my head.
You sure that you just didn't bang your head on as you were getting out of the truck or something?
No. I made sure that that's not what happened. If anything, it woke me up to a lot more than what I knew in the past, and I started to see into the future. And what I started to see into the future was this. I didn't see so much of the doom and gloom. What I started to see was the things that the natural changes. We're going through a tremendous rate of change right now, and it includes all of us. But most importantly, what I saw in a flash, in an instance, what I saw was a better place to be. In other words,
how far ahead is that? Because right now the signs. The canaries are dropping like flies here.
Yeah, I realize the canaries are dropping like flies. I realize that we've got global warming and there's chunks of ice, melting and breaking off.
Right, so then when does it get better?
The better part is around the corner, and I would say maybe in 10 years. What I saw was something that flashed upon me.
So you didn't actually, then you didn't really travel in time. You saw ahead in time is what you did.
Well, I'm not exactly sure how you would say that. All I know is that something touched me.
Were you actually, okay, let's put it this way. Were you seemingly there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to hear that...
no, hold on a second. I know what you're going to say, Art. I know what you're going to say.
What?
Hold on, man. No, I mean, this is something that happened in an instant.
Well, what
It
about...
happened in a moment.
No, I understand that. But look, there would be critics who would say, you said you were driving illegal, you were doing 1 million hours, you shouldn't have done it, you had a brain spasm.
No, it wasn't a brain spasm. No,
A trucker's brain spasm.
Well,
how do you know? Because that would be the criticism. I mean, especially with what you said.
Well, I'll tell you exactly how I know. First of all, it was a warm feeling. It was a feeling of acceptance, and it kind of glowed the whole cab of inside my truck after so many years of not really believing, so to speak, being a hard, kind of tough guy, and all of a sudden realizing and seeing something that was so cool. I said, you know what? There is something else out there, and it's powerful. And you know what? I got an immediate calm about me, and for a moment, in a blink of an eye, in a blink of your eye, what I saw was the state of the future. And when
what you saw was a rosy future. All right, I've got it. So, trucking into the future. Guess we'll call that. I don't know. A trucker. I can't rule out the possibility that he whacked his head as he got out of the truck, or that his cab warmed up when he sort of fell off the cliff mentally after driving for so many hours. You've got to allow that at least as a possibility. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hello.
I've been doing some dimensional traveling.
Yourself, huh?
Yeah.
So again, well, okay, then let me ask you like I did the first caller, who apparently had a prepaid phone card that ran out.
Yes, sir.
Is time linear in every dimension, as he suggested?
Yes.
It is. And from what is the dimension like that you are from?
It's very similar, and that's one problem that they had there was when I was sent. They gave me this special card that I was supposed to, when I come back.
You were sent.
Huh?
You were sent.
Yeah. That when I was supposed to come back, I was supposed to check it to make sure I was in the right dimension.
Yes.
And it didn't match.
Oh, brother. So in other words, you're saying you were tossed here by mistake.
Well, we found out that there are so many multiple dimensions that it's almost impossible to get back to your own. You can get back to a similar one.
But getting back to precisely where you were is almost not possible, so it's like you're stuck here then.
Very difficult.
Well, if this one is kind of like the one you came from, or with very few, what are the differences? Can you describe any differences? Do they have dogs there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Houses?
Yeah.
Detroit? Cars?
Right. The main
ozone depletion, ocean warming, all the problems we've got?
Basically, yes.
Any difference at all?
Well, there'd be differences like that one guy, you'd be like the senator, or, different senators, different congressmen at different times, little things. But basically, even if we lost the First World War, in some dimensions, it'd end up almost the same. There's different points of history that just absolutely have to happen.
Well, what about Canada and Mexico? And, I take it there is a Canada, there is a Mexico.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, there was one that I went to where Martin Luther King didn't exist. Malcolm X didn't.
These would be
radical.
Very, very different then.
Right. So the civil rights movements didn't happen.
Didn't happen?
Didn't happen.
Then what would the state of blacks be in your dimension versus this one?
Well, in that one, they were still segregated out, whites-only areas in malls,
Well, that stinks. So you're in you should count your lucky stars that you're in a better place.
Right.
Huh.
Yeah, that dimension was bad.
Are you bummed out that you're stuck here?
No. It's okay.
Do you frequently tell people what you're telling me now?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
That's probably a good idea.
Right.
A lot of them wouldn't take it real well.
Not really.
Well, listen, I certainly appreciate your calling me.
Oh, okay.
And you have a good night, sir. West of the Rockies, wait a minute here. Let me do this again. Oh, boy. West of the Rockies, are you there?
I'm here.
Good. You're on the air.
Yes. This is Bob in California.
Hello, Bob.
I met myself when I was 8 years old. I met myself.
Now, you see, I've heard you can't do that, but you're saying you can.
I met myself from the future. It was really, really weird. When I was 8 years old in grammar school, I'd like play alone during the recess period.
Right.
Like behind a tree with my little army men and my cars.
Oh, yes, I played with army men.
And this guy shows up, and he's like dressed all in white. It's almost like a uniform, and he had gray hair, almost white.
Yes.
And I kind of recognized him after the conversation, and I think it was me. But he asked me a lot of questions. Yeah, he knew everything.
Oh, that's really intriguing. So, in other words, your older self from the future or a future came and met you.
Right.
How did you recognize yourself? How did you know it was you?
Good question. I think I recognized my teeth because I've got these very distinct bicuspid teeth that stick out, and I never had orthodontics. And I guess I had my permanent teeth by that age.
A sort of a Bugs Bunnyism?
Yeah, well, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
But very identifiable.
Distinctive. Yeah, it's like a fingerprint. And I recognized my teeth. And later, I also recognized the mole that I
Other than your toothiness, how did you look? I mean, were you aging reasonably?
Well, at 8 years old, you're not all that discriminating, critiquing an adult. But I was clean. I had the great white clothing, and I had gray or white hair. And I just asked myself a lot of questions about my brother and my parents and things like that. You know, what do you want to be when you grow up? It's kind of like I went back in time to psychoanalyze myself.
Now you're confusing me.
Well, see, it's like sometime in the future when I'm 60 or 70 years old, I somehow...
Obviously, you will go back, right?
I get access to a time machine or some kind of astral projection or something.
And whatever it is, you will go back and meet yourself at 6 years of age or whatever.
Well, I think it was closer to 8 or 9.
8 or 9,
yeah.
Whatever.
And, yeah.
I've got it.
I wish I could tell you some information. I wish I had given me a few hints of, things that happen in the future that I could tell your audience.
But most of the questions that you had, I mean, obviously, I understand, they'd be personal.
Yeah. I think I just went back there to kind of get a glimpse at myself when I was a child.
Which end of it do you really remember, or do you remember both ends? Do you remember...
No, I only remember what occurred, when I was 8. I'm just 36 right now.
Right.
So I guess sometime in the future when I have white hair, I got a little bit of gray already. And I've got this mole that showed up under my eye that this guy had.
Same mole, huh?
Yeah, well, yeah, at 8 I didn't have it, but I've got it about 5 years ago. And
well, we're getting there. I mean, this is nearly enough to convict you if it was a crime. A mole and a toothiness and other general characteristics that you could see where you must have been really weird.
Well, it didn't really dawn on me until this mole sort of started growing on my cheek, and then I sort of thought back to that memory, and as my face kind of grew, think of yourself when you were 8. If you were to meet yourself today, would you recognize yourself?
What an interesting question. I was an annoying little SOB. I'd probably recognize myself. So, I guess, but I'm not, now that I think about it, I'm not really sure. So, but you obviously did, and what a weird thing it must have been.
I thought I just should share it with you, and maybe you can...
And how weird it must be to think that you are going to do it. I mean, this is something that lies in your fairly immediate future.
No. I have white hair in the person I met, so I think it's probably 30 years.
Yeah, well, 30 years, but 30 years, sir, cosmically is it's a blink in time. There's nothing. It's nothing. All right. Well, listen, thank you very, very much for calling.
Okay.
I've got to scoot. We are going to talk about time tonight, as we already have been, but now with an expert. I'm Art Bell, and from the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. During the first hour, we spoke with travelers in time, actually in dimensions. This hour, we're going to talk seriously about time travel. Actually, we were last hour, too. Or maybe not. You decide. But coming up shortly is David Anderson, who is a former United States Air Force officer, flight test engineer, and scientist. He developed a passion for space-time study while conducting research at the prestigious Air Force Flight Test Center. For the last 20 years, 2 decades, he's been formulating and developing his breakthrough concepts in space-time physics and the study of time. His work led to the promise for the development of the application of practical time control technology. Oh, doesn't that sound interesting? In 1995, Dr. Anderson founded the Time Travel Research Center, today the most advanced research laboratory dedicated exclusively to the study and development of time control technology and its application. His company also sponsors an organization entitled the Time Travel Research Association, which networks time travel information interests from more than 80 countries all around the world. That's who's directly ahead, Dr. Anderson. All right, here comes Dr. David Anderson. Doctor, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art.
Where are you, roughly?
We're located on Long Island, New York.
Long Island, New York?
That is correct, yes.
Way back there. All right. Doctor, I must tell you, time travel is probably the most interesting romantic notion and pursuit that I have. All my life I have contemplated its possibility, and so we're going to have a lot in common, I feel. How did you pray tell, with all your formal education, get involved in something so on the edge?
Well, it's amazing. I think to you and us today it's on the edge, but I think within the next 5 to 10 to 15 years we're going to see a lot of common applications of time control theory and technology in our daily lives. Where I initially began, though, was when I was young, I always had an interest in mathematics and physics. And as you mentioned earlier, I did spend about 5 years doing research and development at the Flight Test Center, the Air Force Flight Test Center in the Mojave Desert. There I got involved in space-time research. And I think the enlightening day for me was we were trying to solve a problem with some of our satellite systems. We had an unexplained variance in our satellite positions where they were drifting so much every year. And I was assigned to the project. We solved the problem. And about 2 years later, after solving the problem, I went back and I looked at the numbers, and what fell out of that was a lot of new models with regards to space-time and its ties to magnetism and energy.
Okay, slow down. So you had an anomaly in one satellite or a constellation of satellites?
No, it was basically a number of different space-based satellite systems. They were drifting. Each year, we predicted, and we had many models available to us where we thought the satellites would be.
Should be.
Could be, yes.
Based on all kinds of factors, gravity, the orbit, a million different factors, I suppose, huh?
Absolutely. But what was the confusing issue to everybody was the satellites were not where they were predicted to be. And it turned out, and the bottom line was that it was due to the results of what's called frame dragging, a prediction that comes out of Einstein's general theory of relativity.
Frame dragging?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, frame dragging is a phenomenon predicted by general relativity that talks about how a spinning mass, like the Earth or the Moon, actually will drag space and time around it slightly to a very small degree.
I understand exactly what you're saying. The rotation itself is actually causing time and space itself to be slightly perturbed. Is that?
That is correct. That's a good explanation. Yes.
Wow. The implications of that, then.
Well, I think the implications that came out of that, Art, was that it wasn't so much that we solved the problem. What we realized, we came up with a new mathematical model that not only corrected the satellite predictions and where they should be, but it also illustrated to us some new relationships that existed between space and time and energy and electromagnetic fields. I guess a coupling of those different technologies that weren't apparent before. And from that coupling, that's when my passion, I think, it was always a passion, but like you, I think from that point, it really became an obsession.
Okay, But you did all this for, as you point out, the very prestigious Air Force Flight Test Center. When you explained to the powers that be what you had discovered, how did they handle that? Because you were telling them something entirely new in science, and I wouldn't think they'd take that real well.
Well, you're absolutely right. Sometimes different establishments that were in place are a little slow to hear new ideas, but it really wasn't the case there. Initially, as I mentioned, the problem was solved with a mathematical model. And at the time when we solved the problem, we were very pleased, we were very happy. We had a new, reliable system to predict, where our satellites would be.
And ultimately, I suppose that's all they, bottom line, cared about. They wanted a predictable model.
That's correct. And I did not even recognize what I was holding in my hand until 2 years later. And at that point, I was just on my way to leave the Air Force, and I decided that I would pursue that research on my own after the fact.
And so where did you, you're back in private life, where did you take that research from that point? Or how did you proceed from that point?
Well, I spent probably a good part of, I would say, 8 to 10 years doing nothing but trying to refine that mathematical model, doing a lot of different research, a lot of different development. And I think the biggest milestone for me was I finally reached a point, I think in the early 1990s, where I realized that some types of time control technology were achievable today. And at that point, I began to fund and launch the Time Travel Research Center in 1995.
Okay, you keep saying time control technology. Define for me what you mean by that.
Time control is interesting because anytime you tell somebody you're working in space-time physics, the first thing they always joke about is, so your mission is to build a time machine. And I won't deny that that's a key focus and a passion for all of us here. But the initial application of our technology will be not for sending somebody through space and time. It'll be more for applications in everyday life. One of our key focus areas is in medical applications.
Or as they said in a recent great movie, baby steps.
Exactly.
So, what application of control of time can you imagine early on?
Oh, early on, I think two of our most high interest areas right now, where we receive most of our funding and most of our focus, is in two areas. The first is the medical industry, and the second is an industrial process application. And the medical industry is actually our short-term focus is the development of the capability to use this technology for organ preservation, to help store and preserve organs while they're awaiting transplant. Now, the medical industry and the communities that we're working with right now, they really see that as a stepping stone. What they really want to see our time warp field technology used for is for eventually medical stasis fields that will help slow or stop the progression of disease, and eventually someday...
Okay, wait, you're already ahead of me. Let's back up to organs for just a second. If you apply time control technology to the preservation of organs, does that mean, for example, that somebody who has a head trauma and dies, whose organs are going to be used for transplantation, in some manner or another, you would apply time technology to keep the organs fresh?
Yes, that may be the best thing to do, Art, would just be explain a little bit about what our time warp field technology is.
Okay, in a way we can digest, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Essentially, our time warp field technology allows us to create today what we call a small self-contained time warp field. The field size that we work with, it's about a 30 to 40 centimeter diameter field. So it's a spherical field. Within that field, we are able to adjust to a small degree the rate at which time passes relative to the time rate outside of the field.
Wow.
So an object inside of that field will experience a slightly accelerated or slightly retarded time rate relative to anything outside. So by placing an organ that's awaiting transplant inside of that field, we can actually slow down the rate at which time passes for that organ, making it preserving it much longer.
Absolutely fresh organs.
Absolutely.
So But you're really, people need to know you're deadly serious about this. You say you can create a 30 to 40 centimeter. How big is that?
That would be roughly about 10 to 12 inches today.
10 to 12 inch area where time is either going faster or slowing down. Is it a cumulative process, Doctor? In other words, the longer something remains within this field, the longer the progression or regression in time?
Absolutely. Once we, typically what we do is once we establish the field and we place an object or test instrumentation inside of the field, and we adjust the time rate. That time rate, say it's 50% of the rate at which time passes outside of the field.
Holy smokes! Really?
That is correct. Yes.
You're telling me you've really done this?
Absolutely. I'm not saying that we're not without problems, but we have made some great steps and achievements, especially last year. Last year was a very successful year for us early on.
Good Lord, Doctor! Do you realize what you're telling everybody here tonight?
I realize what we're telling everybody. I will tell everybody, though, also that as much as we've seen some great success, there are also many challenges that we face as well. So I think in many times, as much as we've had success, there are probably more questions now than we have answers for.
Let me begin, and I guess there will be some proprietary information you can't give me, but how would such a field be created? Can you give me any broad outline?
Well, there is some proprietary information I cannot provide, but to give you a rough outline, creating the field, I'd say, would pretty much happen in a three-step process. First, we use an antenna configuration that introduces a high-speed rotational and magnetic field in the core area of the field.
Bingo.
Okay.
I had a feeling it was going to be that.
Well, actually, believe it or not, that's probably not the most important element. It's important. We found out from a stability standpoint it's important. But then we use an ejector system that establishes what I'll just say is a necessary core environment, and that's the key element there is the injection of a gas reagent. The third step is that we use a high-energy laser array to introduce and then to induce and then modulate the field. And this is, I guess I'll say for some of the scientists out there, this is similar, not identical, but similar to what's done in high-energy plasma physics.
Well, let me tell you what's blowing me away about this, all right?
Certainly.
I don't know whether you are familiar with the story of the Philadelphia experiment.
Of course I am, absolutely. I share the same passion with you.
Okay, well, I've interviewed a number of people who claim involvement in that. And the technical description that they gave, Doctor, of the equipment that was used in that experiment, which really was a radar evasion experiment more than it was time travel or invisibility or anything like that.
I understand.
But they used rotating fields, magnetic fields, and RF as well, rotating RF fields. I'm trying to remember the exact configuration and power amounts, but are you familiar with the story vaguely?
Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, I know what they did is that they were trying to degauss the ship so it couldn't be detected by mines, so they were using magnetic coils around the ship with high-energy magnetic fields. What I would say there is a big difference between what we're doing and there.
But also, as I heard you describe what created the field, the alarm bells were going off saying, ding, 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 that sounds somewhat similar.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I didn't have to say those four words, but it is an important part. What we found out was when we induce a field, the most important part is establishing the right core environment, getting the gas reagent distributed properly, and then firing our laser ray into the field. And like I said, it's very, very similar to high-energy plasma experimentation. We found out, though, that the rotational magnetic field helped us solve some stability problems. It's a key component, but it's not a driving element.
Holy smokes. Well, excuse me, but this is going to be breaking news for a lot of people, Doctor. I mean, that we can even do this. It's certainly news for me, and I didn't expect you to tell me this tonight. I thought you would be a theoretical research group only, not actually involved in the hardware. And so what you're saying tonight is a total blow away for a lot of people. You understand that?
Again, I understand that, and I guess I would let people know as well. As much as we have seen progress, like I said, we have many challenges. We see the benefit to the medical community. The organ preservation experimentation that we're doing right now, that's a stepping stone. Like I said, the medical community has their eye on the possibility of eventually stasis field and disease regression.
Sure.
The other area, Art, where a lot of people are expressing interest and even funding our research to a certain degree is for industrial process acceleration. And when I say that is, there are many scientific and industrial processes that take a tremendous amount of time to complete.
Right.
And the ability to accelerate certain test processes or industrial process or chemical reaction
would have obvious tremendous economic value.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. For us, it's kind of interesting. Our biggest, from our heart, our biggest area is to see the application of this in the medical applications, because we see it offering a tremendous, not only a brand new field of technology, but a tremendous benefit for people around the world.
Well, of course it would be. It would be, Mr. Anderson's one step for mankind. Neil Armstrong's one step, you're Anderson, for mankind. A giant leap for mankind is what it would be, to be able to preserve organs with actual time. Time travel might not be the right phrase for it, huh?
Yeah. That's why I carefully use the word time control technology. Like I said, we all here have a passion that someday we might be able to build that great machine of fiction. But for now, we see the short-term applications being very different.
If you look 50 years, 100 years ahead, if you project your research out 100 years, could there be a time machine?
I think the answer to that is yes, or I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing.
Well, I have a lot.
Art, the one thing I would say is one thing we have not done. We did early last year. We had demonstrated our time rate acceleration retardation using mechanical and electrical clocks.
Yes.
But we were always hesitant to use it on a living organism.
All right.
What we did last year.
Hold that. It's a great place to hang everybody up, including me. I want to hear this. Stay right where you are. And we are talking about the control of time and eventually time travel with Dr. David Anderson. And, oh man, he's already done it. In a way, a time warp field 30 to 40 centimeters, which will either accelerate or decelerate time right now. More in a moment. All right, back now to Dr. Anderson, Dr. David Anderson, and I must tell you that obviously many of you are going to want to read more. On my website right now is a link to Dr. David Anderson's website, which is www.time-travel.com. So if you'll go to my website and just click on that link, you can do a lot more reading about what you're hearing about right now. Would that be accurate, Doctor?
That would be very accurate.
Good. All right. Now, obviously, you experimented first in this field you created with inanimate objects of some sort.
That is correct. Our test instrumentation we use mechanical, both mechanical and electronic clocks and other types of test instrumentation.
Clocks.
And up until earlier last year, we really avoided doing any testing on living organisms, at least early on.
Up until last year.
That is correct.
If you took a normal clock, a wound clock that was accurate, and you put it in the field, what could you prove, or what could you?
What you would have would be a perfect demonstration, which we've done over and over again, of showing how the time rate acceleration happens. We place one clock within the field and then one clock outside of the field as a reference clock, and then we can show the divergence as the field is adjusted.
And how much divergence have you demonstrated?
Oh, actually, it's very specific. We've been able, again, we use the term reference time rate. That's the time rate, the rate at which time passes outside of the field.
Right.
Within the field, we've been able to go up to 300%, an acceleration factor of 3 over the reference time rate. And inside the field, we've been able to stably go down to about 13.2% of the time rate, actually slowing the rate at which time passes.
Holy smokes.
And we've even gone below that, but when we go below that, we do run into some, I guess I'll say, not stability problems, maybe a easy way to put it.
Stability problems.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why we really haven't tested.
How would a stability problem manifest?
Well, let's see. I'm trying to think of a real succinct way to put this. We have, when we create a field, there's obviously a time rate outside of the field and a time rate inside of the field, and there's a variance. And inside what we call the boundary layer, which you can picture as like a thin shell, like an eggshell, around that spherical field.
Right.
That shell area, or the boundary layer, is where the time rate actually changes. And it has a peculiar effect of Dopplering frequencies and energy. So what happens is that if we have certain types of energy inside or outside of the field, heat can be Dopplered up to light. Light can be Dopplered up to other things. Higher temperatures could be, and light could be Dopplered up to gamma radiation. And what happens is, when I said the stability problem,
yeah,
our shell boundary layer is a very thin shell. The word shell is very applicable, all the way from 300% down to about 13.2%. What happens as we try to get closer and closer to the zero time rate, and when we pass through it, that shell actually expands, it becomes thicker, and that Dopplering effect carries all the way through almost to the center of the core. And when we did our first test last year on plant seedlings, our first test on living organisms, we actually ended up cooking about 80% of the plant seedlings that were inside the field.
Did you say cooking them?
Yeah, literally.
With regard to inanimate objects, backing up for a second,
Sure.
if you are you able to actually observe the object within the field?
Yes, we are. Actually, a question we get asked a lot. Our first projects, we call it Project Dark Star. That's the study of our time warp field technology. And yes, we can see objects in the field. As we accelerate the time rate, it actually, frequencies get Dopplered down, moving from inside the field to outside. So you actually see a darkening and a more of an opaqueness to the object as we accelerate it. As we reduce it, you see the reverse. But yes, we can observe.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's like magic. To a lot of us who had no idea such a thing was going on, it's like magic. So the inanimate object begins to darken down.
Yeah, and it's not the object itself. It's really just the Dopplering effect, again, that we see within the boundary layer of the field.
In other words, optically, how it's appearing to us because of what it's being subjected to?
Yeah, basically, every color has a frequency, and as the light or that color moves outward through the field, when we're accelerating time, that frequency is actually dropped or down, so colors will actually shift in shades when we're accelerating slowly, and it gets more dramatic as we increase the time rate divergence.
Now, you mentioned seeds, and I can understand that as a very early biological experiment. But what about what in that field, or the creation of the field, would be cooking the seeds?
Well, again, what happens is to maintain the field. As I mentioned, there were 3 steps in implementing a field. The third one was inducing the field with the reagent with a high-energy laser array. We have lasers, in that after a field is induced, the lasers still fire at a certain pattern. When they do, they're inducing energy into the boundary layer of the field. That energy, again, if we're retarding time, is Dopplered up, which takes it up to, depending on the degree which we're trying to retard time, it'll actually Doppler that up to more harmful radiation. So when I say cook, I'm not necessarily saying heat.
I understand.
Or radiation.
Is the laser the modulating agent?
The laser is used. We need a certain amount of energy in the field to maintain it, and that's what the lasers are used to do. Our first model of our time warp field generator included 3 lasers and one, we call it an injector sensor array. Our current model we're using right now has 12 lasers and 6 injector sensor arrays on it. So we actually have 12 lasers that are used to maintain and modulate the field.
To create such a field, Doctor, do you have any concerns about safety? Has that occurred to you as you've been moving through this incredible experimentation that I think nobody knew about until now?
Well, the answer is yes. You mentioned early on baby steps, and that's something that's actually very important to us. A lot of people ask us, why haven't we tested this on animals or people yet? And there's two reasons. The first one is the field size is too small, but more importantly, this Dopplering effect, or this boundary layer problem where it Dopplers energies and frequencies, literally can have very damaging effects on living tissue. And we know...
So you might end up cooking a mouse, for example.
Exactly, or radiating the mouse is maybe a better way to put it. But we know we can solve this problem. And Art, when we solve this problem, the impact this technology could have on research, finding cures for diseases like heart disease, cancers, diabetes, and AIDS is absolutely profound. And eventually, when we can use this on a living person, the science fiction days of stasis fields or disease regression fields might not be science fiction anymore.
What do you believe stands between you and the ability to subject biological entities to this? In other words, what in the manner that you now create the field, there's going to have to be a whole new manner of the creation of that field to avoid the effect on biological organisms, isn't there?
Yeah, that's correct. The first issue is understanding the boundary layer better. And I got to tell you, we've had great successes in the last 2 years, and we're making some great results. But when it comes to the boundary layer and understanding it, which is very important to us, we must understand it better. We have more questions than we have answers.
Sure.
But to give you an example, when we had our 3-laser system compared to today, we had to inject about, I think it was close to, I can't remember exactly now, it was about 20 to 25 times more power to induce and maintain the field. As we've learned more about the boundary layer, we've now cut that back by a factor of 20 to 25. So as we bring that energy down, and that's actually the biggest achievement here, is to be able to create a time warp field with a lower amount of energy. As we bring that energy down, it's going to help solve the problem.
Kind of like cold fusion trying to get to room temperature.
I guess I never looked at it quite that way, but I guess you could say that, certainly. There's some analogy there.
Whew, this is so much to digest. When I asked about safety, when you create a time warp field, is there any danger? It's kind of like when they dropped the atomic bomb. They first, many credentialed scientists thought it might ignite the entire atmosphere and there might be a chain reaction, our atmosphere would burn up. They didn't know when they pushed the button. They really didn't know. So when you create a field like that, was there any concern as you approached throwing that first switch that something totally unexpected might occur that could be dangerous?
I think that feeling grows every day. Not that we've had any major problems. We have a lot of respect for what we do. Respect for the technology and the risk. I mean, we run this like a full-blown flight test almost. I mean, our pre-test. I'll give you an example. Our typical live experiments run maybe about 2 to 3 hours. The pre-planning and the effort and the pre-experiment preparation runs about 2 to 3 days, and the post-experiment analysis cycle and the modification for the next test plan can run a week or two. So to give you an idea, that gives you a little bit of proportion. We have a lot of respect for it.
Without getting specific, Doctor, because you may not want to, I don't know. What you mentioned funding. Obviously, the kind of work you're doing requires a lot of money. Where does the money come from? What kind of sources?
Well, early on, I had to fund a lot of my own research. Now, the funding, and I think it's no secret, we get funding from both private investors as well as some agencies in the government have interests in what we're doing. But to be honest with you, the largest part of our funding and interest, it comes from really 2 areas. If I had to give you the top 2, one, it would be from the medical community, because they see the long-term possibility, and they also have a lot of money to invest every year. The second area, outside of that, I'm trying to think. It's almost a toss-up, but we do have some interest from the government. But I'd say number one, it really is the medical community, and then there's some people with regards to industrial process and research or scientific test acceleration.
With regard to any funding that might be coming from the government, an obvious question. What application do they appear to be interested in?
Well, I really can't talk a lot about specifics.
Yeah,
on
okay,
that particular
I'll
project
read
you
right
mentioned.
between that line, no problem, because
No,
I think I know the answer to it.
What I can say is that that's what a lot, actually, believe it or not, the one thing I can say is that a lot of people hear the name Project Dark Star, which is the name we gave our initial project to explore time warp field technology. And a lot of people think that it sounds very sinister, like a military weapons program. Actually, it was only because of the Doppler effect in the boundary layer and what we saw visually.
In other words, you didn't really name this project Project Dark Star until you made the observation of the field change.
That is correct. And I tell you, to sit here and observe this thing, it's absolutely amazing. You said it before, is that when you see something like this work, we all know that gravity and time can warp space and time, that time is not an absolute. This is all science fact, it's not science fiction, but to see it actually in action at this scale is absolutely fascinating.
Mind-boggling, actually.
It is, and I think what's interesting is I think we don't even get, after the amount of time I've spent on this, I never lose my fascination and wonder when I see us open up a field and start adjusting time rates. But the people who see this field in operation, Art, the most interesting thing is they always call me back in a month, 3 to 4 weeks, and they say, I can't look at the world the same way. I said they knew in their back of the mind that time and space were not an absolute, and that time is mutable, and but when you walk down the street anymore, you don't...
I understand that. How could you look at the world, everything, in the same way at all, ever again, once you had observed that?
Well, it's amazing. Sometimes you have to ask the opposite question, and I'd say to your listeners, how can you not look at it? We know. I mean, the fact that time is mutable and can be dilated, and that we live in a universe that's made up of a dynamic web of energy. This is the fabric of the universe and the world we live in. But sometimes we tend to shrink the size of the magic and all the wonder in the world to the size of our daily routine and material possessions. We have a cultural and biological evolution that we've been through that lets us look at time in one specific way.
Let me rip you back to the reality or the myth of the Philadelphia experiment. Do you think, Doctor, that there really was such an experiment? The reports of its effects may have been overblown, or maybe they were right because they talked about some pretty horrible injuries that occurred. Is that possible in your way of thinking?
Oh, wow. That's such a hard question because there's so much information on the subject out there. It's hard to know what was real, what wasn't, and unfortunately I wasn't there, Art. I wish I could say
hear
I was.
you,
Hey, who knows?
but I'm saying, based on what you know now about what you have done, if they had been doing what was described at that time, is it possible they would have done great biologic injury to, the volunteers?
I think, again, the technology that we're using is drastically different. But I think the answer to that is yes. I think you're pretty familiar with the dangers of electromagnetic radiation. Was this due to a rip or tear in time, or was it due to the radiation effect?
Or a little of both.
A little of both.
I mean, you'd be cooking people with immense amounts of rotating RF fields, as was described in that experiment, and so it could have been a little bit of both.
You know what's interesting, Art, is that obviously my background includes it's probably 20 years of math and science, and what's interesting is I just started opening up my mind about a year ago and doing more work studying the nature of time and philosophy. But we also run, and I'm not trying to plug here, but I think it would be helpful for your listeners. We have an organization called the Time Travel Research Association that's dedicated to studying the topics of time travel on any subject, from the Philadelphia experiment to the Montauk Project to philosophy to art to religion and all the ramifications. And I think when you ask me the question, do I believe, I'll just tell you I'm not going to say I don't believe, because as I've studied more and more outside of the rigid walls of math and physics that I've grown up in and lived all my life in, I realize that there's much to be learned there.
Is it just coincidence, Doctor, that you're on Long Island?
I can anticipate where you're going with regards to the story of the Philadelphia experiment and the Phoenix
Montauk,
Project being moved to Montauk.
That's right.
Is it a coincidence? Consciously, it is a total coincidence. Who knows subconsciously? Maybe there's a master plan or a path for me somewhere in the universe that led me to Long Island near Montauk. But consciously,
I mean, that must have entered your mind.
You know what? And yes, people ask me the question all the time. Actually, the Time Travel Research Center, when it was founded in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, and we still run one small office there.
Maybe so, but you're in Long Island.
And now we're in Long Island. Yes, our base of operations is out here. Yes.
Oh my goodness, what the future might hold for you, huh?
Absolutely.
You must spend a lot of time thinking about that. I certainly would. That's incredible. Listen, Doctor, hold on. We're at the top of the hour, so you've got a good break here. Oh my. Did any of you have any idea that this was going on? That you can actually move forward, accelerate time, manipulate time in a forward direction, or to some degree in reverse as well? And it's being done now? We'll be right back. Incredible stuff. Dr. David Anderson on Long Island is my guest, and he's telling us he has achieved time control. Has achieved time control. And I'll tell you again, because it's such a fantastic claim, more about Dr. Anderson in a moment. What a night. All right, some absolutely fantastic claims being made, and so once again, I think this is important. David Anderson, the man you're listening to right now, is a former U.S. Air Force officer, flight test engineer, and scientist. He developed a passion for space-time study while conducting research at the prestigious Air Force Flight Test Center, where he found actually cured an anomaly in satellites being not where they ought to be, and that led to all the time study. For the last 20 years since, he's been formulating and developing his breakthrough concepts in space-time physics and the study of time. His work led to the development of what is today called time-warped field theory. His research holds the first promise for the development and application of practical time control technology. In 1995, Dr. Anderson founded the Time Travel Research Center, today the world's most advanced research lab dedicated exclusively to the study and development of time control technology and its application in Long Island. His company also sponsors an organization called the Time Travel Research Association that networks time travel information and interests from more than 80 countries around the world. Here he is again. Doctor, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. I think it's worth a minute to take some time to ask you about the nature of time, or what you believe with your research you understand, if anything at all, about the nature of time itself.
Oh, Art, I love this question.
Good.
Well, you know, I think the best way to start with that question is to say that probably for about 2,000 years people have been asking it and have offered many answers, and I don't think I can improve on that. But I think one of the most important things that I always point out is that time is, to many of us, a very strange and curious thing. And one of the tests I'd encourage your listeners to do, if they haven't done it already, walk up to a friend or a family member or a stranger on the street and ask them, do you know what time is? And they'll all nod their head like, absolutely, yes, they do. Mm-hmm. And they're almost sure to answer yes. But when they do and you ask them to explain it, they'll never have an answer for you. They cannot find the words to explain what time is. And what's interesting is, even as far back as the 4th century, St. Augustine even said it differently. He said, what then is time? If no one asks me, I know. If I wish to explain it to one that asketh, I know not. And it tells you it's a very deep insight into what the psychology of time really is. I think also, sometimes I think maybe after 2,000 years we don't seem to have a good definition for time.
No.
Maybe perhaps we don't want to understand it. A lot of times people talk about time with a negative connotation because maybe it's linked to our own mortality.
Sure, it's our enemy ultimately, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, my favorite quote that captures that whole meaning is, from Star Trek Generations. Time is the fire in which we burn. And the other one is time is a great teacher, but unfortunately it kills all its pupils. I feel that way sometimes.
But it may not necessarily always be so.
I think that is correct. I think that is correct, or I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. I think, this is actually an interesting area for me, and I'll talk about it too much, Art, so you have to reel me in. But,
no, go.
A lot of times we feel that time exists independent of us. But honestly, perhaps this belief is really just an illusion, and time is really something that is measured and perhaps created in our mind and our body's perceptions. Maybe time doesn't really exist. Maybe time is really measured in the mind.
It is, after all. It is our invention, in a sense, isn't it? It's just a perception. In other words, objects move. We measure that movement, the stars, the planets, and therefore we know that it takes time, X number of... We can measure units of something or another for an orbit, say.
Yes.
But really, that really may be our invention.
That may be our invention. That's exactly right. If you look at physiological, biological time, maybe it's the impression it leaves on the mind. I mean, our mind expects the future, which then becomes the present. When it becomes the present, our mind attends to us, and then it becomes the past, which we remember. And maybe that future and past doesn't really exist. I think what's even more interesting, Art, if you look at the world of quantum physics today, I have so many friends working in this field, and you look at what's coming out of the hard science, out of the particle accelerators and super colliders,
right.
It's more in line with the notions of time and space that were offered by the Hindus, the Buddhists, and the Taoists 2,000 years ago.
Well, I was going to ask, in other words, you're working on the hardware aspect of time manipulation.
That is correct.
Which is really fascinating to me, but there may be another way to manipulate time in the metaphysical arena, or do you sort of...
the answer to that question, I have an answer that I can't really back up well. Again, my whole life has been living in the world of mathematics and physics and living within the rigid walls, inside the walls of analytical science. But I personally believe that as we keep developing our time control technologies and the applications emerge, and then we look at true time travel or interdimensional travel, I think as much as we'll look at it with regards to technology and science in terms of hardware, I think at the same time we'll see great advances coming out of the study of the human mind and metaphysics and the power of the human mind.
Maybe so. But coming back to your hardware, if you put a clock in a time warp field, aren't there... In other words, what about this old thing of you cannot go back and meet yourself, or you would destroy yourself or something like that, or kill your grandfather? All these problems with potential time travel. On a smaller scale, wouldn't those problems also exist? In other words, if you've had a clock in a field and it's coming out of either the past or the future, in essence, when you bring it out of the field, doesn't it, in essence, collide with itself? Isn't there a potential problem there, or is there not? And if not, why not?
I don't believe in cause and effect or cause and consequence or whatever you want to say. I believe that cause and effect is dead. I think that that our world and the science of mathematics and physics now show that time travel to the future, time travel to the past, or time control technology is all real science. I think this notion of cause and effect is more along the lines of paradoxes. Like, for instance, it's nonsense to suggest that a moving object shrinks and gets heavier, or it's nonsense to suggest that an astronaut who travels to a distant star and returns will be younger than her twin brother she left behind. But it's not science fiction. It's science facts. And I think what we see here, Art, is really... these are sometimes what we call paradoxes, but I think these paradoxes are places where our rational minds really bump into their own limitations.
Well, I wouldn't see a paradox involved in, for example, an astronaut, as you point out, traveling, coming back, and relatively not having aged. Don't see a paradox there.
Correct.
But in creating a field, a time warp field, as you have done, I do see a potential paradox or effect of some kind. In other words, here we've got something rushing as you bring it back from the future or the past back into the present again.
Yes.
How my mind can't wrap around that concept.
I think there's when we talk about the twin paradox or the astronaut traveling at high speeds. Okay, you're absolutely right. That's a time dilation in a forward direction. It's very simple to understand, and they're right. There's no way to go back into the past and change a cause and effect. But if you look at what Kurt Gödel did and Frank Tipler with regards to closed time-like curves and rotating cylinders, they have shown that travel to the past does not violate the laws of math and physics. It's reverse time travel again. Time travel to the past does not.
I'm not familiar with them. Please, what have they done?
Well, Kurt Gödel in the 1940s, it was a German mathematician. He came up with the concept of something called a closed time-like curve, and oh wow, this could be a very detailed conversation.
That's all right.
Essentially, it shows that there's a concept called a light cone that many of your listeners might be familiar with. It's a space-time diagram, and it shows that if you're an object, you must move forward in time, and if you move forward in time, you can't move at a faster speed than the speed of light. So, if for every place in space, there's what's called a light cone, where the forward faces the future faces in one direction, and the past faces in another direction.
Okay.
However, the orientation of the future and the past, or space-time at every point of space, we live in a world, in a universe of curved space-time, can be different. So what Kurt Gödel showed, and he was the first person to present it, was that if you're in a curved space, when curved space could be created by heavy gravity, that light cone, if you followed a sequence of light cones that each pointed in a different direction, eventually they could loop back on yourself.
Heavy gravity as in really heavy gravity.
Very,
as in
heavy gravity.
Black hole, edge of black hole type gravity, right?
Not quite that magnitude,
no?
But very close, yes. And Frank Tipler took Kurt Gödel's work and he expanded greatly on it, and even he published a number of papers on what's called the Tipler cylinder, or the rotating cylinder. And it talks about a hypothetical cylinder large, infinitely long cylinder you could build in space, heavy enough mass, you rotate it, you could actually fly a ship along a specific path and go back into the past. And Art, what's most exciting about this, I'd encourage your listeners to read about it, is the first proof that shows that travel to the past does not violate the laws of math and physics.
Well, that would be like Star Trek. In other words, they travel in essence, hyperdimensional space along a specific path and achieved time travel to the past.
Yeah, I think in some ways, like, for instance, in some of those movies where they did the slingshot around the sun, using the heavy gravity of the sun, that's where they were trying to capture, some of the science behind it.
Well, we've done those kind of slingshot things with some of our satellites to attain speeds to get outside. Around Jupiter, there's plenty of gravity there, for example.
Certainly.
I think we've been slingshotting things that way for some time.
Oh,
so
we see from satellites, Art, we see time dilation every day. When we have satellites that are on the opposite side of the sun from Earth, we can actually measure the time dilation due to gravity. We see the delays in the signals coming from the satellite due to the gravity of the sun. These are all, again, it's all science fact.
Doppler effect.
In that case, it's more of a it's a byproduct of Einstein's general relativity, that heavy gravity curves space-time, so the signal travels a longer path or a shorter path.
Well, a spacecraft way the hell out there should be able to get a signal back here at the speed of light. And are you suggesting to me that either it's getting here faster or slower as a result of the gravitational fields that it encounters on the way?
Absolutely. This is measured. This has been measured. I mean, this has been measured. I won't say dozens, hundreds of times.
Well, then aren't they sitting there scratching their heads, saying, "What the hell's going on?"
Oh, no. Actually, in this case, when you talk about the effect of general relativity on a small scale, dilating a signal so it comes back 2 seconds or a couple hundred milliseconds later than it should because it's passing nearby the sun.
Right.
That's a minor thing. It's relatively insignificant. But when you talk about increasing that to the point where, Frank Tipler's model took it, where you're close enough to heavy gravity for a long enough time, You literally can do it. And what's interesting, Art, nobody in the world, no physicist, no mathematician, since Frank Tipler published his paper in 1965, can disprove it. And it's a great place. If somebody wants to study some of the fundamentals of time travel to the past, start with the work done by Frank Tipler.
Rotating.
Yeah, actually, the name of his paper, you can find it. You can find some information on our website under Tipler cylinders or rotating cylinders.
Tipler cylinders. What specifically were they physically?
His was a theoretical model of a large, massive spinning cylinder. Yes. And actually, we have a.
You know what that reminds me of? I'm sure there's no way in the world you miss seeing the movie Contact.
No, I did see it. You're absolutely right. Yes.
Good. Do you remember the giant machine?
Yes.
Do you remember the giant rotating cylinder? The rotations within rotations?
Yes, I remember that.
Did that seem really logical to you?
And believe it or not, there's a couple theories about time travel to the past. I'm going to answer your question a little bit roundabout. Is that one is using a Tipler cylinder, a rotating cylinder, you can accomplish reverse time travel. The other is with the possibility of a wormhole. One of the new ones put together by, I'm going to get his name wrong, Gott from Princeton University, I forgot his first name, was something called cosmic strings.
String theory.
Well, a little bit different. The concept is with a rotating cylinder, there's this theoretical object in space that might be a remnant of the Big Bang called a hypothetical cosmic string. And if that was to pass by a spinning mass, it could create warp space-time, or
Doctor, holy smokes, hold it right there. We'll be right back. Oh, my goodness. My guest is Dr. David Anderson. I'm Art Bell. A very good friend of mine, just back from an overseas trip, sends the following. Art, the subject tonight contains within it the ultimate enigma. And I'm reminded of this observation. Time is God's way of keeping everything from happening all at once. Now, if we can just find a way to counter this entropy thing, your guest's exciting work may provide an incredible step in this direction. Dr. David Anderson will be right back. All right, once again, Dr. David Anderson. Doctor, very quickly, a couple of things have come in. A lot of faxes are just pouring in here. A couple of them say the following. De Palma, in the mid-'60s, put an FM receiver above a shielded rotating mass, and the received frequency was shifted radically. Now, is that time travel or space-time alteration? Rotation, rotation, rotation.
Yeah, it seems to be a common element, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Could you mention the name of the person who did the experiment again?
De Palma. And here's another one. He put a clock over a rotating mass, and that clock slowed down. Again, a rotating mass, angular momentum equals changing space-time constants.
Well, as I mentioned, I'm not familiar specifically with this now.
Well, the name doesn't matter, but does the theory sound to you?
If the mass was extremely large, then the theory is it's consistent with Einstein's general theory of relativity. If the mass is small, then there would need to be something else going on for that type of time dilation to occur.
Okay.
Time variance to occur.
All right. Here's one. Hi, Art. I'm interested in time travel, but wonder how it can be determined that time warping is the real effect being achieved and not some other effect that simulates time travel. Can it absolutely be determined this is actual time acceleration or deceleration for that matter?
Our experimentation is completely quantitative. Our reference imitation that we've used, like I said, we didn't do this just off of simply our test with plant seedlings. We've used plant seedlings and germination cycles. We've used electrical clocks. We've used mechanical clocks. And we've accumulated the data. We've done the tests. And actually, that part of the testing is behind us. We have that part done.
With how much trepidation do you approach the next volley of tests?
Well,
and what are they?
The next volley of tests is to compete is to continue to work on what we're doing with the tissue preservation. But the real big next step for us, Art, is to move into a living tissue or a live animal testing, which, testing with animals or a living organism is a very controversial area. But even more so, we actually, a lot of people feel our experimentation into the study of time is blasphemy or is something that we shouldn't be doing.
Well, I'm not sure of that myself. In other words, I do have questions. Since we don't, and we discussed this earlier, you freely admit we don't understand the nature of time, then we don't understand whether it's going to be, in essence, some sort of blasphemy, do we?
I don't.
That's a hard question.
No, it's a wonderful question. Those are the best kind of questions, Art. Is that I don't feel it's blasphemous. I think the nature of time, again, and our lack of understanding it is really, again, just a place where our mind is bumping into its own limitation. I mean, we live in a wonderful universe, a wonderful world filled with all kinds of magic, and we just don't see it and we don't understand it all the time. And that doesn't mean pursuing this is a wrong thing to do. Pursuing it with danger or risk to life would be a wrong thing to do. But pursuing time control technology and all the benefits that it's already showing us, and that, again, we hope to have this in everyday application within the next 5 to 10 years.
So you really see nothing but good morality and ethics involved?
Yeah, our biggest concern sometimes is could this technology be perverted or used for bad purposes?
Well, here's another fact, sir. A great show. Please ask Dr. Anderson if his funding is by the government, and at what point during his time research and development would the government come in, take control of his work in the name of national security. Now, before you say won't happen, remember when Tesla died, our government, in fact, rushed in, grabbed everything he had, including all the files and everything in his lab, and took it. And we still, to this very day, have not seen it.
I don't know. As you know, I'm a patriot. I've spent a number of years as a scientist and engineer in the Air Force.
Right.
I'm very loyal to this country. I also keep one eye open. I don't know the answer to that. The government's interest in my work right now appears to be sincere and more of just a monitoring of the technology. I can't anticipate that. I'm not a naive person, but I like to think that that won't become an issue as long as we control the technology and the security well enough ourselves.
Oh, I don't know. There would be obvious military application. Or they'd sure think of one.
Yeah.
And
eventually, yes, Art. I believe you're right. In another 5 to 10. I mean, right now, the everyday applications we're going to see first are harmless and totally beneficial in the area of medical and scientific testing. Could this technology, as it continues to advance, be perverted into something destructive or not for a good purpose? The answer is probably yes. But I'm not concerned about it right now because we're not at that point.
Well, I guess early on in the development of atomic energy, the primary goal was one of creating a bomb. You know, we weren't thinking of radiation for cancer cures, blunderbuss method as that may be. We were thinking about making a bomb to end a war.
Yes.
So you're not operating under that same kind of mandate and stress.
Not today, I'm not, no. And again, we monitor carefully. We obviously have a lot of security precautions in place. We protect our work. And again, even if somebody had access to all of our technology today, they would find it mostly, all the testing we've done, really, the technology today couldn't be used for anything.
Is your research facility nevertheless highly secure?
It's I can see it on nationwide radio. I'm going to say it's not secure. We're always looking for ways to improve it. We have a lot of precautions with regards to our facility, more importantly, our information and our systems. There's always ways to improve it, and you know what? We're always having attempted compromises. The last one was probably last week, so.
Compromises? You mean in people trying to get your information?
Yeah, in this case, last week it was somebody trying to get information, trying to hack into our system, which was kind of a useless attempt, but it was attempted nonetheless. But
Let me ask this, Doctor. If you're doing what you say you are doing in this country, then what are the Chinese doing? What are the Russians doing? What are the Swiss doing? What are the English doing? What's going on around the world? Do you have any sense at all of other parallel experimentation? Because that tends to occur with almost every new technology, parallel experimentation. What's going on elsewhere? Any hints?
Absolutely. First off, I'll tell all your listeners, if they're making a big mistake if they don't think that public investors, private investors, and governments all around the world are funding research in this area. Our government's doing it. It's a matter of public record.
Well, I didn't know that.
It's done under, I think back in the late 80s, as early as the late 80s, some of the investments started. They do it under the guise of labels like closed time-like curve research. Well, you know what a closed time-like curve is?
No, sir.
It's time travel to the past. It's retarding time travel to the past. That's exactly what it is. There's no other interpretation of it.
By what method?
Well, in this case, it was a theoretical funding that started back in the 80s by the U.S. government. It was funding of theoretical research. This continues to go on. In the former Soviet Union, there were a number of projects in place. Those have kind of faded, mostly due to funding. There's still a few scientists there holding on. Dr. Novikov, who's the other person?
Yeah, they're pretty broke.
Yeah, that's their biggest problem right now. Alexander Frolov is also trying to do some work. He's not making quite as much progress as Dr. Novikov.
Do you think we're doing the leading research right now?
I think I think the answer to that is yes. I believe the answer to that is yes. You look at some of the theoretical work that Kip Thorne is doing, Dr. Gott in the United States. This is wonderful work. But again, I'm not naive. There is work going on in other areas. In China, I don't know.
You do understand that what you're saying to a lot tonight to many people out there, including me, by the way, is a complete blowaway. We had no idea that such experimentation was underway anywhere, much less here, much less Long Island.
Well, I think the interesting thing is that I think the hardest part is like I said earlier. Sometimes we shrink all this magic in the world to the size of our daily routines, and we have a lot of cultural and biological evolution where we're conditioned that time is a certain thing. But what's interesting is these concepts. Like for instance, we were just talking before the last break about reversing time travel and the death of cause and effect. This is taught. This concept of space-time diagrams and closed time-like curves is now taught in college-level physics courses. Mm-hmm. And this is not, but what's interesting is because we don't see the effects of this apparent in our daily lives and we haven't been exposed to it, we don't accept it, we don't think about it. It doesn't mean it's not there.
This could eventually lead to real time travel. What do you imagine if real-time travel, Doctor, were to become possible, not just time control in the field that you've created, but real-time travel? What would be the rules attached to it? Would there be rules? In other words, if I were to travel back into time, would I be able to physically interact in that time in every normal way one can imagine, or would I be not fully in that time? I'm not even sure what I'm asking here.
No, that's fine. It's actually, believe it or not, it's one of the biggest philosophical questions around this type of research that's going on in a lot of different fields.
Because as we leave this time in your time warp field, we see a darker presence to a material object. So one would imagine as you move deeper into time travel, forward or reverse, that there would be shifts that would occur. The kind of shifts you're talking about in time manipulation or time control that might virtually make you, I don't know, invisible or dysfunctional in another time.
Well, to answer your first question, I think a lot of people are familiar with the physicist Stephen Hawking. A number of years back, he published a paper called the Chronology Protection Conjecture, and it was exactly what it sounds like. He said that even if you could be able to go, it was physically impossible for time travel, and if you could go back in time, you could never change anything because somehow the universe will protect its timeline.
Yes.
Now, he since, that was early on in his career, he since repealed that, and he now stands with all the physicists of the world saying that time travel to the past does not violate the laws of physics and mathematics. But it is a question. Is there something that would protect you or prevent you from going back and altering a timeline? I think one of the things that a lot of people see as the first application is viewing through time versus travel through time.
Right.
The ability to go back and view events that happened in the past or events that might be in the future. And that's one way that some...
Yeah, I can imagine that would come before a physical transference.
And a lot of people bring that up, Art, because that's their way of addressing the issue that, if it's the issue of the butterfly's wing. What happens if you went back to the days of the dinosaur and you stepped on a butterfly? Well, that butterfly didn't flap its wings the next minute and create a breeze that created a storm, and the whole history of the Earth was,
That's right,
was destroyed. Yes. And by only having viewing capability, you could never interact, and therefore
that seems very radical to me. I would think that Occam's razor would suggest that such a small occurrence would not have such a large effect.
Yes.
Wouldn't it? More quickly, in other words, that it would be sort of like a ripple that would dissipate and the current would continue as before?
It's possible. It's possible. I don't know the answer, but I've looked at it from both sides, and I go around in circles every time I get into the discussion. So it's a good point you're raising, though.
Well, when you activate this time warp field, and you're sitting there staring at an object getting darker, moving forward or reverse in time. No, wait a minute. You said darker only in one direction. Which was it?
Yeah. The object. It's when we accelerate the time rate inside the field, so the time rate is moving faster than outside of the field. We actually see a darkening of the object, but that's an optical effect. It's an optical effect of the change in the colors or the frequencies. As a matter of fact, it's very similar for your listeners. It's very similar to a radar gun that a policeman would use. He fires off a frequency, say it's 100 megahertz, hits your car, and when it comes back, it's 100 megahertz plus the speed of your car.
That's right.
And it's a Doppling. It's a Doppling effect. He's seeing a higher frequency, and he knows the difference. And that's exactly what happens. Colors are frequencies.
That machine measures the difference and reads out 70 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour,
yes,
whatever.
Yeah, so that's exactly what we're seeing. The Doppling effect in our boundary layer is really just, increasing or decreasing the frequencies of the colors of the object.
Yeah, I know. But when you're sitting there looking at that object, changing in that manner, you are sitting there watching time warp. I mean, what kind of experience psychologically is that? I suppose by now you're used to it, but the first time you saw something like that happen in your experimentation, you must have just been in awe.
I still am, Art. I still am. We have a very interesting setup. We have a mechanical, it's a mechanical a clock that uses metal balls. It's a pure, very simplistic metal clock, but part of the mechanism of the clock are these balls that slide down a tray and then drop through the air into another part of the clock. And what we can actually see as we reduce the time rate inside the field, you can see the balls falling slower. The impression, the effect on people who have seen it, and it's still on myself, is amazing. It's hard to walk down the street and look at the world other than just this amazing place and world of dynamic web of energy, and a place where space and time are things that we just are wonderful. Anyway, I'm going off.
Would such travel into the past for a biological entity, were it possible, make that? Would the entity arrive in another time, still aging at the same linear rate, with time moving at the same linear rate, or would that biological organism arrive in the past and be younger?
Well, first off, biologically speaking, like say for instance, as we retard time, or you look at the case of rotating cylinders or Tipler cylinders, in that case, the biological entity would be sent back into time, and they would remain at the same age, and they would age at a normal rate. The question becomes, if you send somebody back in time, you can send their biological. What about their spirituality? This is a question that gets asked me, and maybe your listeners have some answers because I don't. To send somebody back in time, what does that do to the spiritual aspects of one's mind and person and soul? We don't know the answer to that.
I sure don't either. I have no idea. I think that it would. It might challenge some closely held beliefs, mightn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. What's interesting is this challenging of some of these closely held beliefs began as early as the 1960s. Like I said, you could pick up the phone and call any physicist, any Nobel Prize-winning physicist, and ask them about Kepler cylinders and general relativity and is reverse time travel possible without violating the laws of math and physics? They'll all tell you the same thing, yes, but we choose not to see it. It's absolutely amazing sometimes.
Well, one of the great theoretical physicists that I speak with is Dr. Michio Kaku.
Oh, a wonderful individual.
Many times. I guess you may have heard of him.
Oh, of course. I think everybody knows his books, Hyperspace.
Yeah, sure.
He's done some wonderful work on
co-founder of the string theory.
Absolutely.
So on and on. So he has suggested that, yes, time travel, he believes, may be possible eventually, but the amount of power required.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. That was one of the points I brought up earlier on in our discussion, is the most exciting thing about our time warp field technology, and the most amazing thing to us is the fact that we've produced these results without the energy that's predicted. Like, for instance, a lot of people say the amount of energy required to tear time and space is something called the Planck's constant.
Yes.
In this case, that's the exciting thing. To a physicist, the exciting thing about our time warp field technology is that we've accomplished it with a significant lower level of power.
So obviously the goal of the continued research would be to get closer and closer and closer to smaller amounts of power producing larger effects, yes?
Yeah, we're much closer there. And actually, I think that's where a big part of our discovery was. And I think everybody's familiar with electromagnetic waves. As a matter of fact, everybody's sitting in front of a radio right now listening. Some of them are probably on the internet listening to streaming audio, but most of them are probably listening to a radio.
Doctor, hold that thought. I'm sorry. My clock says what it says, and I can't change that, so I've got to take a break here. Hold on. Dr. David Anderson is my guest, and we are talking about time. Where time and spirituality meet the road, you've got to wonder if some of the strange things that we discuss here, the apparitions, the ghosts, the spirits, the whatever you want to call them, if they don't have something to do with time,
I walk away like a movie star.
That if there isn't every now and then some sort of aberration with regard to time that produces these things that we simply cannot explain. Worth a little bit of thought. God, this is fascinating. We are going to go to the phones with Dr. Anderson shortly, but just a few more things. Doctor, you heard what I said coming into this hour. If spirituality and all of this hits the road at the same time,
yes, I agree. When you mentioned Michio Kaku's work in hyperspace, he even draws some of those ideas that perhaps a lot of spiritual beliefs, a lot of people suffering from multiple personality disorders, schizophrenia, are possibly in tune with other parallel universes.
Yes.
A lot of interesting possible ties there.
Here's a hardware question regarding the field that you have created. If the object, which you have said going forward, or reverse, you would begin to see visual detectable changes in the spectrum, right?
That is correct.
Okay. If the object was actually in a slower time and it went back far enough or forward far enough, is it not probable that eventually it would simply disappear from the field?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because what we're seeing again is an optical phenomenon. It just means that it's again similar to the radar gun used by a policeman.
Yes,
That we're
but
seeing an increase of the frequency when we, at the end of say we've had that object in the field and we've accelerated it at 300%, say for 2 or 3 hours. When we tune the field, when we modulate the field back down and remove the object is still the same color. It's still the same. There's no different in the material structure of the object or makeup.
but you've changed something in time. In other words,
Certainly, that object is now aged either more or less than the other objects around it.
but for that to have occurred, it had to actually be in a somewhat physically, it had to be in a different time as well. 2 places at once, or progressively in 2 places at once. I'm not sure of what I'm saying, but I'm closing my eyes and I'm imagining the process.
No, I understand. Sometimes
It all comes back to the nature of time, which we...
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But if it were to disappear ultimately, then you've got the time travel machine kind of time travel.
That is correct. We have not seen any effect like that. I mean, we've been doing live experiments now for almost 3.5 years, and we haven't seen any phenomena of an object disappearing.
What would you conclude if you did?
If I did,
in other words, if at some advanced point with a smaller amount of power and a larger effect, an object disappeared, what would you conclude? What would you imagine had occurred to that object?
Oh, wow. We've given this some thought because, as I mentioned before, there are many. We have many questions. Sometimes in some areas we have more questions than answers. And matter of fact, you brought this up. One of the other areas that we have, where we have a big question, is we seem to be receiving power inside the time warp field that is not coming from us.
That cannot be accounted for.
Cannot be accounted for. When I say that, we know from our time warp field theory model and the basic models and laws of physics how much energy should be required to maintain our field. When we induce a field and create it, we pull the power back on the laser array to maintain it. However, the amount of energy we're inducing is not enough to maintain the field.
Achieve the effect.
Where's the energy coming from? We know it's there. We have sensor arrays. We can see what energy is active. Is it coming from, I'm being hypothetical now, is it coming from a parallel universe? Is it coming from hyperspace? Is it coming from maybe an effect of quantum gravitation that we don't understand?
This 0-point stuff that people talk about.
Yes, exactly. And we actually have a project called Project Prime Zero that's dedicated totally to trying to understand what we're seeing here. And that energy loss is one of our biggest unknowns right now today.
So then,
it's not a loss of energy; it's an unknown source of energy.
So then, if an object disappeared, you'd be sitting there not knowing whether it really had simply physically moved to another time, or had essentially been dissembled, its molecules scattered to the wind.
Yeah, it's interesting. I realize I didn't answer your question.
That's why I brought it up again.
The answer is, I think more and more. I'm believing. I think I would give a lot of credibility to the idea of it moving into another universe. If I saw this, and again, hypothetically, I have not seen this yet. We have not seen this.
As opposed to another time, another universe, rather than another time, parallel universe.
Yes, because I believe time is really just more of an artificial creation. I think this notion of past, present, and future is, I think we'll find out. It'll become very self-evident that our understanding of what we label time isn't a very good understanding. What's interesting, for your listeners who like to do a little bit of research, and you mentioned this issue about, what about all these other phenomena we see, whether it be things in spirituality or multiple personality disorders or schizophrenia.
Well, or even stranger things, Doctor, like an apparition or a ghost or
teleportation.
Something that to us is magic. I mean, if something manifests itself, and we believe me, I am in touch with some of the top researchers in the nation, like the Bigelow people. I'm sure you've heard of them, and they've got a ranch, and they've done some really incredibly tight scientific work documenting things that are just simply, absolutely, totally can't be. They're anomalous, and yet they've got documentation of them.
Yeah.
Now, mightn't some of these weird things have answers when your work matures?
I think so. I think what we're looking at too. We look at some of these things, like we talk about the telekinesis, the teleportation, and all the other things you mentioned, and we keep them separate sometimes from the analytical science. What's interesting is I think sometimes they're complementary. Neither one can be comprehended in the other right now, nor can either of them be reduced to the other. But kind of both of them are necessary. Both of them are true, and both of them have a foundation. But I think what this is leading to is eventually there will be a common bridge and a common scientific model that will tie together a lot of the ideas held within spirituality and this other research like being done by Bigelow and the people sitting there in the quantum physics labs. I think eventually we'll see a new model of the universe that will tie to that. As a matter of fact, there's a gentleman I just met. I was in Europe about 4 weeks ago. A gentleman by the name of Mihai Dragonescu. He works at the Romanian Academy in Bucharest.
Right.
And he has a theory that there's no such thing as matter in space and time. There's only information and energy, and universes are spun off of this, and he has done a tremendous amount of work. And he addresses within his theory not only issues that address with the hard issues of analytical physics and science, but it also transcends into spirituality and teleportation and other things, and it's a single model that bridges all this together. It's fascinating work.
You've heard Kaku talk, haven't you, about the bubble, the theory of a bubble, a universe, a sort of a bubble of, I don't have the right words for it, unfortunately, but an informational kind of thing that you just talked about, in essence, a universe created purely from information.
And energy, yes. Yes, I'm familiar with his work too. And who else is it? There's another gentleman who's done some work. He did a book called The Conscious Universe, Kafatos. I'm not pronouncing his name properly, but similar work as well. And this is a new Dr. Keku, Kafatos, and Mihai Dragonescu. The three of them are probably three of the people at the leading edge of this new model of the universe.
Whew. All right, there are a lot of people waiting to talk to you, so let's try some questions and see how we do with that. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Dr. Anderson.
Hello.
Yeah, I have a question.
All right, where are you, sir?
Oh, my name's Joshua. I'm from Spring Creek, Nevada.
All right, Joshua, let her rip.
Yeah, inside the field, what effect does gravity have on anything inside the field?
Actually, right now, in terms of gravity, we see no, if you're talking about physical observed gravity with regards to weight and other issues, we don't see any effect, any change whatsoever. What we do see, though, Joshua, is I mentioned to you that, I just mentioned just earlier that we saw there seems to be an unknown source of energy. And what we believe it might be possibly due to is some type of quantum gravity that we don't understand, or some type of, perhaps I'll use the word a little bit differently, microgravity. Obviously, the effects that we're producing within our time warp field are due to, are more in line with the models of general relativity that talks about how mass and gravity can warp space and time. And that's what we're seeing more than anything else. And we believe that there is a gravity effect, but not anything that would be more of a weight issue. It's more of a boundary layer issue.
Okay, one other question. Is there a connection to your research to torsion field research?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Is there a connection between your research and torsion field, spin field?
Oh, torsion?
Yes.
A little bit. I wouldn't say a lot, no. Not at this time.
Okay. So in other words, then, thank you, caller. If a clock, on top of its value as a clock for the kind of research you're doing in that field, were placed on a scale, something I'm sure you've done, you see no difference.
There is no difference. That is correct. But we do believe in the boundary layer that...
Let me think about that.
That we do believe, though, in the boundary layer that the time rate divergence that we create is due to more general relativistic laws. And we also feel that might have some play in why we're seeing energy within the field that we're not injecting into it.
Okay. Wild card line, you're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Got a question for you.
All right. Where are you? Where are you first?
This is Mark in Gloversville, New York.
All right.
I was wondering, have you attempted to put a small TV inside the field to pick up a live broadcast in the future?
Oh.
Mike, it's a wonderful question. The answer is no, we have not, but yeah, it would be interesting to see. Actually,
maybe a little LCD model.
Yeah.
Actually, based on the model, based on the model, I don't think we would see anything. But you know what? It might be worth talking about with the team here just to try it, just to rule it out as a possibility.
All right, thank you.
You're quite welcome,
Thank
Mike.
you. He's got an awfully good point in a way. Theoretically, if the object is moving into the future or moving into the past, its ability to be picking up what's broadcast live should be to some degree compromised, shouldn't it?
Well, actually, this is a real common. I'll call it a little bit of a common misconception. Is that I'm going to go back and use a simpler example. If we look at special relativity, let's talk about the twin, the astronaut who flies off to a distant star and returns. She did not travel into the future. She experienced a accelerated time rate, or a decelerated time rate, I should say, with regards to the person left behind. Mm-hmm. With that said, is that, those types of things, like some people have said, when you slow down time, wouldn't that, another common misconception is that astronaut who's traveling to the distant star, her time rate slows so much, wouldn't that mean that her temperature would slow down and her the temperature would go to absolute zero and she would die? Or the answer is no. I mean, the laws of special relativity and general relativity really wouldn't allow that. But like I said, Mike brings up such a wonderful point. It might be worth a try just to know it is or isn't.
Well, you would be obviously creating such a large field that electromagnetic reception would be compromised anyway, so I don't know if you'd get a good experiment.
Yeah, we would see Dopplering of the electromagnetics coming in and out.
But it is very, very interesting.
In fact, there's probably ways we could take that. Maybe Mike has given us the idea for another new project to put on the board in some way, shape, or form.
You guys on Long Island. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air.
This is Scott from Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Scott.
This is my first contact with art.
Well, hi there.
And I got everything broken down real simple. Can be either expressed in space, atoms, or opinions. That's for you, Art. And I got a question for the doctor.
Yes.
In the EMR radiation spectrum, you got ionizing radiation, which is X-rays, UVs, visual, and non-ionizing radiation, which is radio, microwave, VDTs. And even in the non-ionizing frequency, ELF is 100 hertz frequency down to 10, which will attack and rupture the organic molecules in the human cells.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious, what frequency are you testing in?
All right, that's a really good question. Hold the answer, doctor. In fact, you stay on the line, caller. We've got a break here, but that's a really, really good question. In what frequency range? Now, that may be proprietary. I don't know. We'll find out. But it's a really good question. I know in the case of the Philadelphia experiment, I know what the range was there. So we'll find out here in a moment. I'm Art Bell, and Dr. David Anderson is my guest. He has created something that I had no idea existed. He's actually controlled time. He's doing it now. He's created a time warp field technology. Bet you didn't know about that, did you? Because I sure didn't. I mean, this really is very serious news. And the direction it's headed, well, that may be even more serious. Tell you what, you stay right there and we'll do more. All right, this is really something. Back now to Dr. David Anderson and our caller. And caller, if you would rephrase your question quickly.
Yeah, I was just curious of what frequency range he was testing in.
Well, it's a two-part answer, Scott. if, as I mentioned, that there are two things that happen with frequency in our experiments. The first one is we do induce a rotational magnetic field, and there's two components to that. The frequency that we use. One of them is just over the 10-meter band, just over the TV band. The other one falls right at about 405 megahertz, which is probably going to fall very close to probably, I don't know, where was the Philadelphia experiment at? Don't tell me it was 405.
Actually, it was 100 and something, 130 or 40 megahertz, I believe, and then later 400 megahertz.
Yeah. What's interesting, as I mentioned before, though, Scott, is that the frequency that we use, or just the fact that we're inducing the rotational electromagnetic field, is important for stability, but it's not a key fundamental thing. The other place where frequency plays a role, as I mentioned, was in the Dopplering effect. On whatever we place inside the field and what's outside the field, how it, when it passes through the boundary layer, how it gets Dopplered up or down. Did I answer your question, Scott?
Yeah, well, theoretically, would time travel be able to let you get 8 hours of sleep in 4 hours?
Oh, I think that's my, personally, that's my number one goal. I want to figure out how not to sleep. Always think about the notion that by the time I'm 60 years old, I will have slept for 20 years, and I can't afford that much downtime.
Fewer slices of death.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mark, keep us up to date.
All right, thank you. All right, I've got one for you. If time travel were possible, I understand this calls for speculation on your part, but I just thought about this. If time travel were possible, and we could go truly into the past, and you did a very safe experiment, and took somebody who had just died, and moved them into the past, would we have in the past a dead body or an animated body?
You would have, my personal belief is a dead body. I'd say the alternative would be to go back before that person died, then pick them up, and then take them into the past. To give them more time, but not with. I think what all the relativistic effects that have ever been tested since the 1960s all show that that type of effect wouldn't happen. A dead body taken back would be dead. But if you went back before the death, picked up that person, and took them back, then you would have obviously give them perhaps more time, depending on why they died.
Or moving toward one of your hoped-for applications, you might move back in time and find the person had a weakened artery wall that was about to kill them, and or did kill them in a certain time, and move back, and after the autopsy, go back and medically repair that before the horrible accident.
A lot of interesting possibilities. Absolutely right.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. David Anderson. Hello.
Hello, Senator Bell and Dr. Anderson.
Hello.
I called to comment about the relationship of space to time, but may I say one thing before that? I was so happy to hear Dr. Anderson talk about the fact that he thought we exist in a sort of a false reality, because that is exactly what the Ascended Masters teach. They are the higher spiritual beings. They say we do live in a false reality, and they say in reality there really is no space or time. But with that said, speaking of space and time, a long time ago, many years ago, it occurred to me that space has some kind of a relationship to time. And it seems that I've proved it to myself over the years. If I live in very close, very small quarters with a lot of things around me, especially if they're not kept in a good order, etc., I find I'm very, very limited in my time. Then when I have more space and larger quarters, and if I don't have so many material things around me, I seem to have very, very much more time. And I think that probably would affects everybody that way, and they haven't realized it.
Is there that relationship, Doctor?
I don't know. This is probably something I'm not qualified to comment on. When I when I speak of space and time, I'm looking at it more. I probably have to apologize to your caller because I think I've spent too much time in the world of pure analytical science, but I don't discount what she's saying.
Yes, well, I'm certainly enjoying your program very much.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. I think I understand what she's saying, but I understand also why you would not have an answer for that. But it's interesting. Hi there. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. David Anderson.
Hi, Art. This
Hi.
is Jason in Olympia, Washington.
Jason, you're going to have to yell at us a little. You're not too loud.
Okay. Hi, Art. My question for Dr. Anderson is, with your time alteration experiments, have you ever attempted these experiments with the clock mechanism shielded in like a metal ball, something that would completely isolate it from the electromagnetic field that you're generating, but still placing it within the boundary layer? And would you have any measurable time dilation effects under those conditions?
The answer to that question is absolutely yes. We have. We've used a number of different materials with a lot of different, I guess I'll say, characteristics with different permeability and permittivity from metals to synthetics and other things, and we have seen no effect as a result of having a clock inside a shield, which was interesting to us. We weren't sure exactly what to expect, and we finally got the field size larger. We were able to run those experiments, and we have not seen any detriment to having everything within the shell of the boundary layer is affected to the time rate divergence.
So in other words, the shield and the clock itself would be equally affected.
That is correct.
Caller?
Yeah, that makes good sense if it's a gravitational effect.
Sure does.
The other one that I would ask is if you have a light source outside of the transition region and it reflects or it passes through the boundary region, reflects off of the object and then comes back out, the Doppler shift through the transition should be linear in both directions. Is there any polarization effects? You mentioned a darkening, but is there any other blurring effects or things of that nature in light that bounces off of the object?
Well, this conversation gets a little complicated because when the object we put inside the field has a light source, and many times we do that, we put a light source within the field with the object and the reference equipment that we're using. That light source and the light that it's reflecting off the object and out is Dopplered out. Going into the field, what's interesting, you talk about light sources. If you think about this for a minute, we have a laser array of 12 lasers firing into this field. And when the Doppler rate is accelerated, when the frequency is accelerated as light passes into the field, we have exactly what you say. And we really haven't looked at, like for instance, the laser ambient light as it goes into the field coming out and any polarization effects. It really hasn't been
well, that would be coherent light, so it should be pretty easy to notice any effects that would cause. I was just wondering if it might be like a blurring effect, like heat distortion, like you'd see on a desert road. The only reason I really ask that is that over the years there's been a number of photographs taken of UFOs, and a lot of these photographs, some of them are blurry, and I mean a lot of it you could write off to just bad camera work. But if some of these blurring effects was like a Faraday rotation or some sort of magnetic dichloric response, then maybe there's a parallel between some sort of UFO propulsion mechanism and what you're working with.
Doctor?
Well, we see some when you talk about the blurring, and this is going to be different. I'm not necessarily saying what you're saying supports what we're seeing here, but the boundary layer is not. I mean, it's not a purely linear and stable at every range where we experiment and test. When we have a light source inside the field and we're looking at an object, there is some blurring, but I don't think it would be similar to the same effect that you're bringing up.
So are you then constantly striving to stabilize the field?
The field is very stable from accelerating to 300% and slowing down time rates down to about 15. But here's the issue. What we really want to do is, and we've done it, we've gone down to a zero time rate and tried to approach a negative time rate with inside the field.
Right.
And as we do that, though, as we get to 10% of the reference time rate, which again is the rate at which time passes outside of the field, we have an instability where the boundary layer starts not collapsing, but it enlarges or shrinks to the core of the field. And that's a problem. If we ever want to be able to regress disease, we have to solve that problem.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Hello.
Yeah, your anomalous power source is probably coming from a different time
of your experiment.
It could be. It could be. I have absolutely on that unexplained power that we're seeing. We know it's there. Either put it this way, we know a couple things. We either know that again, what we're seeing is when we create a field, the power we're providing isn't enough to keep it open. So we either have equipment that's in error, which we've ruled out, or the laws of physics are wrong, which we don't think they are, or there's a power source coming from within the field, and you're very well right. Maybe it's coming from the power that we're injecting at other times into the field ourselves and not from another universe. Who knows?
We measure speed of light by...
Hello?
Yes.
What happened to him? I guess he went away. Oh, well, we lost him. Doctor, have you ever, in a wild moment, wondered, sitting in the lab, whether one day you might, get a knock at the door, and there is an old, gray Dr. Anderson saying, "You want a quantum leap?"
I've wondered. I think one of my personality flaws and personality strengths is I'm a little too focused on my work. I live for my work, probably 12, 16 hours a day. So
I understand.
I don't give a lot of thought to it, but at times it does cross the mind. And the other question, maybe I can anticipate. A lot of people say, if you ever do expand the technology and to a point a human can step inside and go anywhere, where would you go in time? And I don't know the answer to that one either.
Is there any reason why that couldn't happen that you can imagine? In other words, as we imagine the power that you can't account for, perhaps coming from other experiments you have performed in the same rough place a year or 2 years or 10 years from now, then we might also imagine the possibility of, in other words, could it happen? Could you come back, providing yourself a quantum leap in technology, or would that be disallowed with what we understand or think we might know about the nature of time?
I do not think. I hold firmly my ground, and I think if you put the top 20 physicists in the room, 19 or 20 of them would agree is that it is not precluded. I mean,
not precluded.
It is not precluded that a person could travel back into time. It may be incredibly difficult. It may be incredibly difficult to achieve, either due to power or a lot more work to do on technology, but it is not impossible. It does not violate the law.
Well, then, how about this one? If time travel is to be possible, no matter when that might be, the big question is then, where be all the time travelers?
That's a good question. It's a good question. That's the one that's used to. That's the one Stephen Hawking uses in his chronology protection conjecture that we talked about earlier. He says his rationale for belief that there is time travel is impossible because we're not overwhelmed with time travel. One of the most common views is that, and Frank Tipler holds to this, is that when the first time machine that a human is built, he won't be able to go back any further than the day in time that the time machine was first constructed. And I don't believe that. Who knows? Perhaps it's explained through some of the theories of parallel universes and hyperspace. Another one is, the parallel universe theory that says if you go back and alter the timeline, the original timeline continues, but a parallel timeline branches off. Perhaps that is an explanation. I'm not sure I agree, but perhaps it is.
So that you would change an event, and events would continue in that timeline based on that change, on a totally kind of like on a separate highway, but the original highway would continue on as unchanged. Is that correct?
Exactly. So at any point in time, there are literally an unlimited or an infinite number of parallel universes all progressing at the same time.
Wouldn't we vastly complicate that with time travel? We would begin to cause all these branches.
It's possible, and you brought up that issue before. Are there dangers to the technology? Who knows? Maybe that could be one of the points.
Do you, with your team, spend much time talking about these dangers?
We talk about many things.
What are your worries?
Our biggest worries is to resist the temptation to try to test on a living person or animal too quickly, because we want to make this leap. We want to get.
But what's a mouse? What's a mouse more or less?
What's that?
What's a mouse more or less?
It depends. It depends on the individual you're asking the question to. It really does.
I'm asking you.
You're asking me.
A mouse more or less. In other words, how can you resist that temptation?
I believe that that the use of animals for testing, provided it is for a greater good, be it for animals or people or otherwise, is
yes.
good. I mean, reckless use of animals for scientific testing is something that just isn't very politically.
You're pretty sensitive to the issue.
Yeah, very sensitive to the issue. The biggest reason why I'm sensitive to it, Art, is I don't have strong feelings along that line, but what I don't want to see is our research and advancing our research to become a political movement or issue. And if we try to test on living animals too quickly and we had a mishap, it could really affect us politically, and it really could literally affect our real research.
Have you read Creighton's latest book?
Oh, what's the name?
I'm trying to remember the name of it myself now. I just read it.
Oh, you know what? I think I have it sitting here. And it's, oh, I should know that.
My wife is yelling it from the other room, and I can't hear it. She'll come in here and tell me in a second. It's important.
Oh, Timeline.
Timeline, thank you.
The answer is I have the audio tapes, and the plastic is still wrapped around them, so
I
have that.
In Timeline, they achieve time travel, but one of the very difficult side effects of it turn out to be something called transcription errors. In other words, some of the people who are incorrectly sent through time and return end up, for example, they do an MRI on the person, and a blood vessel that should be connected in an ongoing stream, as blood vessels are, suddenly is disjointed by a quarter of an inch or an eighth of an inch, and with obvious horrible effects. Transcription errors they talk about.
Yeah, I think I'm honestly, and I think the whole team here is really less sensitive to that. Again, in the case of relativity theory and its application, anything that's experiencing a relativistic effect, provided it's not caught in, let's call it, like a boundary layer, you're not going to have that type of problem. I think teleportation, that's always a big issue.
I know IBM is working on that.
Yeah, and that's a huge issue. As a matter of fact, there's a really interesting article in Scientific American about quantum teleportation this month, and it talks about this as a possible risk. I think the biggest question we have that we can't seem to get our arms around is, and it's not critical to our research right now, but we want an answer, is if we send an object back into time and we slow time rates and we accelerate time rates and we're moving these objects forward,
right?
And when we expand this to include a living animal or person, we don't see a risk of transcription errors, Art, but what we see is an unanswered question, and that question is, if we move a poor person forward into time or backward into time someday, does their soul go with them?
Oh, God.
Yeah. And that's a question that is one I'm not even ready to try to answer.
I'm with you. Oh, boy, am I with you. Listen, I have one more hour. Can you afford one more hour?
I will make it happen, yes.
All right, let's make it happen then. We're having a very interesting talk with Dr. Anderson about time travel and what has already been achieved, which is an amazing bulletin. Hello there. Time control. He's already done that. Think about that. He's already done it.
You know he'll always keep moving. You know he's never gonna stop moving. 'Cause he's rolling to it. He's the roll.
Just one more year. We'll be right back. All right, I've got one of those difficult breaks that I've got to get done here, so we'll just kind of take it as it comes, and here it comes. All right, Dr. Anderson, welcome back.
Thank you.
You said of something very interesting. You said that if you were to move a biological entity, a person, you might move the physical person, but not the soul. And that was a concern, right?
That's a question we ask ourselves, yes.
When in the other room, and I asked my wife that, if she heard that, she said, oh, yes. She said, well, maybe the soul is just excess baggage, and you'd pick up another one when you get there.
Maybe a better one. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe souls are automatically installed in bodies wherever they may be, the same or another one. Who knows? Interesting. All right. Anyway, listen. Here's somebody who wants to know how much power reduction to achieve the results you're getting are you achieving compared to the theory of what it should be? In other words, how much percentage-wise, how much power are we talking about here? Can you tell us?
Yeah, it's substantial. It's when we do our estimates, the amount of power we're injecting into the field is only, I'm going to say roughly, depending on the specific experiment, but it's roughly about 70%. So it's substantial.
Has that remained relative? My God, 70%. Has that remained relatively constant, or has that changed?
Depending on where we're at in terms of accelerating, where we are in terms of what time rate we're trying to accelerate or decelerate to, it varies slightly. But on average, it's right around 70%. But there is a variance, to answer your question, yes.
Boy, that's astoundingly large, and I guess that's got you thinking about all kinds of things.
Oh, yeah, the question is, is this energy coming from hyperspace, from a parallel dimension? Is it... we still ask the question is maybe are the laws of physics wrong? We don't like to think they are, but and we don't think they are, but
they might be.
Another area where we have more questions than we have answers, but we are working on that one very specifically.
All right, how about this? Please ask Dr. Anderson from John in Auburn, Alabama, if he knows about the Einstein Gravity Probe B, a spacecraft designed to test how the Earth's mass warps space-time. Seems to me this $70 million over-budget project by NASA is attempting to test something that has already been proven.
What was his name again?
John.
John, actually, it's interesting because I believe John wrote me an email earlier today.
All right, well, he's not quite done. The Einstein probe is anticipated to provide new and stringent tests of some of the predictions of general relativity. In particular, the spacecraft is designed to test for frame dragging by the Earth as it rotates in space.
Yes, I know. That's why I have to say this is where I get sometimes a little frustrated on where we spend money. The concept of frame dragging is something that
old news
is old news. Yes, and I'm very familiar with what they're doing with the probe. They are trying to measure the effects of frame dragging of the Earth and the Moon. And you know what? In a way, I'm kind of happy they're doing it. But for the amount of money that's gone into this project, I think there's other places that could have been better spent.
If deceased spirits are in fact existent at a higher or faster frequency, could they potentially be seen by placing a camera inside your field and speeding up time inside the field? I know that's a wild...
No, I have to think about that question before I answer it. If you put a camera inside the field, and so we're Doppling images...
and you're looking outward.
The answer is there are other ways to do that. You don't need a time warp field to do that. There are ways that there are cameras that will, for instance, look at X-rays, ultraviolet light, visible light, and then you could take that information and you could digitally bring it down. And there's actually a lot of systems out there that do that today. And believe it or not, I actually think in a lot of paranormal organizations. Paranormal experiments, they actually use equipment like that today. So the answer is yes, you could use a time warp field, but it would be overkill.
It would be overkill. Still, though, it might prove conclusively we're always after this, chasing this life after death thing, and whether there are really, whether there is an existence after death. And I'm not sure it would prove that, but if you saw entities of a different sort, you would indeed be proving that there is an existence at a faster or higher frequency that we simply cannot perceive presently. You would prove that, maybe in an overkill way, but...
It's interesting because when you talk about some of your professional acquaintances who are studying the ability of the human mind is a a time machine. What's interesting is we know that from special relativity from Einstein that a body that approaches or travels near the speed of light essentially transcends time. The future becomes the past, and time dilates, and you see all that effect. You also look at it, though, and you say, well, let's look at the human mind. How does it work? The human mind is a energy-mediated process. It works off of energy that travels very near the speed of light. Is it possible that the human mind is a time machine? But even more importantly, what you brought up, Art, what happens in death? What happens to the energy in the human mind? And the energy is released. Does that energy stay? Does it dematerialize? Or when an object dematerializes and you die, does that mean you move into a plane of different energy? There's a whole bunch of theories out there that we get hit with every now and then and we're not experts on, but interesting.
Or different frequency. I mentioned to you Bob Bigelow, and he's got a ranch at a place that I don't talk about. It's I'm sure you've heard about it. And somebody observed using night vision equipment, the oddest thing. One of the scientists there actually saw a kind of a hole form, defined. It was defined by light, by a circle of light, and saw a creature or a thing or something come through, and then saw that disappear.
Well, you asked me the question just before the break about, and I'll tell you, I'm not going to say that this is my view, but there's some very interesting ties. A lot of people ask us the question after our technical presentations, well, where are all the time travelers?
That's right.
If technology is created, well, so how come nobody hasn't seen any? Well, the answer is, some people say perhaps. What about the tens of millions of people who've claimed they've seen extraterrestrial visitors?
Absolutely.
Is it possible that they're time travelers from our future?
Absolutely. Certainly is.
And it opens up a whole fascinating area of discussion.
All right, going back to the phones in a second, but here's another really good one. Stephen says, may have missed it earlier, but what happens to objects that enter or leave the time warp field or pass through the boundary layer while the apparatus is turned on? For example, what would happen if you fired a shot from a gun of some kind into the field?
Well, that shot, obviously, the time rate slows down, and you would see the physical effects of that. Again, remember the window that we're working in. We've accelerated time rates in the field to 300%, and we've decelerated it down to about, successfully down to about 13%. And you will see, when you put a material object through the field, you'll see the physical effects of it as if it was, moving faster through time. If you put a living object through the boundary layer, it would be a very bad thing. As a matter of fact, when we start our experiments, we always initiate the field and then put the object in the field before we adjust the time rate divergence, because it's just too dangerous.
We were talking earlier about transcription errors. Now, if you were to put a living object through the field, an operational field, is that the horrid result that you might get?
Well, it depends on how high we have the time rate divergence tuned. Here's what happens. Say I was to take my hand and I was to place it inside the field. Why it was modulated so there was a time rate divergence. So say that the time was let me think about the time was greatly accelerated in the field. The heat within my hand would be Dopplered up to higher heat, higher energy, which would essentially, depending on where we were, either have a mild effect or have the effect of destroying the living tissue in my hand.
That's going to be a problem for a while.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is we can put objects in the field. We just don't pass them through the boundary layer once the time rate divergence is set up.
Gotcha. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Hello.
Yes, good morning. I had several quick questions here. You talk about your experiment using lasers, a gas, and a rotating electromagnetic field. Those are basically three things. Is that right?
That is correct.
Well, can you explain at a very simple model level, like take a single atom? What do those three things do to the protons, neutrons, and electrons to like a single atom? Does the effect happen totally outside of the atom, like the space around the atom, like maybe the 0-point field or some other field of energy sea of energy around us.
I think it's the latter. I think it's the same example, and I always fall back to it because it's an easier example. The twin paradox. That twin traveling in a high-speed spaceship is experiencing a relativistic effect within the object that is traveling at that high speed. And it's the same within our time warp field. Anything within that boundary layer is seeing a relativistic effect.
Can you
and it's more of a relativistic effect than a quantum effect.
Mm-hmm. Can you explain what the three components do to the space? I mean, theoretically around or inside the field. What do the lasers and the gas and the rotating electromagnetic field actually do theoretically to the space around or to the sea of energy around the object?
Well, I can do it briefly. This could get to be very, very technical, but the gaseous reagent is used in conjunction with the lasers to create the amount of energy that we need to induce the field. We learned very quickly that using a rotational magnetic field, it kept it a little more stable and predictable. So once we initiate the field, that's the operation between the two. The gaseous reagent is injected through what we call our injector sensor arrays. It's injected once the field is initiated. The injectors don't fire after that. It's just really the lasers that are used to maintain and modulate the field, but the power on the lasers comes down significantly after it started.
So it's really moving. What you started, but it continues, and you're simply modulating it with the lasers, or sustaining it to some degree with the lasers, but not the majority of the power.
That is correct, yes.
Sir, can you tell me, have you heard of Dr. Thomas Van Flanderen's work? I've recently read an article in Infinite Energy magazine where he talks about basically the speed of gravity seems to be infinite, and the article was very, I could almost really understand it without getting into the technical details of what he was talking about, but it really made a lot of sense. And how the gravity might be connected with this, and Townsend T. Brown and his work with capacitors. Is there anything to do with capacitance with your experiment?
I don't honestly believe there's anything to do with capacitance, and I'm familiar with a lot of the models that you might be referring to. With regards to what Dr. Flanders is doing and saying in gravity tied, I believe that what we're seeing in our boundary layer is a more of a general relativistic effect than anything else, which means it's dealing with gravity.
To me, it's
dealing with either quantum gravity or microgravity, but it's dealing with gravity.
To me, it's a fantastic idea that everything is connected on a non-local basis, and the whole point about Van Flanderen's work that gravity seems to be instantaneous. Like if you shove a board in one end, it moves instantaneously on the other end. What do you think that says about the universe and reality itself?
That one word is, I can tell that you're very familiar with the subject, that one word, non-local.
Yes.
This is a major revelation in the last 4 years that the bottom line is it's been theorized, but now it's been proven that every particle in the universe, or a particle on one end of the universe, if touched, the effect could be felt at another particle instantaneously on the other side of the universe, even if it meant the distance was require faster than light travel.
Have you heard about a book titled The Holographic Universe, and how the idea that the universe, basically, you can cut a hologram picture into infinite number of little pieces, and each little piece would still have that same image on it, and it basically says that in every point in the universe, you can keep breaking it down, and every little segment of the universe has all the time, all the knowledge that's ever happened and ever will happen in every single space. It's almost like, to me, it's almost like they're grasping at the point where it seems like they're discovering God almost, because I happen to believe that there is a God, but I think there's a personality behind it, that it's force. And it's almost like the universe is like a mind.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Michael Talbot's.
Yes, that's his name, yes.
The holographic universe, yeah. What's interesting is, when you look at it, like the Elaine aspect experiments that came out of France that showed that this connection, a faster-than-light connection between information and energy in the universe truly does exist. Think about it, though. Look at the Navajo Indians, and look at some of the Buddhists and Taoists who've been preaching this for 2,000 years. Are we simply rediscovering ancient wisdom?
Yes.
Are we just get stupid, and all of a sudden we're finally starting to get a little more informed and knowledgeable, or are we really seeing something different?
I just recently read an article that talked about how there's these microtubules in the brain, in every cell, in the neurons, and these are crystalline protein structures, and the basic theory is that these things more or less surf along or on top of this field of energy that's all around us, this what maybe I think this God consciousness, and that I think they're almost discovering how maybe man and God can be connected in the physical realm via the mind, and maybe perhaps these things are in a whole body. But it's really amazing, some of the things I've been reading lately. Absolutely amazing, and I love Art Bell Show. I hope it continues just like this.
and if I could ask you a favor, the last thing you mentioned about the tubular structures, if there's any way you could email me some information, I know a few people here, including myself, who would really love to study that a little bit
Well,
further.
how about how would you feel about giving out an email address, Doctor?
Myself, absolutely. My email address is very simple. It's D as in David, D Anderson at time-travel.com.
Okay, I got that.
D Anderson at
time-travel,
and that's a middle dash, travel.com.
That is correct.
Okay, got it.
God bless you, Art. I hope you do well.
Thank you, and take care. Here's a question that I'm not sure I should answer or ask you because I'm not sure if it's a proper question, but it's from JT in Dallas. Hey, Art, I'm dying to know the answer to this question. If you were to put a transformer or varostat into this machine or field with a constant current going in, and then have the output coming outside of the field, as you speed up or slow down time, would the voltage change? In other words, if you increase time, does the voltage or amperage increase accordingly? And imagine turning a milliwatt into a 110-volt house current instantly. Mind-boggling.
Yes, but there's still, the answer is yes, you do, but when you make that circuit, you're making a loop, and the conservation of energy does apply in that specific model. I'm not saying it applies everywhere, but again, if he makes that circuit from a transformer inside the field, running out, looping out, it has to loop back in to close the circuit, and so you see the effect of the Doppling effect, leaving the field and coming back in, or vice versa.
Okay. Hold it right there, Doctor. We are once again forced, as networks are, to conform to time constraints. Now, maybe we could change that in the future, and boy, that sure would rearrange my brakes, wouldn't it? I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AL. Well, I'm sure we should have got this on earlier, but if you would like to email Dr. Anderson, it is simple. It's D as in dog, but not dog-like. D Anderson at time-travel.com. And I'd like to also remind you that if you would like to read more about all of this, and I'm sure you would, we've got a link on our website right now at www.artbell.com or www.coasttocoastam.com. All right, once again, Dr. David Anderson. Doctor, wow, this non-local effect that you were discussing a few moments ago, which suggests, I guess, that if something happens to a molecule here 30 light years away, a molecule would be affected in a similar way instantly, virtually instantly. Is that correct?
That's a good summary. It's relatively recently. It began with an experiment called the Aspect experiment in Paris, France. It's the first scientific experiment that suggests through scientific evidence, hard scientific evidence, that the universe truly is a dynamic web of energy that's inseparable, all connected, and everything that communicates faster than the speed of light, which is a very interesting concept.
All right. I have heard a number of people describe the only possibility for travel faster than light, or virtually instant travel, would be, I've had it described to me this way. You take a piece of paper, just a long piece of paper, and you imagine a little ant trying to get from one end of the paper to the other, and the little ant would take quite a while to get from one end to the other. On the other hand, if you fold the paper in half, then the ant just crawls over the edge and virtually has arrived from point A to B instantly. But that's not quite what we're talking about, is it?
Well, it's close. It's the illustration called a Mobius strip that's used to demonstrate curved space-time. If you want to travel to a distant point in the universe, there's two things you can do. You can travel in a straight line at very high speed, or you could warp space and time to curve it around. So you just have to take a short hop. It's a little bit different than what we're talking about, yes, but it's a very fundamental concept in space-time physics. Yes.
Okay, one other question. This enormous reduction in energy once the field has begun, that you've documented so well, wouldn't there be a way to simply maintain the field and tap the energy?
You know, it's interesting. We wonder, after we address some of these other issues, is it going to be possible that what we're looking at might be a source of power?
Exactly.
A source of power that might be clean and efficient.
Exactly.
And non-polluting. Right now, we don't know the answer to that question, but it's certainly something that we are very interested in pursuing as our research continues.
It's an obviously very important question, considering that at present rates of usage, all the fossil fuels will be gone in another 40, 45 years, whatever.
Well, you know what's interesting, Art, is the whole team here is we have a few passions. One of our passions is the application of our time warp field technology in the medical application. The other two passions we have are to explore the use of the boundary layer characteristics as a power source. The other one is we would like to explore the possibility of the technology for supercomputer applications, basically meaning let's put a supercomputer inside an accelerated time warp field and have it process faster. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, we can't get funding for the latter two. We'll have to keep waiting to advance those.
Have you kept yourself poor funding a lot of this yourself?
Initially, I have to admit, initially opening the center in the first year and a half, 2 years of the center was very difficult. Now it's things are running smoothly, and we're to the point where we can be very selective about which private and public contracts that we take.
Isn't that nice?
It is good. We paid our dues, though.
I hear that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good
once
morning.
Again, you've done a show that only you can do, I think, and I'm sorry to hear that you won't be here very much longer for us, but I'm sure you'll do the best you can to not hurt us as far as the quality of your excellent program.
Thank you.
A question for you, Dr. Anderson. I'm one of those poorly educated persons that does have a scientific curiosity, and I've been recently, the last 3 years or so, indulging myself in scaring the hell out of my cat and neighbors with doing some capacitive discharge and microwave RF plasma generation experiments. And I'm pretty thoroughly familiar with the anomalous energy effects that happen when you get down to using high energy fields or having high energy events. I was just wondering, one question, if you can answer it or not, is your field generator an extension of the work done by William Hooper? If you're familiar with him, he did work on what he called the rotational field generators. He did a mechanical one that had coils and magnets. He also did an all-electric one that was just like a specially wound coil.
Yeah, I'm a little bit familiar with his work, not completely, but again, what I'd say is that no. The answer to your question is no. It's not based on his work, and maybe even more importantly, the rotational magnetic field we induce, we believe at least, and then again from the number of callers that are asking the question, I'm beginning to wonder, but we believe that it's important, but mostly for a stability issue, and it's not at the core of what we're using to create technology.
It's a container relic, pretty much so. Another question I had, and I know this is getting into the area of epistemology actually, because I think a lot of the problems I have, and maybe other listeners as well have, with understanding a lot of the concepts being discussed, is that we have Newtonian definitions for quantum answers that we're getting to the questions that we have, such as like time travel, and to me, to my understanding, I don't see how people can separate the space component of the continuum when they talk about time travel. For instance, Art asked, is there anything that you've speculated that may be an insurmountable obstacle as far as the future possibility of actual transporting something or an entity or a living person through time to the past or to the future. And the problem that I see with that is that what is going to be your reference point? I mean, for example, if you were to actually send something physically back in time just 1 hour ago, you'd also have to move it through the spatial component of the space-time continuum to have it re-exist or instantaneously exist on the same place on the Earth. Like the Earth is rotating 1,000 miles an hour on its axis, it's got its orbital velocity, and then the entire galaxy is rotating, and then the local local cluster is moving towards Virgo supercluster at a million
We've
miles.
got the idea. So you'd end up hanging out somewhere.
Right. 1 hour of time. To go back and out 1 hour in time, you'd also have to travel many, many miles on a very difficult to calculate path, I would think.
There's two different ways to answer to respond to that question. Actually, there were a couple questions in there. The first one is, if you were talking about a special relativistic effect, the answer is yes. When you traveled forward into time or you returned, you would obviously be at a reference point in the universe where the Earth no longer is because it's moving and spinning and so on.
Right.
When you look at general relativistic effects, we're not talking about speed and motion. We're talking about exposure to gravity. And we're talking about motion that doesn't have to be linear, long, straight line flights at extremely high speed. So there is a subtle difference. One of the things is obviously that you bring up one point that we look at, and we haven't got there yet. But we see, obviously, once we expand this time control capability, and let's call it someday we do have a time machine. It's not a time machine. It's also a space travel machine. And then those types of issues become, a question. But right now our focus is, I think, as Art put it, we're walking before we run.
Space travel, or more aptly, perhaps transporter.
I think I would probably use the both words could be applied, but if I was going to be real picky, I'd probably say space travel. Okay. Extremely high speed space travel.
All right. And here's one more for me to throw your way. You'll tangle with this when you get to that book Timeline, or the audio book. They suggest the informational avenue is really the answer, and the answer to time travel ultimately will be a quantum computer.
It's a good point. And is the human mind a quantum computer?
Oh, probably.
Is even a better question. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure if I would necessarily agree with that. I do, like I said, I've spent way too much time living in the world of math and physics and analytical science, so it's hard for me to talk about some of the other questions. But I firmly believe, with my little bit of experience in the more of the metaphysical side and the human studying of the human mind, that we will see achievement of time travel and other types of capability in the human mind. Using the human mind, at the same time we're seeing more hardware scientific vehicles.
Well, yeah, I see the way you're moving, but I mean, if the theory that the universe is an informational construct would be accurate, then perhaps a quantum computer could move around in it very easily.
It's possible. It's very possible. It might open up new avenues, and I know there's research going on, but I'm not sure. I'm not much more familiar with it than that. I apologize, Art.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Hi.
Hi. How you guys doing today?
Okay, sir.
I'm wondering if you can hear me all right. I'm on one of those crappy digital phones here, so I apologize for the audio quality.
Giant step backward for mankind.
Yes, believe me, it might save on the battery, but every time I make a phone call, people are always like, you got throat cancer or something, so, I do apologize in advance. Dr. Anderson, you mentioned way a couple hours ago, which is why I called you, that you were mentioning somebody who, Dr. Mihai Draganescu, and I was wondering if you could give me a little more information, because I'm actually going to be in Bucharest on Sunday.
Oh, wow. Absolutely. I'm trying to think the best way to do this. Do you have access to email?
Yeah, I sure do.
Okay, why don't you email me at danderson,
Okay.
Anderson
Yeah, I got the email from before, D. Anderson at time-travel, whatever.
Shoot me an email and I'll give you his name. His name again is Mihai Dragonescu.
Yeah, Dragonescu. I was just wondering maybe, like where he worked or how I could get a hold of just go ahead and see what he's up to and that kind of thing. Because
if you're in Bucharest,
out of the blue, it just surprised me because I'm actually going to be there in just a couple of days. So I was just wondering what you were doing there.
A little bit of research. There's a gentleman that I'm working with who's an expert in chaos theory there. I also met with Mr. Dragonescu to talk with him about some of his work and other projects.
Well, that sounds good. The other question I had, which you basically already answered, was about how everybody here is focusing on the time and the travel and all that kind of stuff. But when I was sitting there and you mentioned that you were getting more energy than you expected, in other words, you're getting more energy than you were putting in, I had to say, isn't that sort of like the foundation of a perpetual, energy machine or something, just because you're getting more out than you were putting in?
Well, I don't know if that's exactly fair to say that he was getting more out than putting in, but more was available to sustain the field. Now, can that be tapped and used?
That's one of the questions that we've been unable to obtain funding on right now to pursue. But you said it well, Art. Is that when we initiate the field, the amount of the energy we're applying is less than what we should have to apply to keep it open. So there's like I said earlier, I think either there's an energy source that is providing that missing energy to maintain the field the way the laws of physics say it must be maintained, or the laws of physics are wrong. And I vote for the former.
But it could be the latter, which will really cause a tangle.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Good morning.
Yes. Do I understand correctly that when you have the field in the slowdown mode, that light going in would be blue shifted, and red shifted, and light coming out is blue shifted?
Good question.
Yeah. The way it works is if the time rate is accelerated inside the time warp field, the light moving out is the frequency is lowered, whereas light coming in is increased. And if the time rate inside the field is decelerated, lower than the reference time rate outside of the field, it's obviously opposite.
Yes. Well, all this reminds me, for some reason, of descriptions of what's supposed to happen on a spaceship traveling close to the speed of light.
Yeah, actually, he's right. That is very similar to what has been theorized would occur, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, it is. There is a subtle difference. In the case of an object traveling fast, you will see red and blue shift, and you see red and blue shift from light emanating from stars, and we use that to try to determine speed and relative position of distant stars, and that's a common thing done in astrophysics. The fact that an object traveling fast near the speed of light really doesn't have as much bearing on that red shift, blue shift. The fact that it's moving, and if you were to bounce a signal off it, or if it was to emanate a signal, then yes, that signal would be red shifted or blue shifted. But it's not necessarily that speed that's required to dilate the time. Again, within the time warp field, we're seeing more of a general relativistic effect based on some characteristic of gravity.
You have given us such a great gift by being here this morning, and all I've given you back is a bunch of emails so far. Do you have anything at all you would like to plug? Do you have a book? Have you written a book? Is there anything I can do for you here?
Well, I appreciate that. Actually, it's a real pleasure to be with you, Art, and as many other viewers have said, I wish you tremendous amounts of success and good health and happiness in whatever you decide to pursue.
Thank you.
The only thing I could say is, a lot of people ask me when I speak about our research why they should believe a word I say and why they should believe a word that anybody says about space and time. And the answer is, I always give, is they shouldn't. Keep an open mind, study. If one of the best things, if I can put in a plug, is we sponsor, as part of one of our side efforts, an organization called the Time Travel Research Association. It offers a free membership. It has a simple goal. It networks thousands of people from multiple countries around the world with a single goal to advance the study and development of time and time travel. And it doesn't matter whether it's from a perspective of spirituality, mathematics, physics, metaphysics, art, poetry. If it has to do with time and time travel, this is a wonderful association, and you can really meet and network with a lot of really talented people. And again, that's something that comes from our heart. We really just want to make this information available and free for everybody to study, and it's available and free on our website at www.time-travel.com.
And we've got a link up. And I imagine, how's your site doing this morning? Have you had an opportunity to check, by the way?
No, not while I've been on the phone, but I imagine there have been quite a few hits.
I think it's probably going to be very, very busy. Are you a fan of time travel movies?
Well, let me answer that question in an interesting way. The answer is yes. We actually have a space-time, well, I won't call it library, it's our archive here. We now have more than 10,000 items we've collected that cover from science fiction movies, books, manuscripts, clocks, anything that has to do with the study of time and time travel, and even more so, our video collection. I won't say it's the largest in the world, but we probably got about 500 or 600 time travel movies in our archive.
Wow!
And from different countries as well as the U.S. And one of our big hopes is that early next year we're going to open up a space-time museum out here on Long Island dedicated to the sharing of that information.
Whew. You really are undertaking an awful lot of projects at once, aren't you? You're a very busy person.
Yeah, but like you, I work, and then when my body mandates it, I sleep and eat, and then I get back to work again. So,
well, maybe if your work is productive, you can cut down on that sleep time.
I like that idea. I'll put myself inside the time warp field and accelerate my research. It would be wonderful.
All right, let's see. One more time, your email address, if you wouldn't mind.
The email address again is D as in David, D. Anderson at time-travel.com. Again, D. Anderson at time-travel.com.
I may come knocking on your door again pretty soon, Doctor.
It would be a pleasure.
All right. Then, in that case, thank you, my friend, for being here. What a night. Get some sleep.
Actually, I'm going to go back to work for a few hours and then get some sleep.
All right. Good night, Doctor.
Best regards. Good night.
Well, that definitely goes down as the premier time travel show that we've ever done. No question about it. You're talking to the man who has already controlled time. He's done it in his lab on Long Island. It's a reality. Now, I know it's going to take a while for all of that to sink in, for me too, what's actually happened back there. But if we haven't made news tonight, then you haven't been listening. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippines, Manila, I bid you all good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world's time zones. Howdy. I'm Art Bell, filling in for, I'm not really sure. I think it might be George this Sunday night. It's going to be a blast because, as many of you know, my favorite topic in all the world is time travel. Now, this particular program is going to be above fascinating. That's like above top secret or something, because Dr. David Anderson, who was one of my esteemed time travelers, actually a researcher. Well, over the years, I've had a number of time travelers and researchers, and Dr. David Anderson did do some time travel, in a sense. And he, along with so many others, just disappeared. And Dr. Anderson has been gone for years to reappear tonight. And I have no idea what the story is, but we're certainly going to find out. All the ABs are just fine. There should be shortly a new picture up there for you to take a look at of Miss Asia Bell. Other than that, all the information as it was is as it was the other day. Let's look quickly at the news. The U.S. military now is going back to Haiti in the sense of returning the flights of the critically injured to the United States. Florida certainly overtaxed. The hospitals and care facilities in Florida have been woefully overtaxed. And Florida is begging for other states, and shouldn't have to beg for other states, to pick up some of the load in fiscally very difficult times. Florida is doing a great job. Congrats to Florida. The same was true of these Baptists who tried to bring back 33 children from Haiti, and of course, they weren't supposed to do that, got in trouble. something about illegal trafficking of children. But they were trying to do the right thing, the Christian thing, and trying to get them out of Haiti. Obama is handing in his $3.8 trillion $3.8 trillion budget. $3.8 trillion. Trillion dollars. My God, that's a lot of money. Do we have that much money? The two Koreas are going to, after trading shots across the border, artillery and that kind of thing, the two Koreas are now going to discuss economic cooperation. North Korea certainly could use a little bit of that. They are poor beyond description. North Korea is a disaster. And if they could use anything, they could certainly use some economic cooperation. So they should stop with the artillery and start with the talking. And I guess they're going to. All right, coming up shortly, David Lewis Anderson is a physicist whose interests are in space-time physics, special relativity, and global community service. That's pretty cool. Global community service. He was employed at a young age by the United States Air Force conducting advanced research and development of the Air Force Flight Test Center. That would be at Edwards Air Force Base. He later founded the organization called TTRC, an Advanced Time Technology Research Laboratory. David provided one of the first comprehensive overviews of the historical views of time, time control, and time travel in the documentary Time Travel, Journeys into Time. His ideas were later applied to the development of high-performance time reactor systems. This bio just brings up its own questions. For energy production and time technology research at what is known today as the Anderson Institute. David is the president and CEO of Anderson Multinational LLC, headquartered in New York. He holds multiple patents relating to time technology and also for time reactor designs. Time reactor designs. That alone is absolutely fascinating. So, in a moment, Dr. David Anderson. Well, all right, here we go. Been really looking forward to this. Dr. David Anderson, welcome back to Coast AM.
Art, good afternoon. It is such a pleasure to be back with you on Coast to Coast, and I'm really looking forward to tonight's show. We've been gone, as you mentioned, for quite some time, and I think we have some really important messages we'd like to get out to people who are listening to your show tonight, and thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, you're very welcome. What kind of phone are you on, Doctor?
I'm on a landline, but we actually have we don't have landlines in the research center. We're on a satellite connection right now. How's the audio, okay?
Well, it's okay. It's not wonderful. It's usable, but so you're actually on a satellite connection, huh?
Yeah, for operational security, we do not have landlines. All of our connections go through encrypted satellite.
Wow, I say again. All right, well, look, this is going out of order because you're absolutely right. 5 years ago, man, you disappeared. It's like you were going off the face of the earth, and you were absolutely one of my favorite guests. Now, you, along with a lot of other claimed time travelers, just flat disappeared. I mean, you're not the only one, but you're one, and here you are back. It's 5 years later. What can you tell me what happened?
Oh, I suppose I can. If I didn't want to, I suppose I wouldn't be on the show. But many people, since we just became public again, were shocked by our disappearance, and actually it surprises me when people are surprised. Basically, when we were in operation on Long Island and somewhat public, we had a number of private and government partners, and the visibility and results we were seeing in the work were so profound, and the need to protect it so high, that we decided to go dark and to take the program, if you will, underground and underneath the radar for a couple reasons, why we established a wider network of development competencies and operational considerations, primarily security, control, the technology. And I remember the last time we talked, Art, the results, we had just started, I believe, the testing of our third-generation time warp field generator. And when we hit that third generation, which is only about 2 months after our show with you, realized what we had. And we also realized that we needed two things. We needed desperately to work to control how the technology is applied and used. And second, we really just reached a point, Art, where we needed additional resources well beyond what we had at our facility on Long Island. So we basically, for 4 years, didn't disappear. We've actually been extremely busy building a new global organization that spans all the way from Asia through the Middle East into the Americas.
Okay, because it's been 5 years, Dr. Anderson, let's go back and give the folks an idea of where you were 5 years ago. I mean, you were astounding me with what you were telling me you were doing 5 years ago. So if you can kind of recap where you were that long ago for the audience, what you were actually able to do, that'll help as a baseline for us to get started here.
Oh, of course. After leaving my role as a scientist with the United States Air Force, we had set up a time research center on Long Island, New York, and we had developed what we had called time warp field theory years prior, and we were able actually to generate within the lab small fields, which we called time warp fields, within which we could accelerate or decelerate the rate of time passage relative to the rate at which time passed outside the field. So essentially, in a small controlled area, we were able to control the rate of time. What was most unique about that, a lot of people think it's unique that we could do it. What we're going to talk about a little bit later, hopefully, is the fact that we're not the only ones doing it. But what was unique is that we found a way to do it with much less input power than was previously thought possible. So essentially, we had created small time warp fields. We were able to accelerate and decelerate time rates. We had a lot of unknowns, a lot of challenges at that time that we had talked about on your previous show. And in the recent years, we've really grown to understand what we've been seeing in the laboratory around time warp field generators.
Right, but again, that of course was 5 years ago. Now, how were you able to prove to yourself that you were actually moving in time? In other words, were you able to put a clock or a watch or something inside this field and then see a difference, or how was it done?
Oh, absolutely. We used all different types of electronic measurement equipment. As you know, there was a lot of debate around our last show about experimentation on living organisms. We never, at that time, what we had focused on, we had also used germination cycles of specific types of plants or seedlings as a reference point in our experiments. So at that point in time, we had used test instrumentation. We had also used living organisms in the forms of plants and seedlings that had very, very predictable germination cycles, and actually were able to successfully demonstrate the acceleration and deceleration of time.
So in other words, put simply, you could put some dirt, a little water, I suppose, into a pot, put the plant in there with the seed sitting there, I guess, in water, throw this thing forward in time, and in just the flash of an instant, or well, maybe you should tell me. In your experimentation, Doctor, how long would you leave the example I just gave inside the field before bringing it out? Linear Earth time.
Well, in time rates outside of the field, we'd actually we would actually do testing that ranged anywhere from minutes to days. And at that point in time, I believe that was right around in 2002, the first half of 2002, we were able actually to accelerate time at a rate of 300% faster within the field than the rate of time that passed outside of the field, or normal human time, or Earth time, as you say. Decelerating time was also something, if you might recall, we were wrestling with at the time, but we actually also had good results in that area as well. I think the most amazing result we've seen, and it was interesting because I was having some discussions with some peers and actually a fellow scientist from India who had actually visited our lab, and we talked about one of the most greatest tests we do, Art, and for your listeners out there, is actually the experience of seeing a time warp field in operation. My friend asked me what was the most, just out of the blue, he said, what is the most amusing thing or humorous thing that we had seen from our testing? And the most humorous thing is actually what he came back and told me today was the actual experience. When somebody first sees a time warp field in operation with their own eyes, first it's doubting, and then there's a lot of questions. it moves into a stage of amazement, and then what happens almost all the time, three things happen after that, after people see a time warp field generator in operation. Laughter. People laugh because they cannot believe that what they're seeing in front of their eyes truly can happen. Then there's kind of a feeling of a deep emotion. The fact that when people realize that what they perceive as reality isn't real, based upon their belief system and their own human mind, it moves to deep emotion. And then the thing that happened, which is why I got the call from India today, is the third thing that happens is that people who visit and see a time warp field generator in operation come back and say they can never experience life the same way, because when they see what actually can happen in the fabric of space and time, they realize how much greater, the reality is than what they can perceive.
Okay,
So
Doctor, I'm a radio guy. We're radio, and what you're describing right now leaves me very hungry. In other words, I want to. If maybe what you could do for us is, since you've done it so many times and you've watched a time warp field generator run for varying periods of time, the amazement you just told me about, can you sort of visually stand in front of this for us right now and describe what you would see and the amazement that it would generate? In other words, what would you actually see once someone turns on the switch?
Well, in a time warp field generator today, the initiation of a time warp field is quite spectacular. Between the combinations of different chemical reagents and high-energy lasers we use to excite or initiate a time warp field, very spectacular. A lot of light, a lot of energy, a little bit of sound that the visitors are actually insulated from. The next thing that you see, and one of the most powerful demonstrations we do, is actually, you've probably seen them, mechanical clocks that use the small balls that move back and forth and advance. We actually do an experiment where we reverse the time rates inside the field, slow them down, and then, to a small degree, reverse the time rate. So the clock, you can actually sit there and watch what people perceive as gravity move slower. The clock begins to slow down to a point where we actually, the clock appears almost to stop and then begin to reverse. The clock actually does reverse. The mechanical operation of the clock reverses. The balls move upwards against gravity, if you will. But in that case, we actually have a visibility issue along the boundary layers of the field that make it difficult to observe that from outside. But it's an amazing experience, and I'm really hoping that many more people will have the chance, and that's one of the messages about disclosure that I'd like to talk about with your listeners tonight.
So you've been able to achieve, going forward in time, a 300% increase. In other words, for 1 minute in the machine while it's running, you are 3 minutes ahead. Am I correct?
That is correct. And we are talking about 2002 results, and we've come quite further since then.
Oh, my goodness. Obviously, with the kind of work you're doing right now, a lot of it is going to be stuff that I guess you can't talk about, but I'm going to push as far as I can, and you just tell me when I can't push anymore, okay?
Please do. Please do. As a matter of fact, as I mentioned, there is such a great risk, Art, of how this technology can be used. A lot of people ask me, what if, how it will be used. The issue today is no longer what if and how. The technology is being used. It's being used in Japan, in India. There are efforts in China, with the country with the second largest R&D budget in the world, who's driving towards capabilities. It's really now a question of how do we manage the influence that governments have on this technology today, that become a real concern and a challenge for people on this planet.
Oh, my God. Well, do you have, Doctor, any sense of where other countries, particularly China, I would imagine, you just mentioned they've got a very, very large R&D budget, money to burn, as it were, our money, actually. How far into this technology are they with respect to what you're doing? Do you have a sense at all?
Absolutely, and maybe a couple things that might be interesting to your listeners as well. In China, we're very active with China. We actually, the Anderson Institute actually met with the members of the National People's Congress for Education, Science, and Culture, and also the Ministry of Science and Technology. They have their government, their agencies have a very strong desire to really make an entry into time control technology. They've even attempted to replicate and reverse engineer several capabilities being used by other governments. They're having limited success, but like I mentioned, they have the second largest R&D budget in the world, and they shouldn't be underestimated. We actually use something, and I know I'm throwing a lot of new things at your listeners here. We have a device called a TTD. It's a, how do I describe it? It's a temporal tremor detector, like a seismic detector you use for earthquakes. And obviously, when we work with governments do not disclose a lot of the activities that they do. Some do. You'd be surprised how willing some governments are to open their doors. But we use a TTD to measure activity, and what we detected in China are some low capabilities. One of the most interesting areas, though, is not too far from you, just a little bit north in Japan. We do a lot of work in Japan for autonomous control systems for our time reactor designs. But what a lot of people don't know, which is now becoming public in Japan, that just north of Kyoto City, in the mountains along the shore of, I think it's called Biwa Lake, there is a research facility funded by the Japanese government with only one goal, and it's time control technology. And their activity level there is really high. Russia continues, they always have, all the way since the days of the Moscow Aviation Institute. Russia's been very active in this. Even things like, if you might recall, Dr. Yulian Wang at Princeton University many years back demonstrated the ability to send information faster than the speed of light. Russia's been doing that as well, and they're trying to build on that. Of course.
Okay, let me stop and ask you a question. You mentioned a TTD, I think it was temporal time detector. Is that correct?
Temporal tremor detector.
Tremor, I'm sorry. So, are you telling me that, much like an earthquake, you're able to monitor and even perhaps understand where these time experiments are occurring? Because when the experiments are done, they cause some sort of disruption in the time stream, or in I don't even know what term to use.
I think it's best to call it within the fabric of space-time. That sounds like an old term, but believe it or not, from what we're seeing in the lab today, coming back to the concept of calling, the construct of space-time the fabric of space-time makes a lot of sense. But the short answer is yes.
Okay. Hold it right there. Doctor, we're already at a break point. So every now and then we've got to take a break here on the program. That's what pays for it all. So stay right there. From Southeast Asia, Manila, in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. All right. This is not just hot stuff. This is on fire. My guest is Dr. David Anderson, and we're talking about time travel, real time travel. 5 years ago, when I interviewed Dr. Anderson, he was doing time travel. God knows what he's done since then, and maybe the Japanese and the Chinese and a few others, because they're also doing it. Detectable by a TTD, a temporal time, or make that temporal tremor detector that detects movement or change in the fabric of space-time, as other countries also do this. He's on a secure satellite line, so he sounds a little different, not as good as he might on a regular landline, because they don't have all they have is secure lines where he is located. And by the way, I don't know where that is. I don't know where he's located, and he may not want to tell us. He used to be on Long Island, but right now he's on Coast to Coast AM. So if you'll stay right where you are, David Anderson will be right back. All right, I want to remind the audience there are two ways to get hold of me. One is during the program, and that's Fast Blast. Go to coasttocoastam.com, and you can type, a sentence or a question to me, and I'll get it instantly, speed of light, here in Manila. And if I consider it really worthy, I will ask Dr. Anderson that question. So that's a way of sort of getting a question through to the program. Second way, of course, is to email me. I love getting emails. I'll try to answer your emails. I'm doing the very best I can. If I don't answer yours, please don't feel put upon. I just didn't answer it for some reason. Sorry. But if you'd like to email me and take a shot, I'm Art Bell at mindspring.com. That's ARTBELL. ARTBELL at mindspring, MINDSPRING.com. Now, once again, on a secure satellite line from
New Mexico.
You're in New Mexico.
Yes, I am. We're up in the northwest corner of New Mexico. We're at a secure facility here, and I don't like to give more information other than that. People can find contact information on our websites if they would like to contact us.
Okay, so people can get to you by email, that sort of thing.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. As of 5 years ago, you had you'd worked with plant life. You'd actually sent plant life, I assume, into the future. What about the past?
What about the past? Absolutely, yes. Art, could I ask you a favor? You'd asked me a question just before break, and I didn't say probably one of the most exciting things. You had asked me about where research is happening. Could I make one addition to that before we transition?
Absolutely.
Well, for me, when I look at all the activity happening in the world today in time research, and this is why I'm so excited to be here, is not talk about necessarily what we're doing, what other people are doing. What's happening in India is absolutely remarkable. Their Ministry of Science and Technology in New Delhi and their what they call their DRDO, it's their Defense Research and Development Organization, they've set up a massive facility and project. It is larger in scale by a factor of 10 than anything else in the world on time research. And they're doing this. There's a district in the state of, it's called Maharashtra in India, in the Pune district, in an area called the Digi Hills. They have a massive facility, and what they've done is they've brought some of the brightest Indian defense research scientists and engineers into that area. And all the whispers among my peers around the world and physicists around the world is what's happening there. And we have a lot of activity in India because we have some facilities there. We also do most of our software development there for our support systems. But what's happening there, and I'd encourage your listeners, watch what's going to be happening there. It is absolutely phenomenal what they're doing, and they're going way beyond. The activity level we see in India is higher than anywhere else in the world today.
And any idea? I mean, after all, we have America, we have the large European nations, we have China here in Asia. Why India?
Why India? You know, it's a wonderful question, Art, and I wish I had a very profound and exciting answer for you. I think why India, it's only speculation on my part. If you look at their spiritual beliefs and the way they look at time in the universe, is very unique in the world. One of my favorite sayings when we're talking to college students around the world is to remind them, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And that's very important. We don't see things the way they are. We see things the way we are. And what's beautiful about the Indian culture in their deep spiritual beliefs is they look at the world as a dynamic web of information and energy. They don't have these barriers in their, maybe as much in their human minds as citizens of other countries that, you know, they have to categorize time, put it in a little bucket, put a nice bow around it, and say it's defined and feel they understand what it means. They don't look at it that way, and perhaps that's the reason. And also, I think one of the other reasons, Art, and it's something I admire, if you take a look at countries around the world, there's only really one country whose presidents historically are leaders in the scientific community, and India is one of them. Presidents in India are elected based upon their achievements in areas of science. And I think that's why you see the explosive growth in India, as well as their, what I would say clearly is their dominance in time control technology today.
Of all the countries that you would expect to be, as you put it, dominant in time control technology, India. Wow. Can we come back to the TTD for a moment? I'm curious, with a nuclear detonation, I guess, kind of like a radio signal, you're able to pinpoint where a nuclear detonation takes place, not only by satellite, but by the tremors, the magnitude tremors that are generated in the Earth, and then a triangulation is made, I suppose, much like, well, you would for a radio signal, and they can determine roughly where the nuclear detonation occurred. Is it roughly the same with time travel or with time travel experiments when they go on?
Maybe not so much with time travel. You notice I've been using the word time control. Yes, as a matter of fact, I'd even say it's easier. With nuclear reactors, not only can you see a nuclear detonation and pinpoint it, our satellite systems today can even detect nuclear reactors that are starting up or shutting down, and different types of events on a very, very low energy level. With a With a temporal tremor detector, it's a lot easier. Our ability to locate is not so strong, but to pinpoint locate, but our ability to tell the level of activity and whether they're working with information or matter in their experiments or their technology, and the level that they're doing it is something that we can detect today.
Okay. There's this name that you've assigned to a temporal tremor detector. Now, tremor is the key word for me there. There was a movie, and I can't recall which one it was, in which there was something called time quakes. I'm sure you're familiar with that. In other words, once a paradox or something wrong was done in the course of time travel, it created a tremor or an earthquake in the space fabric of space-time. Is that kind of what you're getting at with a temporal tremor detector?
Yes, in some ways, yes. For me, yes. The short answer is yes, Art. But I also see a more important value. One of the things that concerns myself and many of my peers is how this technology is going to be applied. The consequences of misapplication of this technology are extreme and can be catastrophic if it's not managed well. What we're really happy about a TTD is that we can use it and its base technology to determine generally where and to what level experiments are going on, which helps support transparency. For me, that's the most exciting element of a TTD, and also it lets us know truly what the state of the art is in different areas or facilities doing this type of work. Could you use it as you say, has been used in science fiction and movies? I'm woefully not familiar with time travel movies, but could it be used for something like that? Yes, but more in the, if you will, in that moment, not so much looking towards the past or the future. What we're trying to do with the TTD is simply detect disruptions in the fabric of space-time near facilities where work is being done.
Okay, let me attempt a couple of questions. You mentioned that once this machine is on, you've been able to achieve a 300% increase. In other words, 1 minute in the machine, 3 minutes of time within the machine have passed compared to operational real time, however you want to put it. Can you tell me how far into the future you have at any point gone?
At this point, I did give you specifications on our 2002 results, which obviously 8 years ago. Unfortunately, this is one question I will tell you I can't answer, but I will say at least this, that at least 2 orders of magnitudes higher in results, both in time acceleration and retardation rates.
Oh, wow.
We have, and I'm not trying to be secret of it. We do have partners all around the world. We have private partners, government interests, and there's certain things that I do have unfortunately, an obligation, my word, not to share. But hopefully,
well, that's all right. I told you I'd push as hard as I could. You just let me know when you can't talk about it. When everybody has always told me, including Professor Kaku, that if time travel is possible, travel into the future is substantially going to be easier than travel into the past. Do you agree that is so or not?
Oh boy, I can't believe that I'm actually going to disagree with Dr. Kaku because I respect him very highly. Actually, what we're seeing, and we have been seeing for the recent years, is actually we're seeing it more of an equal capability, and it has to do more with the nature of the technology that we've been refining. What we're doing is we're creating closed time-like curves, and for your listeners, what a closed time-like curve is simply it's a term very common in physics, but it's a term used to describe how space-time can be bent in a way that time actually loops back on itself. And since we're generating closed time-like curves in our new systems, we're finding it equally as easy to move backwards in time as well as forwards.
Okay. Actually, that is very close to a term that Dr. Kaku used anyway. When I asked him theoretically about time travel, he said, well, not yet, but if it happens, here's how it might happen. And he was talking about folding back space-time and sort of jumping across. And so theoretically, that's how he imagines it might occur, and don't worry about disagreeing with him, in about 4 or 5 instances, things that he had chuckled about a few short years ago, and I've been interviewing him for a number of years. He now no longer chuckles about. In fact, a great number of scientists are working in these areas that were chuckles some years ago. So we don't so easily dismiss anything at all, nor does he anymore. He used to. He used to laugh at the stuff, including UFOs, the possibility of life elsewhere, and all the rest of it. He laughed pretty hard at that. No more. No more.
By the way, your show 2 days ago was absolutely wonderful with Dr. Kako. I enjoyed it immensely, and I'd encourage your listeners to get on Streamlink and listen to it. It's always a pleasure to hear what he's up to.
Yes, indeed. All right, you mentioned that there's so many directions for me to go, I don't know where to go, but you mentioned a few moments ago that there were some pretty dire possibilities if there was a mistake or misuse of this technology. Help me out here a little. What can go wrong?
Oh wow! If we look at the capabilities for time control, this just has huge implications for society that are just fascinating. It's important, and I'd like to talk about a little bit tonight how important it is that this technology quickly become regulated and be made a little more transparent. But with time travel, some of the benefits are somebody talks some of the benefits and some of the dangers. With time travel, all the greatest questions about history could be answered. Scientists could research and catalog, for example, extinct species of plants and animals. In our world today, paleontologists have done their best to determine what dinosaurs look like and how they behave, but these are just theories today. With time control technology, we spend a lot of time meeting with people who are not talking about what if. We're way past the what if. It's now how do we use the technology. We could actually determine exactly how dinosaurs look like and be able to study their behavioral patterns. Other things that could be done, and I always talk. Talking to producers sometimes contact us and ask us for advice about their movies. But with time control technology, one of the benefits is any event in history that is disputed could be viewed, studied, and documented. Documentaries, for example, could contain the actual video of the events they're describing instead of recreations. Though most producers I talk to say the recreations are probably much more boring than the recreations are much more exciting than what the actual events would be.
Yes, well, as you know, Professor, with wars, for example, the victors write the story of how it all happened, not the losers. And so, as you point out, to be able to go back in history and actually look at how something really happened versus how the victors wrote the story of how it happened would be interesting indeed. My own personal interest, if I could go back to any time at all, remains, as it always has been, to go back to the time of Christ, when Christ was actually alive, and document at least enough so that what other people can take easily as faith, I would be able to know for certain, and that would change what life I have left, I can assure you, Professor.
While that is such a common topic that we talk about, both as a benefit and one of the reasons why governments are just so controlling and secretive. They treat time technology as one of the darkest projects that I've ever seen in my experience with the government. But they also see that as a risk, Art. Many governments feel that if we were to view that period of time and watch the life of Christ, and it disagreed with what the church foundation was built upon, it could cause a level of civil unrest that would be very, very difficult to manage. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in that. But there's other things that people talk about, like we could add the exact location of Atlantis to all of our historical maps, and then we could uncover the things you just said. We could uncover in history all the things that we've always speculated about. But there are the benefits are obvious, and they may be wonderful, and it's exciting that this is no longer science fiction. But by doing these things, we really are changing the very makeup of our reality. And do we know what the long-term impact could be on individuals, the human race, and the entire planet? Of course, there's all these benefits. We could do 2 or 3 shows on all the benefits of time travel. But how do we judge what is really useful? When we look at our reality, our world, this planet, this wonderful planet and all the people on it. The complex web of interdependence that characterizes it and our reality is so complex it seems beyond our capacity to predict the impact. Do we know how it's going to affect human evolution? By manipulating history, are we on the cusp of forcing an unnaturally and quick rate of change? I know a lot of my peers are going to be angry at me as I discuss this, but many of them, the scientific community is split. Half of the physicists I know are screaming who are involved in this. They want to see disclosure, and half don't. And I'm not saying here that scientists and the research agencies involved should turn our backs on developments in the area. I'm just trying to point out and emphasize that we must become aware of the awesome implications of this new area of science. So there's tremendous risk in catastrophes that could be created through unintelligent application of the technology.
Right. Well, I did ask you about the downside of the possibilities for catastrophic developments as a result of it, and you sort of instead launched into the benefits, and I understand why you would do that, but apparently there is the possibility of a gigantic downside. Now, other than really screwing up people's faith as a result of some revelation about Christ or Buddha or any early figure in religious history, there are apparently other downside possibilities. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the paradox question yet, but there apparently is a lot of downside to it. So when we get back from the break, which is coming, I hope that you can articulate. Maybe we should begin with paradoxes. I don't know. Is a paradox a real problem?
Actually, I have some really key thoughts on that, but you know what? I'd like to answer your question, if you don't mind. You asked a very good question, and I didn't give you a specific answer. When we come back, I'd love to talk about some of the risks.
Some of the risks downside. Okay, fine. Stay right where you are. Dr. David Anderson. So after 5 long years of some of the most amazing interviews I ever did on time travel, here is once again Dr. David Anderson. He's been doing 5 years of work since we last spoke to him. It's time travel. It's not hot. It's on fire. You are. Wow. It's a big wow tonight. Dr. David Anderson is my guest, and I guess I'm corrected by a listener. Lynn in St. Louis, Missouri said, Art, please ask your guest this. Are you able to interact with the past? No, that's not the one I want to read. This one, Shirley in Royal Oak, Michigan. Art, you keep saying 5 years since you last talked to Dr. Anderson. Actually, it's been 8 years. Last interview you did was March 12, 2002. So I guess on the subject of time, I'm a little screwed up myself. I don't know. Was it that long ago? Was it really that long ago? In a moment, Dr. Anderson and time travel continue. Well, all right. Welcome back. Once again, my guest is Dr. David Anderson. Bear in mind, he is on a secure satellite line. Not that there's anything particularly secure about, obviously, what we're doing right now. It's being broadcast worldwide. But the facility in which he's located, somewhere in New Mexico, not saying just where, is, it actually doesn't have any landline phones, but just the secure lines. Understandably so. So, Dr. Anderson, welcome back.
Thank you, Art.
You were going to articulate some of the possible downsides, hazards of movement in time or time-controlled technology. What are you worried about, Doctor?
Well, the first is in what we many people have not had the benefit of the experiences we've had to understand and to see and observe what the true nature of time, its relationship with space, and how manipulating it can have different types of effects. And a lot of the issues really begin to fall not on the scientific side, but on the moral and ethical side. By experimenting in time and exercising time-control technologies, we actually run the risk of affecting changes in our actual reality. And I think, and that means not just affecting a historical timeline, but affecting the existence of a person, of an organization, of a country. These changes are being executed, maybe on a smaller scale right now, but they're being executed without the consideration and the moral and ethical thought about what is the impact, the ripple effect that exercising time could have on individuals, on countries, on governments, even on the human race, even on the fabric. I won't go so far as to say the fabric of reality because that sounds too dramatic. But we've seen before historically that even with the greatest intentions, the human race has the ability to take new technology and apply it in dangerous ways. A couple ways, and one of the great challenges is with this technology, it would be fine if the technology was out in the open, but the agencies involved in this, whether it be government, private groups, special interest groups, they really don't want it to become public. But what you have now is a race for weapons development. There are a lot of governments who look at this and they talk about the benefits, and a lot of agencies talk about it, but they talk about the need to develop time control technology into secret super weapons. There's a desire, and that's natural. Art, and any listener who would be surprised by that, I would say I would be shocked, because I've had the benefit of reading a lot of books. I've been to military warfare college, but the fundamental premise of winning at warfare, and that's the goal of countries, is to survive first and then to prosper. That's the fundamental goal of any country on this planet, is to survive and prosper. And successful strategies show that you have to keep technology secret as an advantage. And so we see governments racing for weapons development. And essentially, they do it under the cloak of national security, but there's a short-sightedness to it. And what I worry about, and maybe this will come off as dramatic, and I hope it does, because I want to shock your listeners into reading more, whether it's with us or anyone else, is what we may be preparing for. I'm sorry, I'll take the maybe out. What these governments are preparing for, in my mind, from the inside out, looking at it, can only be described as preparing for the first great time war that this planet could see. And the effects that could have on a small scale, implementing a ripple effect that has small ripple effect that has dire consequences, or even risks destroying different aspects of historical timelines on this planet, are very severe. And this is why, again, I'm on a soapbox a little bit, my apologies, is that I would encourage your listeners, please read, please talk to people, please demand disclosure. It's the only way it's going to happen, and we're going to be able to manage prudently this technology.
The first great time war. I can imagine all kinds of ways that could occur. For example, let's take the case of Iran, which seems to be a thorn in our side at this moment in history. I suppose a government might have an interest in going back to, for example, the time of the Shah, or the end of the time of the Shah, and replacing the current group with a new, more pro-Western group than presently exists in Iran. That kind of thing, is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. And I think those that are in control of time control technologies are working on countermeasures. What they want to see is these countries not succeed in setting this up, because literally you have the ability to potentially re-engineer historical events. And a lot of people will say, hey, Dave, what about parallel universes? I got to tell you, Art, it's a very complicated discussion for radio in this short amount of time we have. But what we see, and a lot of it's based upon the great work of John Archibald Wheeler, who regrettably, he was a friend of mine and a colleague. He passed away last year or 2 years ago, is that this concept of going back and re-engineering a historical timeline and having it branch off into another parallel universe so we can feel warm and fuzzy that our timeline stays intact. What we're seeing from observations in the lab is that is
not true.
Probably not true.
All right. Dr. Kaku, for example, has suggested the idea of, well, if you were to go back and do a paradox, kill your father, your grandfather, whatever, instead of blinking out at that instant, another universe would fork off, and there would simply be a different unfolding reality, so that there would not be a paradox causing, to use the movie term, a time quake and God knows what in the future. And you're saying, and again, that's only a theory on the part of Dr. Kaku, you're saying that's not true, that a paradox done in the past is going to definitely have an effect, and possibly a bad one, or possibly a good one, I suppose, on the future. There's not going to be any forking off. Is that correct?
That's correct. And Art, I can't remember actually if it was your quote or my quote, but I do remember us discussing it one time on the radio, is that paradoxes are simply places where our rational minds bump into their own limitations. And it's so true of this subject. Moving through time is like moving through distance. Say you're in your front yard and you walk across the yard disturbing the grass and you come back. It's no different in time. If you move backwards in time, you disturb it. You move forward, you disturb it. But when we talk about, it's different moving through a dimension of space. When you move through time, you disturb it, and you can move back. But the perturbations that you've made in that timeline and the effect you've had on reality are there. So we actually are actually preparing to write a paper that we hope to publish before the end of this year that actually provides a theoretical argument, and even backed up by some experimental data, about the fact that parallel universes, as they're labeled, I want to be careful, because when we talk about hyperspaces, and that's one of the great work by Dr. Kaku that I absolutely love, we do believe in hyperspaces and what we see in the lab, but the concept of parallel universes, that we can go back, affect a change in time, and have it branch off so our original timeline is protected, is just our minds doing what they do. I mean, the human mind's job is to rationalize what it hears and perceives with its own belief systems, and we don't want to believe. And it goes back to what I said before, is we do not see things the way they are. We see things the way we are. And we are products of our biological and cultural evolution, and we look at space a certain way and we look at time a certain way. We forget that that's a cultural issue. There are cultures on this planet that have no concept of time. They have no past, present, and future in their language. It's because they evolved that way. So we have to challenge ourselves. And this is why I mentioned John Archibald Wheeler. Two of my favorite books are Edwin Abbott's Flatland and John Archibald Wheeler and Edwin Taylor's book called Space-Time Physics. And in Space-Time Physics, this book is just phenomenal. I frankly think it's one of the greatest works on space-time physics in the entire last century. And if you read it closely and carefully, Dr. Wheeler was trying to make a point about the fact that trying to overcome the barriers through his story about the parable of these day people and night people. But essentially what he's making an argument is that if you stop, just hypothetically, stop treating time, what you're seeing on your wristwatch, in seconds, minutes, and hours, and the way you believe it, put away your cultural and biological beliefs about time, just for a moment as an experiment, and you convert time to meters. Convert your wristwatch so it measures meters instead of seconds, using the speed of light not as a sacred constant of nature, but just as a conversion factor. What happens all of a sudden is this complex world of space-time physics, Art, boils down to algebra. And we do this. We spend time with college students all around the world trying to get the light bulb to go on. If you treat the time on your watch in meters, hypothetically, just for a moment, and you look at the results and what's called the invariance of the space-time interval, space-time and its relationship boils down to basic algebra and a Pythagorean's theorem. That's it. And once you understand that, and this is one of the challenges with, we talk about paradoxes being the place where our rational minds bump into our own limitations. When you can't visualize something, we want to dismiss it or categorize it. When you visualize it, that's when the true discovery occurs. And that's what I liked about Dr. Wheeler's book, is that he helped people visualize, those few who read it and really got his message, what this relationship between space and time was. And once you have that awareness, that awakening as a scientist, everything else just becomes something you can see and feel and touch, not just this abstract world of complex mathematics.
Well, I'm sure you understand, Doctor, that there are several people out there at this very moment, perhaps millions, unable to visualize what you're talking about tonight and probably dismissing it and going, oh, come on. And by the way, just for the sake of accuracy, Shirley in Royal Oak, Michigan, is she correct? Was the last interview March 12, 2002?
That's correct. Maybe that 5 years was in a parallel universe or an alternate timeline, Art. But that is correct. Shirley is correct. Thank you so much. Okay.
So Dr. Anderson has done time travel, folks, if you're just joining the show. 8 years ago, we did a series of interviews. I forget, I don't know, it was 3 or 4, something like that. But at that time, you were doing things like putting clocks in this time field that you've created, and actually observing the change in time. And then you use some more mechanical clocks. At that time, you were not doing living organisms, but you've done plants. And I guess now I've got to move ahead and ask you, in this last 8 years, have you used living organisms, mammals?
The short answer to that is yes, without going into a lot of detail. Yes, all the what I want to say, all the restrictions are off. The reason we had, and honestly, I didn't know at the time, but other agencies also were having similar problems around the world who are doing work independent of us, is we had problems with the boundary layer, and we were talking about the radiation effects of frequencies being Dopplered upwards into dangerous radiation levels. We've overcome that problem, as well as other institutes have, and now they're very active with...
Wait. Boundary levels, what are those?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just referenced one of our last shows together, and that's not fair to your listeners. In our first and second generation time warp field generators, we could create this spherical field that accelerated or decelerated time rates in the center of the field. But the challenge was, as you moved across the boundary layer of that field, where the time rates were accelerated to where the time rates, let's call them for the moment, were normal, we had very strange effects. So as we move things in or out of the field through that boundary layer on the border of the field, very bad things would happen to living organisms. They would, for example, die, which is not a good thing.
Okay. How did one get past that problem?
It was an issue. It was more of an issue of learning, understanding the nature of the time warp field. As I mentioned, when we hit our third generation, we actually found some points of stability to control the boundary layer, and that was one of the reasons why we developed a 5-year plan. We hoped it would have been 3 years, but it turned out to be a 5-year plan to refine the technology to eliminate that. And frankly, today we feel very confidently that we finally completely overcome that and have moved on to other areas of application and research.
All right. Professor, you mentioned time warp field. Okay. Is there any way that you can give us a basic understanding of how this field is created, what it is, what it consists of? If you go back to some of the early science fiction, the Philadelphia experiment, for example, it was electromagnetism, it was rotating RF fields, that sort of thing. Can you give us an idea, a rough idea, even just a rough idea of the technology involved in creating the field?
Absolutely, yes. When we last spoke, we were using in the field chamber itself, where we generated these time warp fields, we're using a chemical reagent, rotating electromagnetic fields and high energy lasers to excite the field. And Art, at the time, we actually thought, okay, it's that, and we need to understand a little bit more about it. But what we've actually learned, and it's been the foundation for some recent patents on the time reactor technology we have, is that what we've actually done is created a path, and here where I'll use the word, through hyperspace. And maybe just a slight little distraction. We were always puzzled, how could we create these fields of containable, closed time-like curves at such a low energy level? And we even talked on our show about one of the things that we were trying to learn about last time was we seem to find sources of power in the field that are much higher than the input power that we're putting into it, which violates the laws of physics, which we do believe in quite highly. What it turns out to be is what is now the foundation of what we call our time reactors. And essentially, there's a word in physics. It's called inertial frame dragging. It's something that was theoretical, that we had proposed, other people had. It's now been proven, and it's also predicted by Einstein's special theory of relativity that when you have a mass, like a planet, rotating in space-time, it actually twists space-time around it. And if I could say it, it twists time, and let's make it very simple. Let's call it it twists space-time like a string. We've all seen it in science fiction movies or in documentaries. When you see the Earth kind of sunk into a fabric and you see those curved lines going into the Earth, every now and then you see them twisted around the Earth. That rotating the Earth generates inertial frame dragging. And what we found out our time warp field generators were doing were essentially tapping into the potential energy. Think about that twist in space-time like a spring, no different than winding a spring in a clock. You basically, what you've done is you have a great amount of stored potential energy in that spring. So we weren't creating the energy. All we were doing was coupling the potential energy across two areas or 2 points that were separated by curved space-time. So is that spring or that inertial frame dragging effect that we were taking the potential energy from, and that's what we learned. We actually discovered that, I think it was right about back in 2005. And since then, it's just been absolutely remarkable what we've been able to learn about what we've been observing and to build upon it.
All right. What Dr. Kaku and other theoretical physicists have said is that they believe that time travel one day, their words, may be possible. It would take, they say, an enormous amount of energy that we wouldn't even have available on this planet at the moment. What you're telling us is that in the process of the technology that you've discovered for time travel, you have tapped into an existent energy that's out there right now that apparently physicists, for the most part, are not aware of. So you have the energy, but it's not something you're personally generating. It's something you're able to tap into. Is that a crude way to put it?
That's correct. And I'd like to come back and make one clarification. You said that physicists aren't aware of. I'd like to come back and make a comment on that if I could. But the answer is yes, absolutely.
All right, Doctor, hold it right there. The clock in the linear time world won't let us do anything else. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. All the way from Manila in the Philippines, this is indeed Coast to Coast AM, and I am Art Bell for, I think, probably George. I'm not really sure. It's kind of a rotating deal on Sunday evenings. My guest is incredible. He's Professor David Anderson. We're talking about time travel. He's 8 years ago when we did the interview, he had accomplished time travel. Now we've come quite a long distance from that point. Other countries are doing it, says Dr. Anderson. Not only that, but at that earlier time, it was just inorganic matter that was traveling, clocks, that sort of thing. Now, mammals have traveled in time. Now we're talking about things like time wars and, oh my God, what a program this is. I hope you're listening very carefully, and I'm trying. I'm not getting all of it, but I'm getting most of it. So, we'll continue and try to understand more of how this is being done with Dr. David Anderson in a moment. Professor, you said other physicists, are aware of this to some degree, and, obviously, governments are, and I would imagine you've had a number of visits from our government. It's hard to even know where to start in this category. What sort of interaction have you had with our or any government?
Well, as I mentioned, we've been quite active with governments in Japan and in India. We've have had meetings with the different government agencies in China. We actually have one coming up in Russia, which I'm hopeful we can break down some barriers and find ways to collaborate on some either the moral ethical issues or the technology side. And of course, we've had some dealings with governments here, which is also one of the challenges. Maybe spinning off of this, it's one of the reasons why I'm so happy to be on your show, because there's a message I'd like to get out to your listeners, is that when you look at this time control technology, the influence of government is profound. Any new breakthrough like this that has a tremendous military applications or commercial prospects, it really attracts tremendous interest and investment from both the private sector and enterprise as well as governments. And I can't say this with enough emphasis. I wish I could be sitting in front of every one of your listeners now. One cannot underestimate the financial aspirations and the power of large business, and more so the political and economical aspirations and the power of governments. The range of technological possibilities now are so enormous with this time technologies that the only limitations are, as you started to imply, are the limits of our imagination, or maybe even more so the limits of our insufficient imagination. We've acquired so much knowledge and power with this time technology that it places us in a critical position. And I'd say it's a critical position unlike any that has occurred in history on this planet. If we if we look at human ethics and we look at our history and we look at the philosophical basis underlying all that, there's a clear recognition that says the greater knowledge and power we have, the greater the need for moral responsibility to serve as a foundation to guide it. And art, until recently, we could look at our planet and we could say that until recently this has been highly affected, but only barely. I mean, we've danced on technologies and almost destroyed ourselves. But for the first time, the human capacity, for the past, the human capacity for moral reasoning has kept pace with the developments in human knowledge and its capacities. We haven't destroyed ourselves yet. But with this era that we're going into, with time control technology and the way it's being played with now and exercised around the world, the gap between the moral reasoning of these governments and our technological capacities has reached a critical point. And I could give you 40 or 50 reasons why governments, I literally could, 40 or 50 reasons why they would not want this to be disclosed. But it's being kept secret. There are physicists, there are scientists who are very active in that. But as far from the government and the private interest perspective, they will never release it. But in my mind, and as well as I mentioned earlier, a lot of physicist friends of mine, the scientific community is split on those on the inside of this. Half of us feel probably that transparency is the only way that we're going to guide the moral and ethical application of this technology. But art's going to require something that's never been done on this planet before. We're going to have to knock down all the political barriers, all the religious barriers, and to look at this issue as one human race on this planet.
Good luck with that. Lynn in St. Louis, Missouri has a question I think will help clarify things for some people. Please ask Dr. Anderson, are you able to, we'll do these one at a time, are you able to interact with the past, or are you simply an observer? I guess the answer to that is you're able to interact. You've made that quite clear.
Yes, both.
Are you able to change events?
Yes, it is possible. It is very possible to change events. The only thing that would be different, thank you for the question, by the way, to your listener. The only thing that would be different than what's commonly understood, a lot of people feel changing events creates paradoxes. What we're seeing is paradoxes. That's a limitation in the way we look at the science or the observations we see. The reality is that walking through your flower bed and walking back again, you've changed that, and it's no different than walking through time. When you walk through time, you change. When you walk back, it doesn't erase itself. It doesn't create paradox. You've effectively changed and had a ripple effect that has touched other parts of this reality, which is one dynamic web of information and energy, which means you might have introduced changes that have no effect at all. They're insignificant, minor, completely not observable, or you may have created ripple effects that could drastically change the course of this planet and human race.
It's not all that frequent that you hear a scientist call for controls of the technology that he's working on, whether it be genetic work or any other leading edge field right now. Scientists are loath to call for any sort of moral, ethical controls on what they're doing. So it is unusual to hear that, Doctor, and I can only assume that what you've seen and what you know has pushed you to the point of actually publicly calling for controls in this area, yes?
Yes, I think this technology, and it's not just me, Art, I just happen to be lucky and fortunate to be on your show. This technology, we feel, has exceeded the ability, at this time at least, of, let's call it our leaders or the people who are in control of the technology to apply moral reasoning to it. We have some very serious questions to answer. What do we do with this knowledge? How do we handle it? Who should have access to it, given its social and personal implications in relation to literally anything, anyone, even the entire planet? I mean, these are just a few of the questions that are raised. And we feel that, many of my colleagues feel, that this burden does need to lie on the scientific community. We have to carry a big part of that.
Have you sent a human into the past?
And I don't think we're the only one who's done it. And I know this will create a lot of stir because I don't want it to be the focus of this show. I really don't want it to be, because transparency and the need for support from your listeners is so important. The short answer is yes, we have exposed humans to accelerated and retarded rates of time. Absolutely yes.
All right, so in the spirit of time travel movies, is it the kind of deal where you sit in a chamber or a chair or something that where you're exposed to this field and then the change begins when you turn all this on?
It's inside a field. The most dramatic part of this is actually the excitement or the startup of a time warp field. It's pretty spectacular to see. With regards to the experience of being exposed to accelerated or decelerated time rates, the effect of the people observing the experiment is pretty bland and benign. But we have tremendous, amazing, what I want to say, experiences reported by the people who have been exposed to these fields. Some of them would claim to have very, very spiritual experiences. Some of them would report seeing spectacular phenomenon as they're in that transition period. All range of spectrum, but it's such a the human mind is so unusual when it's exposed to something so foreign. It's hard to interpret that. It's really not our area of expertise, even though we're trying to add that competency now, kind of the human factors of being exposed to time warp fields.
All right, let me try this. If you're, and you claim you have already done this, human in both directions. If a human were, let's stick with the past for a moment. If a human were sent into the past, is that human restricted to staying within the time warp? In other words, once in the past, whether it be a minute or a year or 500 years, can you then walk out of the field and interact with that time that you're now in? And then, of course, there's the getting back question.
So, just one clarification. What I am talking about is time control, and I'm being very careful about the words time control versus time travel. Have we exposed humans to moving them forward and backwards in time? Yes, on a scale that's smaller, but we've done it. We're not talking about sending a human back 40, 50 years, but the technology is not so far away from doing that. What we are talking about is, yes, a person moving backwards in time, being able to step out of the field and to interact. And that's what, as you mentioned, Dr. Kako had mentioned about closed time-like curves. This is something we've known for a long time. The German mathematician Kurt Gödel in the late 1940s demonstrated on paper how the creation of closed time-like curves didn't violate the laws of our mathematics and physics. Frank Tipler in 1965 wrote a paper about how to create closed time-like curves that has now become known as a Tipler cylinder. Dr. Kaku also talked, I believe, about cosmic strings and time warp fields. These are things that create closed time-like curves. So time literally, Art, actually loops back on itself even into its own past, and it happens at sub-light speed. So it's one way to travel backwards in time without traveling faster than the speed of light. And when you emerge from that field, as a person in the middle of the experiment, yes, you've moved backwards in time.
All right, you actually hold patents for what you call a time reactor design. And one more time for me, because I'm trying to understand this. You talk about frame dragging as a source of energy. So the machinery, the actual machinery, I know I'm going to run into trouble here because you're not going to want to answer these questions, but you said electromagnetic fields are created. Are you using relatively small amounts of energy to access all of this, or does it take a considerable amount of energy?
That's actually, relatively speaking, it's a very small amount of energy. It might be considered to be on a pretty moderate to large scale based upon typical usage of power. But let me give a little analogy. Say I ask one of your listeners, and being that I'm from or I spend quite a bit of time in upstate New York. Let's say I challenge one of your listeners to go over on the Great Lakes and I want him to build a hydroelectric plant. So one way to do that is simply to, so let's build a big structure with a big ramp that goes up, say, several, 100 meters up into the sky, ramps down. We'll get a bunch of pumps. We'll pump water up to the top of the ramp. We'll let the water flow down the ramp at the bottom. We'll spin the turbines and generate the electricity. That's one way to do it. It takes a tremendous amount of power to pump that water to the top. But the smart way to do it would be, wait a minute, why don't we just use Niagara Falls? There's waterfalls there. Why not just use the potential energy that exists in nature? And that's what we're doing we didn't realize we were doing it initially with time warp fields, but that's exactly the way they work. We're using the potential energy that's stored like in a spring in twisted space-time around the Earth. All we're doing, like a battery, is reaching and I'm going to say through hyperspace to 2 points to couple the energy and to release the natural energy. So with a small amount of input power, we get tremendous power out, which creates one problem with clean power generation, which there's a lot of, I don't want to play into so many conspiracies, but there are a lot of special interest groups that have a lot of reasons why they'd like not to see clean energy. But what's also fascinating, Art, it takes a tremendous amount of power to curve space-time. And when we are able to tap into that twisted space-time and release the energy in that spring and to concentrate in an area, something else happens. Not only do we get a large surge of energy, but there's a gradual curve in space-time. This twist in space-time is measured in a very small amount around the Earth. It's measured in arc seconds, which is extremely small. But by bridging it, we actually condense that curved space-time instead of across a much wider part of space into a concentrated point. And what we get is tremendous levels of closed time-like curves. So it's not just the power generation, it's the generation of powerful fields of closed time-like curves using energy that exists in nature. And it's sometimes amazing to us that more people haven't really looked at this as a source of potential energy. We looked at wind, we look at sun, we look at the tides, we look at water. But there's a tremendous amount of energy surrounding this planet on a scale that dwarfs what we generate in power generation facilities today.
Well, that was a critically important question. Without the power, as you've articulated, coming from some other source, it just wouldn't have been possible. So you've answered that question. Obviously, that opens the door. If there's energy out there that can be tapped into and more out than in, as you put it, then that's a potential free energy source. And that's a reason why a lot of people would come after you. Doctor, you began this work to some degree in the Air Force. Is that correct?
That's correct. Actually, I was a scientist stationed working for Air Force Systems Commands at Edwards Air Force Base in the Mojave Desert, and I was very active in eventually what became the study and the developing of mathematical models for high-speed orbital and space vehicles. And that's how I accidentally come into this, actually. It was, we were working, I was creating a model using, it was an 11-dimensional Kalman filter, and saw some really amazing information coming out of the model that we created. And actually, it's kind of interesting. I so much wanted to continue the work in the Air Force, but we had a specific mission. We were looking at high-speed orbital vehicles and space vehicles. That was the mission. I'd come across something that I wanted to explore further, but at the time, or at least until it took quite a time, the Air Force didn't realize what we were trying, or what I was trying to communicate to them. I really wish I could have continued in the Air Force, but was unable to.
So, in other words, at the time you left the Air Force, they really weren't aware of the additional discoveries that you had made.
Yeah, I think at the time they thought I was a little bit crazy, but was actually interesting. And that's normal in this field, as you say. People chuckle at things. But it was interesting. 2 weeks prior, I'd already packed up all my belongings. I'd shipped them back home. I had my going away party. I was taken off of active duty. I was waiting for my flight. And 2 weeks before, the Air Force denied my separation. I'd completed my contract. They denied it. I actually had to go to Senator Rockefeller in West Virginia and request a congressional inquiry to get released, because by that time I was 2 weeks away. I'd already set the groundwork for setting up the research center and getting that started. and I wanted to move forward. So I actually had to go to a congressional inquiry. But I think Air Force Systems Command didn't realize what I was alluding to until just weeks, maybe about 2 or 3 weeks prior to my separation.
So they attempted to stop it. They actually stopped or tried to stop your separation. Are they aware now of what you have done?
Yes, I mean different groups, different individuals, and different aspects of the military. Yes, but yeah, I wouldn't say they attempted to stop. They did stop. When I petitioned Senator Rockefeller, it took I think almost 8 or 9 months to process my separation. So the Air Force held on to me for a while, but and I really appreciated my work. The Air Force gave me United States Air Force gave me access to technology and projects and opportunities I couldn't have got anywhere else. I'm very grateful. I don't want that to be a negative comment.
All right. No, it isn't. All right, Dr. Anderson, hold tight right there. This is Dr. David Anderson. We're talking about time control technology. I'm Art Bell. Here I am indeed, and this is just a total mind blower of a show. That was a good piece of bumper music for this. We're talking about time control technology. We're talking about time travel, actually. And Dr. David Anderson was on the program 8 years ago. At that time, he'd done early time travel. Bear in mind, as he speaks with us this night, he's somewhere in New Mexico from a lab, and he's using a secure sat line. So that's what you're hearing. If the audio doesn't sound quite right, he's on a secure sat line. There are no wired phones at his location for understandable reasons, although there's obviously nothing at all secure about what we're doing tonight. Nor are we getting all of the information. That's simply not possible. What Dr. Anderson is working on is it is so far out there that I guess as a listener you're either gonna go, oh my God, or you're gonna just dismiss all of this. I don't know how you're gonna react to it, but judging from the fast blasts that I'm getting, you're actually reacting quite well with really lucid questions, and I'll try and get to some of those as we continue with Dr. Anderson in a moment. Once again, Dr. David Anderson, Dr. Bill in Bloomington, Indiana, asks the following. How is time travel affected by the fact that the Earth, solar system, the galaxy, they're all moving in space? In other words, an hour ago, the Earth was somewhere else. Does time travel equal space travel, or do you end up, floating in space?
Well, it's a great question. It's been portrayed. Thank you for the question. So many different ways in movies. When you're using, it's a good question. When you're using technologies that involve closed time-like curves, you're in a field where time is looping back on itself. So essentially, you're staying in the field and moving with that field of closed time-like curves. There's a lot of questions. I understand where the question is coming. If you had a hypothetical technology that did not use a field of closed time-like curves and they traveled, say, back 10 minutes in time while the Earth is, hurtling through space at this tremendous speed, you're going to materialize in the empty space. In the case of any type of time control technology, no matter what it is, that's using closed time-like curves, you are going to experience that transition through time within the field, so you're moving with the field itself.
Okay. You mentioned a number of moral, ethical problems associated with this technology, and I can certainly understand them. If you were the one testifying before some sort of Senate or congressional committee, what limits at this point, with your knowledge, what caveats would you impose on the use of this technology worldwide?
Oh, it's a good question. We have to, first, I'd remind everybody that we have to understand that the growing options we have with time control technology and science could very well affect our concept of what it means to be human. We have to think about the impact of what we're talking about with this new technology. So it's conceivable, if the human race decides to use this newly found knowledge and technology skillfully, it could really help foster a greater sense of affinity and maybe even unity with each other and life as a whole. Being that we're all part of the same dynamic web of information and energy. But I would say many people are becoming worried by the short and long-term consequences of its application. I feel part of the solution is that we have to close this gulf that separates the scientific community and the general public that, frankly, in the most part, not the only part, but the most part, is caused by the lack of transparency in governments and organizations developing time control technology. I feel, though, Art, we have to, as scientists, the onus should be on us in the scientific community. We have to demonstrate that there are no long-term negative consequences in the application of the technology. We have to adopt complete transparency on all the possible implications that time control technology could have for individuals, the human race in reality. And we have to provide something that's never been done before, transparency to every detail of its actual use. And
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but I mean, do you honestly expect governments to adhere to that kind of rigid rule? I mean, governments are going to be using this immediately for political warfare reasons, and imposing the kind of controls that you're talking about. Just, it's not going to work with government. They're not ready for it. We're not ready for it, Doctor.
Well, I would say that I'd have to say it's too late for the question.
I guess so.
It's too late. It's too late, Art. And I think this is what I want people to understand. And it has nothing to do with the Anderson Institute and our work over the last 20 years. Given the tremendous pace of development in time control science, we have to find a way. It's urgent to refine our capacity for moral reasoning so we're equipped to address all the challenges, the moral challenges that this new situation brings. We can't wait for, like we always have as a race inhabiting this planet, for a series of responses to emerge in an organic way. We have to confront the reality of our potential future and past and tackle the problems. And we have to do something we haven't done before. It's a great question you ask, but the question's too late. We now have to do something if we want to avoid that great time war and the dangerous repercussions and potential catastrophes this technology could have on this planet and the people of this world. We need to examine these questions and this problem from the perspective of global ethics that is grounded in a recognition of fundamental human values that transcends religions and science. We can't look at it in terms of government borders, political borders, scientific borders, religious borders. We need an educate. You asked me what to do. We must be more critically aware of what we're developing, what we're applying, and why. We have to have a higher level of collective effort than what we've ever seen yet on this planet. We need to have educational imperatives that must be directed to scientists as well as all people. Given that the stakes for the world are so high, the decisions about the course of research, what do we do with the knowledge, how do we apply the technology, can't be left in the hands of scientists. It can't be left in the hands of business interests. It can't be left in the hands of government officials. We need to develop solutions with a much higher public involvement, whether through debate, through media, through public consultation, or the actions of grassroots pressure groups. Perhaps we need a Pandora. I heard you talking about that the other day on your show. But that's what we need to establish. The challenges are so great, and the dangers for the misuse of technology are so global. We need a collective moral compass transcending all these artificial lines we create as a single, not just a single human race inhabiting this planet. One thing we've learned from our science, Art, and from the work we've been doing, and what we've learned from everyone, no exceptions, every one of the other agencies we've touched with, regardless of how far they let us to see inside their work, is that what this shows is that we do live in a world, a dynamic web of information and energy where everything is connected to everything, everyone, all the time. And we see this now. We know this now. But we need to advance our capacity for moral reasoning as a civilization inhabiting this planet, or the consequences could be very grave.
Well, I hate to be a pessimist, but if we need everything that you just described, we're doomed. Which I've always sort of thought anyway. I just don't see...
Oh, Art, no.
I honestly don't see how governments and people can come together with the kind of transparency that you're talking about, knowing the way we are is the way we are, and it's just not going to happen. All of human history is on my side in this. So I guess, but on the other hand, maybe it's such a powerful technology that aren't you taking a terrible chance by even coming on the air tonight and talking about the advances since we last spoke? Isn't it a terrible risk?
Art, it's a wow, you just touched on what I'll say is a very deeply personal issue for me. I can't tell you the not just myself, but people who are around the work we do, and I've seen it in other areas too. Even though through the cultural gaps, our relationships with other agencies sometimes are a little more formal, but where we've got personal. Personally, I can tell you from my own perspective, the amount of loss I've had has been severe to be involved in this work. Honestly, I don't think and I won't go into details on the show, I've lost so much as a result of pursuing this work that I don't think it could ever get any worse. So for me, I'm not concerned about that. I do feel an ethical responsibility to a lot of members of my team, and I have a lot of empathy for people in other agencies doing work. But I tell you, Art, and I can't underline it enough, a person cannot underestimate the financial aspirations and power of the large businesses who want this technology, and the political and economical and military aspirations and the power of governments. They're so strong. Forgetting the fact that the potential energy power generation capabilities we're talking about, then you bring in the special interest groups and the oil lobbyists. You can understand why we stay a little bit private and why, to expand our network, we went, if you will, dark for a period of time. Not to sound so clandestine, but that's what we did.
Well, clearly you did. You've been away from the public eye for 8 years, and I imagine even kind of at a private level, you've been more or less disappeared for 8 years. Here's another question for you. With respect to time travel to the future, is it possible to simply observe? And if so, the world is at a very, very critical juncture. I suppose you say that at any moment in history, but truly it seems as though right now we're at a very critical juncture. Wars looming. There are always wars, but religious differences that drive airplanes into buildings, and it's just a pretty rough time all the way around. Nuclear proliferation going at a very fast clip. Have you looked into the future with respect to time control technology itself, or the world situation, period? Are you able to look into the future very far and see what's ahead for us, Doctor?
Well, the short answer to that is yes, to some degree. And there are a lot of reasons to look into the future. There's a lot of temptation to say, let's look into the future and retrieve information for the future for, cures for diseases like diabetes, AIDS, cancer.
Yes.
Viewing into the future to see what happens. These are tough questions. This comes back to the moral compass. We're very tempted. And on occasion, we see the ability to send information forward and backwards in time, the ability to view through time. And the question is how much. It now becomes to the question, and it's one of the things some members of our teams, and actually the team in India is amazing. I'm going off on a little bit of a tangent, but to these questions about do you view in time, not view in time, they're so far along on the technology, they're developing all the operational procedures, protocols, the regulations that guide its application. They move beyond the technology. They're developing the infrastructure and the policies and procedures around how it can be applied and used. We have a lot of temptation to look into it. We're still learning. We're still kind of in our lab, in our labs that are spread out around the world. We're still kind of in a little bit of a wow state when we realized back in 2005 that we were not generating power, but we were tapping into a naturally occurring power. It really kind of caught us off guard. And like before, we spent many years trying to refine the boundary layer issues that we had. We spent a lot of time, now that we've learned a little bit about where this power is coming from through using the potential energy, we're now working to understand that. We're tempted to look forward and backwards in time, but we're really trying to apply that same ethical and moral compass to our own operations. But I got to tell you, we've seen some interesting things. We have a young lab technician here who's going to publish his first scientific paper, and a lot of people are aware of many free energy claims, like with zero-point energy and the work of Nikola Tesla and others. He's actually writing a paper that he believes they were doing maybe the same thing we are doing. We accidentally tapped into a naturally occurring potential energy. This isn't the free energy, speculation of fictitious things. This is a potential energy that's proven to exist around the Earth in curved space-time. And what he believes, I shouldn't say we, because this is all his inspiration, and he's done tremendous work, is that he believes that what Nikola Tesla was tapping into, and many other of these zero-point energy reports, are based upon tapping into curved space-time technologies that actually coupled the potential energy between 2 points in space-time through hyperspace or through this space.
Okay, here's one for you. Dr. Anderson, as far as I know, and the audience knows, you're the first one to tell us about all of this. Now, you've mentioned that India is perhaps even ahead of us, or ahead of yourself at the moment, that China's working on this. How did time control technology proliferate? Is it a situation where these other countries were working in parallel, doing parallel work with what you were doing, or did your technology get in their hands somehow?
I think it's a mix of both. I wish there was a very specific answer, but I would go back and make a comment. That comment would be that this has been going on for quite amount of time. People talk about sending information backwards in time, and we talk about projects like the NEC funding with Princeton and Dr. Yulian Wang's work. Russia, for example, was doing similar experiments to that funded by the government back in the 1960s. I know that for a fact because when the former Soviet Union went through its challenges, we actually purchased, the TTRC actually purchased some of the assets of the Moscow Aviation Institute and the research they were doing in these areas. So I think my message, it surprises me, and maybe that's part of my plea. Please understand, this technology, some of it, yes, we have partners where we share technologies, and of course, we compartmentalize a lot. We're not as open as we'd like governments to be sometimes, so I'm slapping myself on the wrist right now for all your listeners who are calling me a hypocrite. But we do feel responsibility not to protect the technology from a point of power and superiority, but from ensuring that it's not shared too widely until there's a moral compass. But many of these groups have come upon their own approaches to the technology. Some have built upon, and honestly, I would say the great work done in Russia back in the 1960s. They've built upon that, they followed that, and really extrapolated it to wonderful levels. And other groups have come up with totally radically new things that we never would have considered.
Have you discovered anything at all about the nature of life and death as a result of time travel? For example, one would imagine if reverse time travel can be done, which you say it can, you would be able to actually go back and talk to somebody who had passed away already. I don't know that that really tells you anything about the nature of life and death, but it's a question.
The nature of life and death. Oh, wow. What does it tell us about life? As I mentioned earlier, from every observation we have and every type of experiment and protocol we run in the lab, we see the support of the world as a dynamic, and the reality is a web of dynamic information and energy. The other thing we see with regards to life and death is we talk about the world as a form of a dynamic web of information and energy. We see it tied to entropy, that natural tendency of the universe to move to disorder. Of course, we see energy, improving the organization of the universe, or information improving or reducing that entropy. We see energy taking in the opposite direction, but we see energy not disappearing. We see energy transforming. So when we talk about consciousness, and this is an interesting conversation because we talk about this when I'm with colleagues, when we're away from the formal agendas. But when we talk about the human consciousness, we talk about the human consciousness being able to transcend time, or this tiny little view we have of our reality right in front of
All right,
us.
Doctor, hold it right there. I'm sorry to interrupt, but boy, what's happening to time? From Manila in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, I'm Art Bell. Here I am. I don't often, doing this program, simply get stunned. And that's what this program is doing. It simply stuns me. And the nature of life and death, and he says information, consciousness, continues to survive. And I think that answers a question for me anyway, a very important question for me, and one that I always thought was true. So I'm not surprised by the answer, but I guess I'm stunned. That's the right word. The whole thing is stunning. My guest is Dr. David Anderson. The subject is time control technology or time travel. He's doing it. He's coming to us on a secure line. There are no wired lines at the facility he resides in at the moment, he and his workers. It's somewhere in New Mexico, and that's about as much as we're going to find out about where he is. He's been out of touch with us for 8 years. This is a show you're going to want to archive and listen to very carefully. Dr. David Anderson, back in a moment. Well, all right. Doug from Cardiff, California, I'm trying to get these in, asks, Doctor, the time travel is fascinating. However, the tapping into, in quotes, zero-point energy is equally astounding. Please clarify, how viable is this zero-point technology for general widespread use? Is this the energy game changer that we've all been waiting for?
Well, I think, thank you for the question, listener, and I think there is a tremendous potential. For those who are interested, by the way, we did publish one of our patent applications online. It's available on the website, pretty easy to find. It outlines the basic principles behind a time reactor. Our hope is other people will take this and build upon it, find even better ways to tap into the potential energy. And Art, could you repeat the question for me again? My apologies, It's late in the morning here and I lost track.
Oh, no. Doug says the time travel is fascinating. However, the tapping into zero-point energy is equally astounding. Please clarify, how viable is this zero-point technology for general, widespread use? Is it the energy game changer we've all been waiting for?
I believe it is. First off, it has been done. We've replicated, not replicated, we've designed operating systems. We actually believe other people have as well. I feel embarrassed to say, I think this is what we were observing in our early time warp field generators, as I mentioned earlier. But this technology is real. However, it will require, to go public, it's going to require a careful release of the technology by governments. And of course, what happens then is we run into many. Then I don't want to play the conspiracy card again, but the special interest groups again are quite powerful. And of course, the main motive behind them controlling the technology is to preserve their economic status quo and their profitability. So we tend to run into a lot of barriers. Our hope is that through better transparency, we can overcome that. Because while special interest groups are strong, once a technology, even if it's been hidden for many years, becomes transparent to the public, those special interest groups lose their power. And so we hope it will become mainstream.
With respect to travel into the future, and for that matter, the past, is it malleable? In other words, if you see something in the future, is it possible to change whatever it is that you've seen?
Well, there's some arguments inside. The first answer is yes. There might even be some arguments not even by interacting, just by observing, of course, you change. And the analogy I'd like to give, and I know it's a difficult subject, and again, I really urge people to read space-time physics. And by the way, it's not just for physics students and physicists. Half of it is a college textbook. Half of it is an effort by the physicists who wrote it to make you think about this. But moving through time is like moving through distance. So again, you walk through your flower bed outside and you walk back. You've moved through space and you've trampled some of the flowers, you've moved some to the side, you've changed it. And the same is true moving forward and backwards in time. When you move forward and you move backwards, you are affecting changes that affect both areas, just like walking through space. I know it's a very difficult concept, but it really boils down to be that simple.
Mm-hmm. What's the most interesting observation that you've made in your lab regarding time itself?
Again, I have to say the most interesting observation is the emotional reaction of people who see a time warp field generator in an experiment in action. And then I'll get to a technical one. the second personal observation for me, very powerful, is people who always contact me 1 or 2 weeks later and say they can't go through life the same way. They can't look at the world the same way anymore. Everything's changed for them about every aspect of their day, their days and their lives. On the technical side, the most interesting thing, I think it's worn off the ability to observe accelerated and retarded rates of time. Believe it or not, you get really used to it. It's just part of the job. I think I would say the most interesting thing to me, and it gets into a very complicated topic for radio, but it would be the link between what we're seeing, what is the actual construct of time. We talk about, let's see if I can wrap my words just a little more succinctly, Art. Our mind is like a television set. I've heard this analogy so many times. The world is a dynamic web of information and energy. We're a television set, and with our mind has a little tuner, and as we turn channels, we can see only a small portion of that information and energy. We don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And the one thing that's most interesting for me, Art, coming out of our research, is what we're learning about the nature of time. And our hope is actually to make some, and it would be so exciting for me, to make some contributions to string theory. Why we don't agree with the concept of parallel universe, the most interesting for me is we look at the nature of time, we now begin to start understanding why, from our perspective, is let's call it three-dimensional beings, why it appears to us that the theory of everything would be an 11-dimensional theory. We begin to see that, and believe it or not, we begin to see time as a sphere. And that's going to sound really abstract as well, very difficult for radio, but we begin to learn things about time that we can visualize, and that's exciting for me, and that's interesting for me.
Well, earlier you mentioned to think of time as a measurement. In other words, as time passes, to think of it as movement in meters as opposed to movement in seconds or minutes, correct?
That is correct, and that is exactly what it is. And it is so simple. If you can just eliminate a couple thousand years of biological and cultural evolutions, forget the fact that you see things the way you are, not the way the world is, and you accept that for a moment, and the physics, space-time physics, and the nature between time and space boil down to algebra that you can see and feel. Sorry, a little bit of too much there.
No, that's all right. Actually, it makes a lot of sense to me, because the only way that human beings could, originally there was nothing. Before the Big Bang, there was nothing. Therefore, there was no time. Once the Big Bang occurred, there were objects. There was this planet, then there was the moon. We could watch the moon move. And as we watched the moon move and the stars move and other planetary bodies move, we could measure. Hence, we began to understand that there was time. So time itself is only realized by movement. I'm not a physicist, but I can understand that from, it's hard. It's all hard to put into words, Professor, but...
Well said, Art. I mean, we touched on information energy and the eternal consciousness. In our minds, in my mind, sometimes the Big Bang was just a small thermal instability. That dynamic web of information and energy was there before, it's there during, it's there after, and it'll be there at the next Big Bang as well. And that eternal consciousness that's buried within that web of information and energy will always be there. Will always be there.
Has there been a moment in the development of this technology, all these years, Professor, when you've said to yourself, I guess I should stop. This is too much. Our world, our society is obviously not ready for it. I should just bury this and go away.
Well, yes. I mentioned that when we essentially went dark back in 2002, a big reason was we saw amazing results. We needed more resources and technologies we didn't have. We needed to expand. I was very concerned then for two things. I was very concerned about employees at the Time Research Center on Long Island. I was quite concerned for their safety. I mentioned to you I've lost a lot. Not a topic I go into on the radio, but I've lost way too much. But I was also concerned about the lack of a moral compass. And in all honesty, I would not have brought our work back into the public at this time if I didn't think it's too late. It's too late to keep it to the side. And I would encourage, and I'm hoping, and I do believe that other colleagues in different areas of the world, totally independent of the Anderson Institute, are going to begin stepping forward, talking about the work that they're doing. I think it's too late. The question again would be a question in my mind, Art, that it's a little too late now. Now the technology is in the hands of people, some of which will be prudent, but as you mentioned, as a human race on this tiny planet, we haven't done a great job at knocking down those lines and working as a unified, group. And we need to accomplish that. And now it's too late. The technology is in too many people's hands. It's at different levels, fortunately, depending on which country and which agency you're speaking of. But the technology is there.
You mentioned, Professor, that India is pretty far ahead in all of this. Have you had any feedback from India or those working in India on the moral, ethical implications and concerns? Are they concerned as you are?
I would say yes. These groups, I think it's difficult. There's a fear in some of these groups. Depending on where you are in the world, the situation could even be worse than we're in. I think most people that I associate with, my peers and my colleagues, different physicists, different scientists and engineers, they share this. And as I mentioned earlier, the scientific community is split. It is completely split at this time on whether or not this should be brought forward. Personally, I feel it's too late. I think your question is a very good one. Should this have just been stopped? Should it have been delayed or avoided until we developed the moral and ethical reasoning as a human race and got past some of our more petty problems to manage it? But it's simply too late. And I think many of the colleagues I work with will realize that. And as I mentioned, this is a little bit different. It's been within our capacity to dance along the line, say, with nuclear energy and somehow find a way to survive. Not saying that the verdict is out on that yet. But with time control technology, the ripple effect and the complexity of what it could touch and the potential catastrophe is so big that I would say that I just hope people do. And that's one of the reasons why we've come forward and one of the reasons why we're launching a big educational program to make people aware of what's not happening just with us, but with other people, and to begin arming people with information about these views on time, space-time, and time control technology that they can use and ask intelligent questions to themselves as well as to put pressure on their representatives and their governments wherever they are in the world to step forward.
So there are ways that somebody could tamper, for example, with the past. You remember the butterfly effect? In other words, I guess what I'm asking is, wouldn't it be so easy to make a very small change that made a very gigantic change, or do small changes remain small changes without great effects on the future? Or is it possible that the butterfly effect works and, instead of the butterfly flapping itself and creating a little wind that becomes a typhoon, or however that works? I guess I'm asking, even small, seemingly unimportant changes made in the past, could they have catastrophic results for the future?
The short answer is yes. It certainly can, and I said earlier, and I wish I could take back the word, it's on the scientific community to demonstrate that there are no long-term negative consequences in applying time control technology. But the real answer is that as we look at a historical timeline, a timeline of any kind, the complex nature of the universe and this reality and events as they occurred, will occur, or had occurred, and how a small change could have a ripple effect like the butterfly effect is unpredictable. We do not have the mental reasoning to understand that now. It's too complex. It's beyond our capacity, yet we're willing to play dice and to do it with the hope that, because of these new benefits, we stand behind these shields and say, well, look at the benefits of all the great things we can do for the world. The reality is we really don't know what the impacts are of this. And we're talking about game changers for the human race, and what it means to be human even. So we have to be very careful on how it's applied. And I do agree with you. Sometimes I don't know if the battle can be won, but we're going to do our part, and we're going to request our peers and colleagues and partners to do their parts as well. Because if we can, maybe this is an opportunity for the human race to get closer to Pandora. And by the way, there's a lot of people who believe that is that this technology, if released in the right way, could be one of the great unifiers to bring people together and knock down those borders of political, economic, and religious differences, and to make the human race begin to realize, that we are connected from the deep within the physics of it, but also to understand that we can no longer act independently with technologies like these without having potential grave consequences. Maybe it'll bring us together.
Doctor. Perhaps so, but the development of nuclear technology didn't do that, and that was a technology that is a technology that could end life on the planet. I mean, if we had a full exchange back when we were having our little dispute about Cuba, for example, if that had developed into a full exchange, that would have ended humanity's place on the planet. In other words, we'd all be dead, and that's a game changer. I mean, it's a complete game changer. So if that didn't bring us together, but I suppose one could argue, well, the wall did come down, and the war didn't happen yet. So in a sense, I guess it did change things, but as much as they changed, they remain the same.
Well, I could say something that I would not believe, but I have many friends who would say it. Well, with this technology, as it continues to be refined, history does become an experimental science. So maybe it's possible, which I don't believe it is. When I say we don't have the moral reasoning or the understanding of the complexity to re-engineer history, so that 2010 or 2012 becomes the Pandora that we all would love to be living in. Sorry for all the references to Avatar, but I enjoyed them the other night in your show.
Oh, it was wonderful.
But we could build the ideal society.
Yeah, we could also have Pandora's box, and it could open around 2012. A lot of people worried about that.
Yeah, we could destroy the human race. We could implement viruses, bring viruses from the past or the future into this era. There's so many things. The ripple effects, the butterfly effect is so complex, and the stakes are so high. I really truly meant what I said, is that this technology, just this existence alone, makes people question what it means to be human, but the application of it could radically change what it means to be human.
Okay. All right. When we come back from this next break, I'm going to open up the phone lines, and I'm going to allow the audience to ask you questions about time control technology. So I've sort of hogged you for this whole part of the show. If you'd be willing to answer questions from the audience, that's what we'll do next. Are you up for that?
It would be a pleasure, Art.
Okay. Well, it's one of those things where nearly anything goes, doctor, so stay right where you are. And when we return, Dr. David Anderson will answer your questions about time control technology, his words, for what obviously is time travel. He has accomplished time travel. He's actually done it, folks. So, what a program. Every now and then we stumble into one that just stuns me. This is one of those. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Here I am. What an incredible program. My guest is Dr. David Anderson, and he has accomplished time travel. He calls it time control technology. And we've had 3 hours of the most amazing program I think I've ever done. This is after 8 years. And I want to thank Whitley. Whitley Strieber, who does Dreamland, Online Dreamland, is the one who reconnected me with Dr. David Anderson. And we'll find out perhaps in a moment how that association was accomplished. But it was amazing. Whitley said, I've been talking to this very interesting guy named David Anderson, and had him on the show. And I said, David Anderson? You mean Dr. David Anderson? Yes. And from there it went, and I, contacted Lisa, the producer, and asked her to please follow up, and she did, and that's how all of this happened tonight. Just so you know, thank you, Whitley. We'll be back with Dr. David Anderson and your calls, your questions in a moment. Well, all right, very quickly, Dr. Anderson, if you wouldn't mind, I am very, very curious. It was Whitley who once again brought us together, and I wonder how you connected with Whitley.
Interesting question. What a lot of people don't know, I actually work as an ambassador for youth for the United Nations Educational, Science, and Cultural Organization since about 2001. And I'm very active in UN projects for youth around the world. And one of our sponsors is the very and great supporters is the wonderful a lady by the name of Marianne Martini from the Metropolitan Opera in New York City. She is I think, a personal friend of Whitley's. They made a connection. He made a connection with me, and there you go. So it came out of my association, I believe, with Marianne.
Okay. All right. Well, again, thank you, Whitley. Let's begin, and let's start by going, I think, west of the Rockies. I don't have a name, but you're definitely on the air with Dr. Anderson. Good morning.
Hi, Art. This is Jeff in Mendocino, California, listening on KKOH 780 AM.
Yes, sir.
And after listening to Michu Kaku the other night, and actually an Art Bell Somewhere in Time from KKOH last night, along with tonight's program, there was an individual that Ian talked to last night who indicated that there was a clock that stopped at 8:15 2 days before August 6th bombing at 8:15, and the rest of the clock stopped. So my question is, based on the last train from Hiroshima, the author of that book that was on with Ian last night, his comment in the other programs, could there have been such an explosion from that nuclear blast in Hiroshima that actually threw time into reverse gear, stopping that clock 2 days before the actual blast happened in our normal time frame?
Okay.
Well, Jeff, thank you for the question. From a pure physics standpoint, a nuclear blast obviously produces a tremendous amount of energies, a lot of effects, but to stop a clock due to a temporal effect from a physical science standpoint is probably not likely. People could argue that a clock could stop or turn backwards if time was accelerated. We know that can happen due to great accelerations. For that example, maybe time could be slowed a little bit by the acceleration experienced within a nuclear blast, but not to that point that it would actually stop or reverse.
Okay. All right. Let's go to a first-time caller line and say, top of the morning, you're on the air.
Hi there. I really love this program. My name is Sandra. I'm from Ohio. And I'm wondering if the doctor either knows of something he can talk about or maybe has a theory of how to explain two things here. One is that business of everyone's sense of time speeding up. What's that all about? And the second thing would be, I'm in a client-based business. I interact with people from different walks of life all the time, and it's been 24 years in this business. And I can't tell you how many people I've come across that say in almost the same words that I have been using to my friends, that it seems like in 1998 or thereabouts, something happened where their sense of reality became skewed. And they say, almost to a word, everyone says, it feels like this is not how it was supposed to be. That's individual reality and what's happening in the world. This is not the way it's supposed to be. And then continuing that, it started back in 98, but it seems to be continuing and that effect speeding up almost to where events that happen defy logic and almost physics, like if you want to make two chimps together and they give birth to a rabbit, it makes no sense. Can you explain anything, possibly time travel experiments gone wrong or anything that would cause that you know of?
Okay.
Sandra, great questions. Thank you so much. First off, with regards to sense of time, I go back to just a handful of words. We don't see the world as it is. We don't experience time as it is. We see and experience these things as we are. Everybody's perception of time is different. And I even mentioned on our website, you even find some references to cultures that have no reference to time in their culture or language. Cultures that don't have words for time. Cultures that don't talk about the temporal order of things or the temporal quality of events. They only talk about the quality of events. So there's languages that actually have no past, present, and future active. Everybody's sense of time is different. This also comes back to the human factor, our experiences. The fact that time is perceived to move faster or slower by different people occurs many ways, in part because time is an illusion. It's a construct of our biological and culture evolution. In the end, it's really just another dimension, like the three dimensions of space: north, south, east, west, up, and down. I love your question about 1998 because this is something that unfortunately our people in our lab are not qualified to discuss, and I'm not because it's not my background. But we have a lot of people around us who believe. We talked about the temporal tremor detectors, the TTDs we use. We're looking for ways that this technology, and every time it's used, can be detected. It also helps us in our work as well. But there is the belief, as I mentioned before, if you move through time and you change an event, we don't see parallel universes spinning off. What we see is essentially just like moving through space and trampling those flowers in the flower bed. As you come back to where you started from, say the present, everything's been changed. The damage has been done. But that means reality could change. The existence of people, for example. People that were there before you moved through time and back may no longer be there, or new people may be there who weren't there before. The question is, can human beings detect this? We actually believe, and it's based on speculation, but also on a lot of conversation with fellow scientists, is that there are people who have dedicated their lives to developing a greater awareness of space and time through training of their minds. For example, in the Buddhist religion, you talk to a Buddhist monk directly, which I've done a number of times, which I truly enjoy, and you tell them that time passes, they'll look at you confused. What do you mean? Time stands still. It's always here. But there are people who develop their minds that we feel will be in tune. A lot of people will be oblivious. There will be people in the middle of this event, say if time is altered, or an event is altered, or a butterfly effect is created, there will be people who no longer exist. That information and energy will be transformed. Maybe there will be new people existing. We feel that a lot of that will go on completely with people totally unaware. But there are people who are very in tune to this, who have developed the training. And we do believe it's possible. We really try to take, while we're all scientists and engineers, we try to take a multidisciplinary approach to looking at this. But that's what we believe, Sandra. Great question.
Okay. Professor, another David, this one from Kingman, Arizona, wants to know if the objects that you send into the past or future at some point actually disappear and then reappear.
The objects that we send into the future actually disappear and reappear. The interesting question on that. Remember, the short answer is into the future. No, into the past we have some technical issues there on what we can view in those fields of closed time-like curves. But if you send an object into the future, remember it's within that field of closed time-like curves. So the object is there while it's being moved through time. While the rate of time is quite different, we can still see the object inside the field.
Gotcha. Okay, let's go all the way up to British Columbia and say good morning to John. John, you're on the air with Dr. Anderson.
Well, thank you so much, Art. You are the appropriate host to speak with David, if I may say.
Thank you.
David, I subscribe to Peter Moon's Montauk Pulse newsletter, and I can vouch for the fact that he is one of your invaluable reporters as to the work you do. And I love that you use terms such as unity, global moral ethics with respect to the ideologies that we currently are subjected to on the planet, but I won't go anywhere into that. I'd like to emphasize the word human in my subscription refers to our physical universe, and I would also like to concur with you. We are in an entropic phase of consciousness. Some of us are open to the positive, some the negative. We are beings having a human experience, and we're here to unify one way or another, to understand what it is to be human, or beings having a human experience. So I feel we're here to restore balance one way or another. So I would have to expect that you have hope and confidence that we can fix our duality consciousness.
Yes, I love your words about we're beings here as a human, having a human experience. That's so true. We see so little of this reality around us. We truly do, and I wish people, and obviously the way you say it, John, is I can tell how much you feel it, but when you reach that point, it creates such a wonderful new appreciation for that. And with regards to trying to fix it, we have to. We have to try, and my only hope is that it will bring a unity. It'll drop some of those barriers and give us a common purpose together. Maybe get us closer to that Pandora. And thank you for mentioning Peter. Peter and I actually had some acquaintances when I was running the research center on Long Island. And interesting enough, we invited him as a writer and author to join a United Nations project in Romania last year, and he came and joined us. And it was just a wonderful experience to have him working with the young people there. But
okay, all right, let's keep moving. Sasan, I believe it is, on the first-time caller line. You're on the air with Dr. David Anderson.
Hi, Art Bell. Pleasure to talk to you, Dr. Anderson. I have a question. I've always, of course, the whole concept of space-time, going back into time and all that. But my question is, what I've always believed was that possible, because, with the time that light takes to reach, and if we were able to go back in time, for example, we could only, like Art was saying earlier, be viewers, not participators, because it's just the light that we're seeing. What makes it, and because I want to learn, I love learning, what makes it that we can actually interact rather than just participate because it's the light from the past?
Mm-hmm.
Great question. I would say that the view that you're expressing, it's a common one because a lot of people haven't had the opportunity to be exposed to some works. But if you want to learn, a couple names: Kurt Gödel, German mathematician; Frank Tipler, American physicist. They introduced essentially the concepts of closed time-like curves. And with regards to Einstein's theory of special relativity, it suggests that you must move faster than the speed of light to go backwards in time. You really, truly can't loop. You can't do that, so you really can't loop time back on itself. But what Kurt Gödel proposed in the 40s and Tipler refined and now has been proposed across many different ways, cosmic strings, time warp field, and other areas, you actually can loop time back on itself at sublight speeds to emerge in the past at the same point earlier in time. And that does not violate the laws of math and physics. So if you want to learn, I'd recommend reading a little bit about Kurt Gödel and Frank Tipler. And actually, you'll find a free presentation, actually, on different time control technologies on our website. Just go to the educational tab, and there's a wonderful presentation. And feel free to contact me via the Institute website or on Facebook. And I'd be pleased to have any discussions with you.
All right. Before we move on, do you have any new books or documentaries coming in the future that you'd like to share with everybody?
Well, actually, there's a couple things going on with regards to this whole subject of a moral compass to guide this application of technology. We need to educate. So we have a major educational initiative. As you know, we have a documentary, Time Travel's Journey into Time. It's available on Amazon. We're coming out with a series of 6 educational lecture videos that cover these topics, including the new technologies. You'll see those rolled out about one every 2 months for the next 12 months. And we also, as part of this educational initiative, Art, we'd encourage everybody to visit the website. We plan not just to be offering books and documentaries. We want to provide a lot of free materials for educators. It's part of our small way of trying to support making some of this work transparent. So keep an eye on the Anderson Institute website in the educational tab. You're going to see a lot of free information being made available there.
Okay, and that website is?
AndersonInstitute.com.
All right, very good. To the wildcard line, good morning. You're on the air with Dr. Anderson.
Yes, hi, Dr. Anderson. Hi, this is Bill in West Hartford, Connecticut. Doctor, I know physics. I'm an amateur astronomer. And you mentioned that people relating time travel and time to people as information, or what I would say is intelligent energy. And as we know from physics, energy cannot be created or destroyed. Question number one, I have 2 questions together. Question number one, does that mean that once the body dies, our mind, I would call it the mind instead of the soul because I am an atheist myself, the mind continues on, but also, since it cannot be created, we don't need a God of any kind to create us. We existed always in the past and will exist always in the future. That's my theory. Question number 2, if we went back to the time of Christ, would we see that Jesus Christ never really existed because there's only data, so-called data about Christ Christ. It's in biblical references where people automatically believed in him. It was written hundreds of years, 200 years after he supposedly was born. So there really was no Jesus Christ to begin with. There was no crucifixion.
Only your dying may tell. I don't know. Doctor?
Well, great, good questions, Bill. Thank you for the call. I appreciate your words and building on it. It takes a lot of insight, but I think it's a good one, is that what we call our lives as human beings, we're just simply a microscopic manifestation of information and energy from a much larger macroscopic universe. We're just this tiny little view from one small dimension of the true of true consciousness and information and energy in the universe. Does consciousness continue? We know that, again, what we observe in the lab, that information and energy, we believe consciousness does continue. We can't take it much further than that, but we do believe that that order in information and energy does not disappear. It may transform. It may change shape. But that information and energy, it's not like entropy in our world. That entropy is an issue of the fact that we are viewing a small subset of dimensions of a much larger multidimensional reality. But we do believe that conscious moves forward. With regards to the actual experiences of Jesus Christ, it is one of the most common topics and one of the most provocative topics among what should be one of the first uses of going back in time to witness events. And, it kind of touches on the subject of, is there a God, is there not a God? I think it's very controversial. There's a lot of concern over that topic, and I can't say I really have a lot of views on what would happen if we went back to witness that.
Do you plan to?
I think it's going to happen, Art. I think as part of that moral compass, we need to have guidelines and understand the implications of what we do. There is probably, as much as there's more curiosity, there actually is a tremendous amount of, and I don't use the word lightly, fear in going back. Could it disrupt the foundation of one of the major religions of this planet?
Or support it. All right, Doctor, hold on. That's right. We're at a break point here again. Time is just flat flying. So we'll be back shortly from Manila in the Philippines with Dr. David Anderson. I'm Art Bell. Maybe it should be kilometers and kilometers. Good morning, everybody. What an incredible program. Dr. David Anderson, a man dabbling in, well, that's the wrong word, time control technology, time travel, actually. And I think he's laid quite a strong case out on the table this morning. We're going to continue with your questions and observations in a moment. Stay right where you are. Well, all right, back to Dr. David Anderson. By the way, you can reach him through his website, the one he just gave out. You can reach me. I'm Art Bell at mindspring.com. If you'd like to fire off an email, love to hear from you. Art Bell, ARTBLL at mindspring.com. Dr. Anderson, if you're ready, here we go.
Absolutely.
Here comes Aaron in Lafayette, Louisiana. Hi, Aaron.
Hi, Art. How's it going? Pleasure to speak with you, man. It's my mom's birthday today, and she was very excited to hear your voice come across the radio. I actually have a two-parter question here. It's a couple of questions I've had for quite some time. I was wondering if our present right now could possibly be the direct result of time travel already. So I guess what happened has happened to the fact where, whatever time travel has done in the future already has already affected what has happened. So things that have happened have already been a direct result of that. And on the other hand, ghosts and spirits as we perceive them, could that possibly be the fact of time travel's effect on time and possibly making time overlap on itself, like the present and the past kind of start becoming in the same present per se?
Okay. All right. A two-part question. Are we experiencing what we're experiencing now, our reality now, Doctor, is it possibly already affected by travel that's been done?
Well, going back to the caller earlier, we have a lot of people who have talked about 1998 is a pivotal event where people began to perceive changes being made in the timeline. Again, what we see in the lab is that many people will be unaware, and people could be, and this is why this could be so catastrophic, people could be erased from existence or added to existence based upon somebody going back in time. But unlike a parallel universe, this happens at that instant, and some people may be more sensitive to it than others. Do I believe it's happened? I would say that the amount of experimentation that we see, absolutely yes. Is 1998 the first year? I don't know. The second point I would add, I'd like to say happy birthday to Aaron's mother today, and thank Aaron for the call. And with regards to ghosts, remember we're just what I want to say, beings of information and energy with a higher consciousness, just living a human experience in a small number of dimensions. The possibility that ghosts could be people traveling in time or glimpses of entities in other dimensions is quite possible. There's nothing in science, again, that would prohibit that from being a possibility.
Okay. All right. Brian in Los Angeles, you're on the air with Dr. David Anderson. Hi.
Hello, Art. I would like to sincerely thank you for your service to this country and this planet, and I want to thank my college teacher who told his entire class of about 300 people to listen to Coast for the first time. So thank you, Art.
Thank you both.
Well, I just wanted to point out that there is something that I think you guys would both enjoy watching. It's a Simpsons episode, A Treehouse of Horror from Season 6, where Grandpa tells Homer in a flashback sequence, if you ever travel back in time, don't step on anything, because even the tiniest change can alter the future in ways you cannot imagine. And I'm telling you, you guys will laugh and enjoy it. So please check it out. Anyhow, I have two questions. One, how could you possibly use the scientific method to test a technology this powerful? And number two, could a rapidly expanding universe and dark matter be due to alternate universes that have been created by changes made through time travel? Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Doctor?
Well, actually, the first question about how can you use a scientific method, I want to be clear that the background of everybody at the Anderson Institute is primarily physicists, scientists, engineers. We do follow a scientific method. I'd also emphasize that we strive really to take a multidisciplinary approach to time. Remember, as human beings, in our view of the world as we see it, not as it is, we truly don't. It's very difficult to visualize. And a concept like time that can't be defined so well, I encourage everybody, please, to take a multidisciplinary approach. I'd also emphasize that we made a reference earlier in the show to the deep spiritual traditions and religions in India. We talked a little bit, just briefly touched and referenced the Buddhist religion, but you would be very surprised. Some of the people I know who are most in tune, kind of human TTDs or temporal tremor detectors, are people who are really disciplined in the Buddhist religion. And believe it or not, there are a lot, it could be a show in of itself, there are a lot of parallels between the scientific method and the method in which Buddhist monks developed their theory and the foundations of their religion. So I think putting the label on scientific method, I would say it can be used, but it needs to be used complementary in light of everything else. And Art, I apologize, I did lose the question. I heard dark matter. I didn't hear the second half of it.
Well, that's what I got out of it, too, dark matter. He was asking, I guess, about a validation of dark matter, whether you, that was a subject, of course, that Dr. Kanku. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of views about dark matter, but I'd be bold, and I'll go out on a limb here, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong many times before, and I'm happy to admit it. But I would say that dark matter is a label we put on something we don't understand, just like gravity. I don't want to open up a can of worms, but frankly, the common view in physics now is that gravity doesn't exist. It's ridiculous to think that there's this giant hand on the back of the moon pushing it and keeping it from spinning away from the Earth. Gravity is simply curved space-time in action. And gravity is also a label we put on something we don't understand. We can measure gravity, we can predict how things will happen, but we don't know what gravity is. And the same thing is true with dark matter. Do I believe, as we develop and continue to develop better views, not our area of expertise, but in string theory, yeah, we might have an understanding on something that might fall into the category of dark matter. But right now, for me, it's more of an emphasis or a label on something that we don't understand. But I do appreciate the work very much that's being done in the area to try to define.
All right. Sorry, Justin in Bellingham, Washington. You're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Hi.
Oh, the kingdom of Nye is truly everywhere. Good evening, gentlemen. First, thank you. And David, you alluded to spherical time, and I heard a show on Coast to Coast here about a pilot, and wherever these conditions exist, this effect could happen. The pilot was in the Bermuda Triangle, and he was flying through or around 4 thunderstorms, and in a series of minutes, I don't remember exactly, between 10 and 18, never lost contact with the tower. But when he finally they got a fix on him, he was 100 miles closer. But couldn't that have been like a magnetic or however field holding the plane? And maybe that's like an observation. So it was, time was relative. Both times existed. But 10 minutes for him was however fast the Earth spun for 100 miles. Does that make sense?
Well, it's interesting. We talked before about what we see as a coupling of the energy that we create and the fields of closed time like curves being a coupling or a discharge of the potential energy in twisted space-time around the Earth. It is possible. There are theories that we haven't been able to demonstrate. There are theories that could naturally occur, just like lightning occurs as a discharge of potential energy between electrical charges around the planet. We do believe it could occur naturally. When it did happen, what would happen is you would get a massive, very highly intensified field of closed time like curves, which could cause moving an object through time. It's a reach, but it is possible. With regards to spherical space-time, just blow people's mind a little bit for something to think about, is we mentioned time being spherical, as you mentioned, Justin. Have you ever done an exercise and put a penny on a table? You can actually put 6 pennies around it perfectly as a kissing point in that two-dimensional world. And we believe in a two-dimensional reality. Once you get the 6 pennies around the two-dimensional reality, it condenses, it creates a situation where it condenses and collapses into one. What we see in the laboratory, we have a paper coming out talking about space-time fabric being more of a spherical model, not the arrow of time anymore, but a spherical model. And we're seeing the same thing. If you take a sphere now in a three-dimensional world, you can essentially put 12 kissing spheres around it almost perfectly, touching each other, and it condenses down. That's why when we hear like Dr. Kako talk about superstring theory, and from our three-dimensional observation perspective, what we see is once you hit that 12 point, it collapses into one. So you never exceed 11 dimensions in a three-dimensional world in perspective in superstring theory. But if you change your perspective, you'll see something different.
All right, Rafael in San Pedro, California, you're on the air with Dr. Anderson. Hi.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Bell. I just want to tell you, I really appreciate your show that you started many years ago, and I've been learning ever since, and I really appreciate it. Dr. Anderson, I would like to know your definition of the word time, or what your definition of time is. I was wondering if I would be too correct in it's just something that I've always thought about. And the only thing I could come up with is time, to me, is the distance between point A and B, and I'll take the answer off the air. And I was wondering if I was correct. Thank you.
Well, from a cultural perspective, time has developed exactly that way, Raphael. We use it as a measure of motion. Many philosophers initially talked about that. What I like is more along the lines of some of the later philosophers like St. Augustine, who talks about time being an illusion of the human mind, an artificial construct. And I think that's what we see. We see evidence why the physical definition of time and how time developed in our culture is exactly the way Art described it earlier and the way you just described it. People looked at it as the number or measure of motion that they could observe. St. Augustine, which is the latest philosopher to promote a radical view, said, no, it's an illusion of the mind. And that's what we see. Time is just essentially another dimension, but again, we don't see the world the way it is. We see the world the way we are, and we've been bred, and our human mind and culture and biology has been developed to perceive it one way. When we step out of that, and again, turn your wristwatch into meters, read Space-Time Physics by John Archibald Wheeler, you'll see how amazing it is. Time should no longer be treated as seconds. It should be treated as meters, and everything becomes clear and easy from a mathematics standpoint.
Okay, Ryan in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Your turn.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Pleasure to be on the show. I just had a couple quick questions. My first question was on superconductivity and fluids that can contain a magnetic charge, and along with spiraling rotation can produce anti-gravity effects. Well, actually, I like your point you just made on gravity and dark matter. I agree with that, but some sort of effect there. And also, I like to entertain the theory of the monatomic gold theory, and I just wondered what your perspective was on that. So,
what was that last question, please?
Monatomic gold, and just like powers that it has, and as it being in the Ark of Covenant, I don't know, but
Okay.
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, actually, we've had a number of people sending emails to us on the subjects. But, Ryan, thank you for the questions. With regards to superconductivity, it can be important in our work when we're trying to create certain types of control fields that move very close to the speed of light. So, obviously, superconductivity is a natural part of this science in how we initiate different control fields, if you will. If you really want to move something fast, close to the speed of light, you need something superconductive.
Doctor, you're using you're using electromagnetic fields modulated by lasers or controlled by lasers. How would you put it?
Well, the control systems are pretty complicated. The easiest definition is we have a controlled chamber, a controlled environment with a chemical reagent. We use high-powered lasers and rotating electromagnetic fields to inject or initiate a field. Once a field starts, depending on whether it's a standalone time warp field generator or whether it's a time reactor, how we control it is very complex, Art. The number of subsystems and controllers that go into making this happen is quite diverse. And there's a couple of those, I'll say, controllers that do use elements of superconductivity.
Okay. All right. Lorianne on the international line. Lorianne, I don't know where you are. Where are you?
I'm in British Columbia.
BC. Okay. You're on the air.
All right. I was wondering if time travel is real. Can't you go ahead in time to December 22nd, 2012 to see if the prophecies are true?
Well, that's actually
Yeah. It certainly is possible. Just like is it possible to look forward in time and to try to retrieve information from the future, like cures for diseases? This comes back to the moral and ethical consequences of doing that. Why we're willing to do experiments within a certain time frame, reaching that far into the future or the past, and pulling information could have dire consequences. But as the caller mentioned earlier, perhaps these things are already being done. I'm referring to the caller that mentioned 1998 and kind of pretty much a worldwide outpouring from a small group of people about a feeling that timelines had been adjusted. So is it possible? Absolutely, yes. Should we apply it to do that, to look backwards in time, to study, how developments really occurred in history and on Earth or beyond? The answer is yes, but I think we have a bigger question is, are we willing to take the risk to do some of these on a wide scale? We're concerned on doing it on a small scale, and we know people are being much more bolder than us in other countries. So we just comes back to the question of, do we truly understand the consequences, and are we really willing to take that risk?
Lots of moral, ethical questions. For example, if you go into the future, just as an example, and you discover, or you find, discover is the wrong word, you find the cure for cancer. Ethically, I guess, and morally, you'd have to release that to the public or to a scientist who could pursue it. But on the other hand, you're stealing in a way. In other words, you have taken the work, the intellectual property of somebody who has discovered cancer and stolen it. It's like I don't know, it's like stealing a motion picture or something, only a lot more.
Exactly. The real challenge is what, and this has been done before. There are many examples in our time, Art, of where people saw an obvious benefit and introduced a change in an environment, in an ecosystem, or in a situation, expecting a wonderful result, and instead produced cataclysmic impact or events on a negative manner. And I think that's the question of why we want to improve the quality of life and reduce suffering. We do want to do that, but when we begin manipulating time, both for ourselves and the entire planet, which is all connected, we got to remember that it is all connected, and that's the reality in which we live. How much is too much, and do we understand the complexity and the ripple effect or butterfly effect, as you put it, that could create?
This has been an amazing program, Professor. Just absolutely amazing. We're at the end of it. So your website, information you've got coming out, what do you want people to do?
What I'd like people to do, thank you for that opportunity. First, website AndersonInstitute.com. We provide a lot of free information. There's an educational tab that's being expanded now. There's free educational presentations there. You'll see a lot more. We do have a video, Time Travel Journeys into Time, on Amazon.com. But more importantly, over the next 18 months, you're going to see 6 new lecture videos in the series become available on this subject. I'd encourage you to visit the website, plug into the Research Association. It's free and easy to join, and study and learn. That's all I could ask you. Help us make and unify the planet using
Doctor,
time technology as a...
Right. We're out of time. Thank you, Doctor, and good night. We'll do it again soon from Southeast Asia, Manila in the Philippines. When they next call my name, I'll be back. Until then, I'm Art Bell. Good night, all.